Want to complain? You want to complain and teams have gone home. The dreams have been crushed for Mythic Seal and Aurora. That's very insensitive.
Hey, you're right. But, dude, Team Liquid, dog, they look strong as hell, bro.
I predicted it. I told you. I told you. Liquid, but...
Big surprise, Philippines is pretty strong.
I also predicted ONIC.
Oh, surprise, ONIC ID is really strong. But, hey, talk about ONIC, though.
Kyrie.
Half man, half beast Kyrie.
Oh, the queen.
The queen Kyrie. Hitman Kyrie.
You can't use that. You can't use that. That's my nickname.
Bro, that's good. But I got a better one.
Okay.
Hear me out. Is that a camera? Bro, is that a camera?
How long has that thing been rolling? They heard our whole cover.
Dude, that thing is... Bro, why are we here? It's day 2. Our shift ended like
18 hours ago. No.
Okay, you know what? Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2, knockout stage here at MSC in the Esports World Cup, where the games are amazing. Heck, we're going to open up with SRG going up against RRQ. That's going to be simple. I think the winner is going to be...
No, LaFell, you're not allowed to do this. You know what happens. You can't predict. You know what happens.
No, you can't. Bro, shh.
The champions of Indonesia and the champions of Philippines have secured their slots in the semi-finals of the knockout stage here at MSC 2025 of the Esports World Cup. Now we are waiting for 2 more teams. Once again, LaFell already did the intro, but I would gladly, happily welcome you back to the MSC stage. My name is Redmar. I'm going to be your panel host for today, joined by Trex and Gideon for the 2 best of 5 series. So we have, gentlemen, how are we feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I mean, a little nervous, of course, naturally going to be a little bit nervous because these matches are going to be really important. If yesterday were going to be sweeps, I'm expecting today to really go the full distance.
I'm hoping that today it goes the full distance because I kind of agree with LaFell. Yesterday, we had 3-0 sweeps. It went real fast. At least we got to go home early. But today, I want to see some games go the distance all the way to 5.
Yeah, yesterday was a fast day in case you missed it. If you missed out on all the news, it was a stompy day. Power spikes were hit very, very quickly. And now we find ourselves here instantly, which I feel like might actually be the heavier side of the knockouts bracket, but we'll be able to discuss about the matches more later on as we go. But we have to go back and witness some of the top plays from yesterday brought to us by Kidia. No Savages. Was there a Maniac? Can't really recall. But there were some pretty stompy moments and great plays by Liquid.
There was actually a Maniac right here. Almost got the Savage from Team Liquid. They were chasing down Rosa, but the Lord finished the game for them. It was definitely an epic finish for Team Liquid.
I think for the most part of it, we've seen what these teams are capable of. We've seen what the meta has finally developed into, and now it's the refinement of styles, right? Teams who don't adapt have already been eliminated, but in the best of 5 series, we've seen that if teams don't adapt on the very first game loss, it's pretty much over. It's a sweep.
Yeah, it seems like Game 1 really just sets the tempo now with how we find ourselves in the meta, with the options available. And of course, it's still great to see smiles across the board, the intense moments with the reactions brought to us by Crunchyroll. A lot of smiles coming out from the side of Team Liquid, who I feel like there were a lot of people even then heading into that match thinking, oh no, I'm kind of scared for Liquid. Aurora look good in the group stage. Nothing to worry about. Same goes for ONIC, just crushing Mythic Seal, even though in that game number 1, Mythic Seal sort of like, made them play their game for a bit.
Speaking of storylines, I think the $1 million idea, I've already mentioned this before, I will say it again for our Crunchyroll reactions, when are we going to get the MLBB esports anime here? Because again, we've got amazing storylines on this format. After TLPH and as well as ONIC find their own wins, we go to the opposite side, defending champions of MSC as well as Team Spirit looking to make a run of their own.
Yeah, dude, it's RRQ, SRG, Team Spirit, ONIC, PH. Trex, is there like one match today that you're really like, you're a little biased that you're most excited for?
I think the match I'm most excited for is definitely the second one today. Team Spirit versus ONIC PH. We get the rematch. We get the possibility of ONIC PH showing that group stage was a fluke, or we get Team Spirit showing that they are possibly grand final finishers.
Yeah. I think a lot of the community are echoing those statements. Even Filipinos are going like, for some reason, a lot of them are saying Kid Bomba's from the Philippines, somewhere in Manila. He grew up there, but now he's from Germany. What about you, Gideon? Are you more nervous or excited for RRQ SRG?
I'm definitely going to be a little bit nervous here. RRQ have been just such a staple team every single time they hit the international. Sometimes they do really, really well and go all the way up to second place, or sometimes they just get groups. It's really tough to say with some of these Indonesian teams, but RRQ seems to be the household brand that shows up every time. In comparison to like Malaysia, we've had Todak for a longest time, a couple of in-betweeners, and now SRG kind of look to take that space.
Yeah, and let us allow us, to remind you of what they are going to be fighting for. You make it into the top 4, you are secured at least $150,000. Don't forget, we have our third place match that'll happen right before the grand finals on the 4th and last day of MSC. And as I've always said, second and first place finish ain't that bad.
That's a whole lot of cheese right there.
Cha-ching.
Nothing bad to take home. And it's the second year in a row now. This has become, this is a regular. This is something I think all of us are looking for every year. All the teams are getting ready for. MSC is no longer an event just to like slouch on, or teams aren't changing up their rosters too much beforehand. They're really honing down for this event at this point.
If youngsters coming into esports are like, Mom, Dad, I'm an esports pro, this is the cheese they bring back, they're like, yes, you are an esports pro, whether they get it or not.
Yeah, they're going to be asking you, yeah, are you an esports pro? When are you going to play for MSC? Huh? When? Let us know.
Instead of throwing footballs, they're doing thumb exercises at home.
Yeah.
That's how I'll be with my kids.
Oh, so you're going to get your kids into the esports side?
Possibly.
Okay, we're waiting for that. We're waiting for that the day that you wanted them to compete or to cast?
Compete.
Don't be like me. I feel like you're going to need like 3 more slots here. First 2 is covered, you need 3 more.
You can be next. You can fill out the rest of the roster.
Hey, no, I'm supposed to fill up another 5, and then we've got 2 scrimmage teams.
Ooh.
Think about it.
All right, so as we make our own fantasy teams involving our potential future children, we actually made fantasy teams of our own via the Esports World Cup. And this is, I believe, mine going to be showing up first with Sawa's my fantasy roamer for today. Innocent in the gold, Super Fringe, King Kong, and Kid Bomba. Like, okay, I think the others are pretty clear for everyone, but I just want to put Sawa in here because I feel like the man needs a little bit more praise. I mean, there's a reason why Team Spirit is undefeated so far. Usually that's through the stability in the center of the map, and Sawa's been very stable.
I'm with you, Rema. I feel like the majority of our picks are kind of similar here. I think the jungler's kind of like a give or take depending on the styles, but really the roamer makes a huge difference in a meta like right now, because we're seeing people not, oh, I don't want to just play an enchanter. You still need to be a playmaker, an active playmaker within the game.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to bring out the next fantasy lineup. Oh, yeah, serious Gideon, okay.
Exactly. Speaking of active playmaker, I think Edok is really suited for the meta right now. I think he's got a really good grasp on how to kind of pull teams apart, and more so understanding how to get underneath the skins and into the heads of a majority of members. You've seen him just mess around with EXP laners for fun.
Yeah, he's definitely have. I think Innocent, Kid Bomba, I like the list. I like the select, Edok. I'm wondering how he's going to fare up against SRG. I like the fact, too, that you got a little bit of a mix of the 2 teams that are going to be facing off. But the list we got to look at, it's the Trex list. Now, listen, I can defend myself. I just couldn't bear taking my TLPH members off from yesterday, so we had to leave them on. Kelra as well. The guy's going to be a monster. But Sunset Lover, you mentioned Sabo needing some love. For me, it's Sunset Lover. The dude always shows up. I feel like he is one of the players that always kind of gets looked over when we look at Team Spirit. You have the big personality from Kid Bomba. You have Sawo, this veteran. You have Hiko, the new kid on the block. But Sunset Lover just seems to be such a stable mid laner and has been able to get kills and lane up against some of the best.
Yeah, the man's a veteran. He's been here since M1. So I'm glad that you gave Sunset Lover some love here. And if you want to make your own fantasy lineups, you can go to fantasy.esportsworldcup.com. ONIC.com, so you can make your fantasy lineups similar to how we do it here on broadcast. But we do that every day, actually. So you'll get to see it updated, whether it's the Trex version where it involves teams that are players that played the day before, or where we want to focus a little bit more on the teams and players that are playing today, then go ahead and join that. Now, we're getting a little bit closer now to the meat of things with the very first series. So everyone right now at the Amazon Arena, thank you so much for joining us. Our matches, RRQ and SRG, Team Spirit, and ONIC PH. First match, I'm seeing a lot of polarizing opinions online about who's expected to win and what. Real quick, maybe we can tease him a little bit, Gideon. What can we expect from the first one?
Honestly, even I don't really know what to expect. Especially since the RRQ have been like, you look at them in the regular season, super stable. Then they come over into the playoffs. They're looking pretty good until the very end where we see the miracle turnover of the Yeb effect coming in for ONIC ID. And then SRG, extremely good during the regular season, not really changing up their compositions. They come to the playoffs, they make it look easy. They go to the internationals, then the struggles start to show, which is the worst possible time for the struggles to show. It looks like they've come back from it, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, and that's why I think that is our SNB match of the day. RRQ versus SRGOG. Gideon has had to say his piece. What's your take on this, Trex?
I think one thing to look at here is RRQ didn't play as many games in the group stage. You could maybe even argue they didn't have it too hard in the group stage. One of NA's teams themselves getting completely demolished by them. And then SRG, on the other hand, got some time to kind of maybe play against more meta, get an idea of what's more comfortable for them, have some time to really warm up in the group stage, whether it meant losses, wins, whatever it took for them to get here. I do think it gave them a bit more experience in the MSC meta.
Yeah, but that's off of the mistakes. Technically, if you look at both of their routes, they should have had the easiest routes to get to the other side in Group A.
But if you think about it like this, they've already made all their mistakes. There's no more mistakes for them to make at this point. RQ, on the other hand, could still have some more to check on the list.
Oh, okay. Ooh, all right.
That's the last mistake.
Okay, that's the last mistake for the day for SRG, for Coach Arcade. You can't drop the key that represents your journey here, and of course, as the defending champions. I saw a lot of RRQ fans actually on ground in the arena right now. SRG fans, I know they're there, but similar to how the Filipinos felt in last year's MSC, where it's like, wait, why are there a lot of Filipinos here in Riyadh in the Boulevard? Why is it suddenly like a Philippine home ground game? Now it feels that way seeing all the RQ fans in the stadium. So I am excited for that. And I'm excited to hear what our players think heading into this match. We actually got an interview with Eterna, with Dyron.
Eterna here backstage with Dyron from RRQ. Now Dyron, back at M6. In this upcoming match, you're going head-to-head against SRG once again. Flashbacks to M6, you were actually knocked out by SRG. So is this a little bit of a revenge match for you personally?
Apa itu artinya?
Okay. Jadi kan sekarang kamu akan melawan SRG. Pas di M6, RQ itu di knock out sama SRG. Ini jadi revenge nggak sih buat kamu pribadi gitu?
Ya kalau dari pribadi gue ini ya buat revenge gue lah. Kan di MC gue dikalahin sama SRG, ya semoga aja di knockout ini gue bisa memenangkan pertandingan ini lah dengan berjalan dengan lancar.
So Dyron said it is a revenge match because he does remember what happened at M6. So hopefully in this next upcoming match, they can be the ones to take them down and hopefully the match runs smoothly. Now, in social media, we saw that there was a S-tier mid-lane post that was posted and it went really viral. Because the funny thing is, Rins was not on that list. Jadi ada post di social media yang viral, tapi lucunya tentang S-tier mid-laner. Sedangkan Rins tuh nggak ada di list itu. Tanggapannya dong, Dyron?
Ya nggak apa-apa sih, kan itu pendapat orang. Menurut gue, Rins tuh S+ mid laner.
He said it's okay because that's everyone's personal opinion, but he personally thinks that Rins belongs in the S+ tier. Okay. So in this upcoming match, how are you feeling? Are you nervous? Do you think you're confident?
Confident.
Confident. How confident? Out of 0 to 10.
Apa itu?
Dari 0 sampai 10, se-confident apa sih?
11.
11. That's how confident he is. Maybe with that level of confidence, dengan tingkat kepedean sebanyak itu, ada message mungkin untuk anak-anak SRG?
Good luck, have fun ya.
Just good luck and have fun. Other than good luck, have fun, and hope the match will be entertaining.
Ya, ya.
Selain itu, selain good luck, have fun, sama semoga matchnya entertaining.
Siap-siap aja.
Okay, he says siap-siap aja, which means, what does it mean? How do you translate that? Like, get ready? Yeah, I think it's get ready. So there it is. Thank you so much, Dyron. Good luck for your next upcoming match. I'm going to throw it over back to the hosts.
Eterna, everyone knows siap siap aja means we will beat you. No, I'm kidding. I don't think that's the accurate translation. Don't believe me, I'm actually Filipino. Okay, so the RQ lineup. Dyron, Susajin, Rins, Edok, and Toy. And I want to call back to what they mentioned about Rins. After what happened to them in the M6 World Championship, it was actually him that got the short end of the stick on social media. A lot of flack for his performance.
To be fair, a lot of mid laners during M6 got a lot of flack when you compared him to the current world champion Super Friends, right? Who was playing a perfect game throughout on every hero he did. And I think Rins has been looking for that redemption arc. I know they've even been critical of him during the regular season itself. He is one of the few players who is actively good on Yve, even when it's off meta. So therefore, I feel like RRQ are, personally for me, in a really good spot.
I think RRQ in general has just come a very long way, but enough about RRQ. What about SRG?
Yeah, for SRG, he's going to be going up against Stormy. I don't think they keep calling him a prodigy. I don't think he's a prodigy at this point. He's pretty darn good at what he does in the mid lane tricks.
Yeah, I feel like all of SRG last year was the hype, the buildup of this team that, you know, unbeatable, weren't dropping any games, then they finally proved themselves, and now we're at a point where we really know these players, we have grown to love some of them, and we've seen them already prove themselves, and against RRQ, a team that has kind of taken a while to get themselves back in a roster that really works for them, get back onto the international, I think it's a really good matchup between the two.
It's a good matchup, but I am a little concerned, right? The games that we've seen SRG actually lose really boil down to 2 out of the 3 members not performing as well as we were hoping for. Stormy actually, surprisingly enough, being one of them, being usually one of the pillars of the squad alongside with Cram. Both of them were crumbling the times that they were playing against Mythic Seal. So therefore, when we see them kind of come back into form, it's when they are feeling the most confident, when they are making the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah. So maybe we can contextualize what the SRG's feeling heading into this matchup against RRQ, because we actually had another interview with Innocent, the only man to get a Savage during the group stages. He talked with Eterna.
We're backstage now with Innocent from SRG. Now, Innocent, we got the chance to talk to Dyron earlier on, and he did mention that this is going to be a revenge match. For you in particular, what are you going to have coming into this match? Do you think also that you want to keep a one-up over RRQ?
For us, we're just focusing every match, and we just need to win all of our matches so we can hopefully get back-to-back champion.
Okay, so they're eyeing for back-to-back champions. Everything else does not matter. Now, coming into this, did you guys have breakfast together?
Yeah, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. breakfast together. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. What did you have for breakfast?
Me, banana, them, they, I think bread or something.
Okay, that's important, right? Because the last time we talked, you said that breakfast together is important. So does that mean you're feeling 100% confident coming into this match against RRQ?
Yeah,
Yes? Dyron said 11 out of 10. How are you feeling?
10.
10 out of 10. Okay, it's still 10 out of 10. It's absolutely confident. Do you have maybe a message for RRQ for your next upcoming match?
Good luck, guys, and let's give our fans a good match.
Okay, good luck and hope to give the fans the best match possible. Any message for someone personally?
And for my girlfriend, just enjoy the match and don't overthink too much. And I'll call you later.
I'll call you later, okay. Thank you so much once again, Innocent. Good luck for your next match, because we're going to throw it over now back to the studio.
Innocent, the only man with a Savage so far, coming from the group stage. Also, most shoutouts to his girlfriend. That's the stat line he's leading as well. R for redemption for RRQ. Trex, you think it's doable for RRQ? Are you impressed with what you've seen from them so far?
Definitely impressed with what I've seen from them so far. I think this is a match that, for me, is very down the middle. Everyone keeps asking me who I think is going to come out on top, and I think it could switch every hour. So I got a feeling this could really go the distance. But RRQ, the redemption is there. Can they take it?
I think that it's going to boil down to who's willing to show the entire playbook here. Most teams are going to be into this thinking like, oh, we got to save strats. But when you're pushed into that corner, you don't have a choice. And I think you always have to bring something new with each and every game rather than saying, hey, just because I win, therefore, I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, again, we have to remember this is going to be a crazy draft battle between the two coaching staffs. Looking at Coach Arcadia and Coach Kezcute. Coach Arcadia, of course, if you know your MLBB history, used to coach for RRQ at some point during M4 when they took them to, if I'm not mistaken, a top 4, top 3 finish around that. And then when Kezcute came over, he sort of like became the beginning of this new era for RRQ, who's just been so sharp for the drafts. So I want to do a little crazy advanced prediction here. At the end of Game 1, who do you think will come out with a better draft? Coach Arcadia or Coach Kezcute?
Do we at least get to assume blue or red side?
Oh yeah, you can preface it.
I'm going to go with Kezcute as the cleaner draft. RQ. I'm going to go with Kezcute as the cleaner draft for Game 1.
For Game 1, all right.
For Game 1.
For Game 1. For Game 1. What about you, Gideon?
I'm going to have to agree, but I will preface it that at least for Coach Arcadia, Game 2 onwards, I think we're going to see something a little interesting if Game 1 is a flop.
Okay, all right. Very quickly, another hot question. We want to start things off hot here. Again, we look like we're on the heavier side of the bracket. Innocent, another Savage, yes or no?
If it goes to Game 5, yes.
Oh, okay. Very specific conditions there, Gideon.
It'll take some time, you know? It's not going to happen in Game 1.
Okay.
I'm going to say only if he has a hero that utilizes Sky Piercer.
Ah, all right. I mean,
Granger.
He did get his Savage with the Granger. He was 17-0-2. All right. E-Doc, will he get his Franco or not?
Definitely. For sure. For sure. I'm feeling very confident about that at least. Franco for sure. What about you, Trex?
Yeah, once again, I think maybe not Game 1, but we saw the Franco yesterday against the Lancelot. It almost did very, very well. I think as the games go on, we'll definitely see some picks like that pop up.
All right, the final hot question, real quick. No context, just drop your prediction of the match winner.
SRG.
RRQ.
Looks like we're split here, and we are seeing the arena right now. Once again, the champions of the Philippines and the champions of Indonesia are waiting in the semifinals. While 4 teams, champions in their own right, teams looking for redemption and validation, fight out for 2 more semifinal slots. You have RRQ, SRG, Team Spirit, and ONIC Philippines. Let's go to the arena and welcome our teams. This is the second day of the knockouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the knockout stages of MSC at EWC 2025. Yesterday was insanely exciting, but today is another day, and maybe we'll see some upsets. Anyways, my name is Rose, and once again, it is an honor to share the stage with my co-host, Milosh.
The honor is all mine, Rose. No two ways around it. Yesterday, it was a rollout, right? We had Team Liquid Philippines, ONIC ID, smashing through their opponents 3-0. We had an early day, whether we wanted it or not. And they were going to be playing tomorrow. That's a match to really look forward to in the semis. But another semifinal, potentially. We'll have to decide that today with the last 4 teams remaining in our quarterfinals.
Yes, indeed. For our second days of the knockout stages, we will be witnessing 2 more quarterfinal matches. Once again, this is a best of 5. The winner will head on to the semifinals tomorrow, and the loser ends their journey at MSC.
It is a single elimination bracket. This is what it entails, as Rose was explaining. So how about we stop dilly-dallying and get ready for our matchup. Introducing our teams, the Res Regnum, the Kings of Kings, RRQ! With a legacy that stretches back to Season 1, their goal at MSC 25 is clear. Reclaim your glory and dominate your opponents. Vengeance, though, guides their hand today versus the defending MSC champions for ending their M6 run prematurely. The road to break The forever second curse starts right here, right now.
And of course, since RRQ was in the 2-0 pool during the group draw, they picked out the defending champions of MSC as their first rival. And it is the perfect way to get their well-craved revenge since M6. It is none other than Selangor Red Giants OG Sports. Kicking off the group stages with a hard-fought victory and falling to the hands of Mythic Seal, their journey hasn't been the smoothest. After bouncing back against CFU and qualifying for the knockout stages, can SRG, the team, get their dominance that they need to be one step away in defending the crown and defending it for their nation?
Rose, once again, we're getting an equivalent grand final match in the quarterfinals, and that is an absolute honor to be part of. So please, RRQ, please, SRG, you may place your tablets, your keys, take your seats. Our game is about to begin, Rose.
Ooh. I love the audience today.
Yes.
The energy is there, but you want to know what? The battle in the Land of Dawn is about to be hotter. The games hasn't started, and I'm already sweating.
Well, I can't even imagine what it's like to be players in this case. Let's send it over and get our match started. It's time to go to the Land of Dawn.
I'm feeling really excited to meet RRQ because they want to take revenge on us. So we are really excited to face them again.
And that is one left, and that's a wipeout! Another unofficial savage for the beast!
Kalau dibilang perasaan gua lawan SRG, kayak biasa aja. Apalagi kan ini juga pertama kalinya kan gue ketemu tim SRG. Terus juga sebelumnya gue sempat ketemu Innocent di MPLI dan itu tim gue menang. Jadi buat lawan tim SRG, gue tetap confident sama diri gue sendiri.
I think RRQ chose us because they want the revenge from last year and I'm not mad about it. I'm happy. So it's my team, so we can prove them wrong also.
Lock that in. That is the term you use for a gold lane performance like that.
Mungkin untuk perbedaan RRQ dengan SRG, untuk RRQ mungkin kita dari segi hero pool, strategi juga mungkin lebih siap. Terus juga main untuk menangin setup turtle apapun terjadi. Dan untuk tim SRG mungkin mereka untuk saat ini mengandalkan Innocent untuk tim play mereka.
The biggest deciding factor against RRQ will be the best disciplined team wins and the less mistakes going to win.
Untuk kunci kemenangan kita melawan SRG mungkin pertama dari draft. Yang kedua mungkin dari tim play kita untuk bagaimana cara kita dapetin turtle, terus objektif kita, mungkin itu sih.
So to RRQ, I'm excited that you guys picked us and let's have a good match.
Pesan-pesan gue untuk tim SRG, terutama Innocent, good luck, have fun.
I like how the beats that we hit on the panel for this match all came true. Trex, you mentioned you cannot make a mistake. It was Stormy himself who acknowledged, yeah, the least mistakes lead to the biggest wins for the teams. And then we talked about the hero pool, the draft. So good to see that RRQ is acknowledging that when you're going up against SRG, you really need a deep hero pool ready.
It's not only that. I think they're hitting the major pain points for SRG's side. The draft, the read on the meta. What is priority and what is not? Because if we're talking about raw execution, both of these teams are good at what they do. It will stall out to the late game.
You know, I think we could argue that almost all the teams are solid, but...
Yeah. Don't forget, you have the MSC 2025 chest available from August 18th to, July 18th to August 7th for only 20 diamonds. You can draw the luxury reward, returning MSC Skin Atlas Rune Sentinel, plus your first 3 openings guarantee you Crystal of Aurora and Banner of Morale. That's not all. Up to 1,000 MSC coins could be yours too. Buy the MSC support chest now and cheer for MSC. Sorry, Trex, you were in the middle of a point there. What did you want to say?
Like I said, I think draft has been crucial yesterday. Even whether you argue the skill level was different between the teams, I really think draft was huge, and I think this is one of my worries for SRG coming into this. They have been extremely diverse in their draft. They've picked a lot of different things from gold lane all around the map. They have a much deeper unique hero pool than RRQ, and I think what's going to keep a lot of teams together in this knockout stage is maybe just sticking by the book, honestly.
Which is kind of interesting because last last year during MSC 24, we saw a lot of the meta already figured out. It was pretty set in stone in how teams wanted to play. The question was skill expression and how to kind of attack specific players rather than a whole style of composition, which is very different to now, where I think there's a lot more fluidity with the ways that you can kind of pivot on blue as well as red.
Yeah, currently the draft is paused. We will be coming back into that once it's ready yet again, but we already saw a blue side Fanny rush ban actually by RRQ. Yeah, the funny thing about Fanny is like she's still an option, but yeah, she's gone right now in the meta. But if she does come up, it's more on the red side if I'm not mistaken. So it just really goes to show how the priorities change. Now this is a good respect ban by RRQ, taking away the Kimmy for Stormy, who was actually great for SRG OG.
That's not the only thing, right? Getting rid of the Kimmy is just one part of the puzzle. Red side, we've seen a consistent amount of bans going over to Yishin, Shin, sometimes even Lancelot, but most of the time it's always that Wanwa, which kind of opens up the utility pool for junglers.
I also like the fact that SRG is focusing on the YSS, taking out some of these assassin jungler picks. Even though we haven't seen RRQ use any assassin jungler picks yet, there is still a possibility there. RRQ, even though they've had a smaller hero pool, we got to know that there's a lot of possibilities. But I saw your face, Gideon. The Granger ban, is it a direct target onto Innocent?
It's definitely a direct target, but also is it necessary, right? It's not one of those heroes that are like, oh, it's the ultimate scaling hero that we should be worried about. But first picks are already through, and it looks like they've already locked in for themselves the Zhu Xin, who's been heavily contested within the meta so far.
It seems like she's become the go-to mid laner once it's available. Zetian has dipped out. Kimmy is the next best option. So you see how RRQ are putting a lot of focus on the center of the map. And you gotta appreciate SRG for these next two draft picks. They picked up the Kalea to sort of match that presence and aggression in the center. And most importantly, they can just have Innocent go off to the side and split push.
Yeah, I think it's solid. I think they want to make sure they lock in something for Innocent quickly, because you could see the target bans coming in. And if RRQ pick up the Moskov here, SRG wait till maybe second phase, Innocent has nothing left at this point. The Kalea as well, we've seen how well it does. I think it's just a solid upfront pick. They don't need to pick a mage right now because Jushin's already been picked. So if they still want something like the Farza to outrange the Jushin, they can do that as their third.
I'm not going to waste the efforts of our script writers here, but did you know that SRG, 100% win rate on Kalea, 0% win rate on the Moskov? So they're trying to balance it on both sides, but RRQ very smartly of them, the Badang into the Fredrin. They didn't go for the Arlot straight away. They might consider it later down the road, but they're keeping their options huge, which is why this is the genius of Keskute.
Okay, so here's the question. Do they pick up Mage here? Do they go for something like the Farza here? Even though the Badang's on the field, I still like it against the Jushin. I like the range. I like the wings by wings. The problem is with Jungler already picked on the side of RRQ, you know some bans are going to be heading in towards SRG in second phase if they don't lock that in.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement that the Farsa should be coming out here now for SRG or their mage, but something that deals damage, not utility mage. You need that raw damage output to help bridge for the Moskov to come in. They went for damage, but not in the mid lane. They picked up the Lancelot.
Okay, I think it's still fine here. Knowing Stormy's hero pool, I want to see whether RRQ have done their homework to kind of force him to dig deep, right? Because there's still the possibilities of, hey, as long as we have Kalea, we force our opponents to take a majority of their spells to be Purify over the Flicker. The only exception being the Badang, but he can build, you know, things like Thunderbelt to kind of scale and protect himself later down in the line. I think that SRG have already taken that into consideration. Now it's about finding a winning matchup for Cram for Red 4.
I think you still have heroes such as the CC available. You know, those heroes like, we've come to agreement for Cram. He needs a hero that can stand in front, spam stickers.
Glue's also a possibility, something that can deal with the Fredrin here, something that can cause a little bit of crowd control to kind of counteract that. Masha ban on the side of SRG.
It's very nice. It's good. It's really good, because how many games have you seen RRQ just be like, hey, we're about to lose, what's going on? Masha shows up, double kill, triple kill.
Okay, good predicted ban there by SRG. And RRQ are now, as you mentioned, Trex, focusing down on the mid lane. They're going to take out the even. I wonder if RRQ's within the line of thinking of, you know what? If they pick up the Farsa, we might just be able to deal with it. Is that safe to go down that route?
I mean, I think there's all Farza's like there's so many counters to Farza, but also any good Farza player can always wings by wings away, either picks up the Purify, picks up the Flicker, something of that nature. But I like the Eve ban. It's something that could kind of give the Fredrin a little bit of trouble, kind of lock it inside of the box. So I think it's definitely a well done pick. CC ban on the side of SRG, Gideon.
I'm telling you, R4 is for Cram right now. They're making sure they're getting rid of the awkward picks, right? You're getting rid of the CC, so even if he does have to play Phoveus into glue, it's not the worst, but there's just no reason to do it right now. It's better for him to actually go into the glue at this point of time because RRQ have already locked in their mage, so there's no immediate counter pick to it.
Yeah, I think next in line, we're all in agreement. Glue should be coming in for Cram and SRG later on, which leaves Dyren with maybe just wanting to match that. Farsa is gonna get banned. Oh, so Stormy, what's he gonna go into?
I think, okay, let's see. They go for the Phoveus here. Now, I think what he can go for are things like Nana, for an example, any form of strong disengage. There's an argument for Veil as well, but this really depends on how much backline access RRQ has in the first place.
I want to see something with range. I was thinking maybe the Novaria, something of that nature, something that doesn't have to get too close and personal. The ZTN is kind of falling off, I feel like, a little bit in terms of meta, so I don't think it's going to pop up here, and it's not something that has a Flicker, and with an Assassin as your front line, you need to make sure your mage is going to be safe when this Lancelot goes and leaves the mage behind.
Yeah, I think whoever they end up in the mid lane for SRG does need a good amount of distance. It can mess it up. RRQ go for the Claude, and I think that's also them considering the potential Novaria or long-range mage option.
Or Kadita. We could maybe see a Kadita mage here in the mid. Could work. You get the Petrify, you get the stun with this big, heavy front line RRQ. Could work as well.
Yeah, no, this is really smart from Kescute's side. I was talking about backline access, right? This really limits down on the type of mid lane heroes that you're going to get access to. Because let's say you go for Kadita. Yes, you have iframes, but as soon as you come out of it, you're going to get jumped on by 2 to 3 people. Now that you don't have to worry about artillery mages, I think at this point, I want to say Nana, but it's so easy for her passive to break in the first like turtle fight. So we'll see. Depending on what mid pick, it really tells us where SRG wants to fight for.
Yeah, and they end up picking the Zetian, a little bit more utility based with all of the dive that they have. Again, Zetian has struggled, but at least it's paired up with a Lancelot in the jungle, so it's not an overload on utility. I think across the board, we're all vibing a little bit more towards RRQ's drafts.
Yeah, I'm definitely vibing a little bit more towards RRQ's draft. I think a lot of things is going to come down to how this Lancelot gets played, how good it's able to perform in the pit, can they secure first turtle, etc., etc.
Yeah, so it feels like the SRG lineup is a little bit more complicated to pull off, while RRQ just has a very solid foundation. Play around the Badang, Lapu, Juicin, and Fred. Let's go, bring it in Naisu to call game number 1.
Thanks so much to the panel here. Yes, it's me, Naisu, and Brigida to bring you the action. It's our first quarterfinal match of today, day number 2 here, of course, in the knockout stage. And it's an epic match we have ahead of us as we jump into the land of dawn. Will it be RRQ to move on forward with redemption, or will it be SRG OG Esports? Brigida, they've shared their thoughts over on the panel. I gotta say, I gotta lean towards the same sentiments here. I'm thinking RRQ's draft. I like it. What do you think?
I have to agree with them as well. There are just too much things that RRQ have already secured even prior to that game in terms of picks and in terms of battle spells, which will make things a lot more easier. And it does feel like Stormy was left with very little options in terms of the mid lane pick. And we put a lot of focus in terms of the mid laners in the current meta. So we'll see how SRG gets to actually pull off this entire idea. Because again, even just in terms of Purify, like Rinz and Toy already have that. And they might have to bank on other ways to force it out of RRQ if they want to make the Kalei a bit more useful.
Yeah, and looking at the emblems here, nothing too crazy. A whole lot of tenacities, of course, for RRQ. They want to be able to go ahead and survive. A lot of brave smites. You know, they're going to rely on. Dyren's taken some damage, but that's kind of expected, too, with a Phoveus matchup there. He might need some help against Cram later on, but yeah, it's interesting because we've paid a lot of attention to the mid laners, for example, leading into MSC in general, and it's been in an interesting position. I mean, even the Zetian alone from Stormy, it's like we haven't seen this hero be maybe as useful as some people thought.
Yeah.
but she still gets picked up quite a bit, especially when you're thinking about the vision that it provides, utility as well. And once these level 4s start to come online, Cram's going to get pulled back.
Whoa, that's 4 members of RRQ actually trying to go for Cram. They force out the flicker though, so there seems to be an intention to somehow shut him down. But Sakai goes in, even using the Phantom Execution towards Rins, but he still does not decide to use the Purify.
Yeah, he doesn't have it. This turtle's up, and this is a battle for space right now. A lot of poking going on here. There's a jump in from Edok, but they just want to fight for it.
Okay, the ultimate's already committed as well. They somehow have a bit of control here, but that's the Dark Wave knocking up 2 members from RRQ. Dairen goes to the back lines though, and it's still Sakai who gets to secure everything. Razor's Wrath doesn't land onto anyone but Toy. He gets first blood. Sakai trades out to Jin, but on the top lane, Yums will be the next to fall.
Whoa, there's a fight everywhere. Sakai's in trouble too. Edok, he'll clean up the kill before going down himself. So at least amongst it all, SRG gets a double for Stormy. They also get the turtle.
I mean, we did say that the idea for SRG is somewhat utility overall, but it's nice to see them play it very aggressively despite that. I mean, even in terms of the ones who positioned themselves first in the turtle, it was just such great timing overall for RRQ, because even Toy was in that fight, so who would have expected that RRQ already had that much damage, that much sources for damage. It just fell into place for them, but either way, you see how SRG is trying to attack this game, is trying to approach this game up against RRQ.
This is kind of what I expected, though. You know, I expected this matchup between these two teams to be pretty hectic in the early game. And we've already got that. And I think really when you look at both lineups, both just teams fighting out, like that's what they want to do. I almost feel like, for the most part, majority of the teams, this is how they like to play these games, especially you take in consideration, this is a best of 5. We've had plenty of best of 3s, you know, so team strategy and the way they play it might differ from game to game. But right now it's mostly objective fighting around that. We heard that from the interviews coming into this too, that, you know, for RRQ, a lot of times it's like, yeah, let's just go ahead and focus on our objectives, secure those early turtles if we can, and that's why we saw them fight for it. But of course, they've got to win that retribution battle when it comes down to it. And so what it's been a lot of is just these kind of skirmishes, these fighting. I mean, even earlier, the fact that Toy went all the way from the gold lane up to that turtle to provide that blazing duet damage was great, because, I mean, with Innocent, he could have just joined the fight. Rins?
Yep. He was the first one to rotate out of his lane, but SRG are actually doing a really great job at holding this river side. Oh, Cram decides to burst or go in first. However, there's the Tsunami Slam already committed. Edok gets taken out. Sutsujin this time secures the turtle out. SLD will land on to Riz, and Innocent will be coming on from behind, but the Phantom Execution will be enough. 2-man knockup coming in from the Tsunami or the Tidal Strike, but Yums, he will not be able to sustain all that, but it might just be all worth it for SRG.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get a couple kills off it. Of course, the turtle went to RRQ, but because of the extended fight and then Innocent joining in, I mean, crazy to see how this played out. We're going to get a look at it again with the instant replay here, brought to us by STC. But I mean, look at this. This was a fight that you think RRQ is going to win. Susujin gets the turtle. But then because of the spear, I mean, this is a very slow-moving Moskov too, because this is very early on in the game. But, you know, they end up having more of that firepower in their favor, especially when you have a landslide to consider in the hands of Skies here. So it's still, I mean, either way, it's an objective trade for both of them now, 1-for-1 in the turtles, but SRG gets themselves a nice lead. A 1K lead at this point isn't anything too crazy that RRQ has to deal with, but it's starting to build up here. I think the main thing when you really break down those fights is fighting around those windows of crowd control that RRQ lineup has, but the same thing over here from SRG OG Esports. Like, they can do the same thing, but it's just playing around, for example, getting out the Tsunami Slams if it's going to be used, or Edok setting things up with the break and fist break combo that we're so used to seeing, especially when the flicker's available.
Because I think even the panelists did point out that RRQ just have so many resources that will be very beneficial for them when it comes to a team fight or a situation where SRG has to group up, especially considering that majority of the heroes of SRG, well, fortunately for their last pick, they did decide to go for the Zetian, so that gives them a little bit more of range. they literally have to coordinate and be together in order for them to maximize their potential, their capabilities. But Edok goes in with a flicker, gets to catch only Crab because Stormy still has the flicker, but the Fury of the Phoenix will be used to counter against RRQ. Yumes from behind trying to hold out some of the other members. Bravest Fighter already committed by Dyrun as well. There's another fifth break catching 3, but Toy might not get to target anyone with the Blazing Duet. Sekai this time gets the Turtle Operator's Wrath, lands onto Yumes. Sutsujin holding everyone down all by himself, but SRG, they might want to go for it. Fortunately, RRQ are able to run away though.
Cram just took so much damage and bought so much time for them in that fight. And then Yumes holding on to the Tsunami Slam for the right moment is what really allowed them to gain control around that last turtle of the game and win that fight. It just didn't seem like RRQ was able to go ahead and get the advantage they were looking for. You know, there was a great amount of damage from the Appraiser's Wrath from Sutsujin, but still they weren't able to win and out. Sakai is going to be out just fine in that exchange, but what a good fight for SRG there.
All of the good initiations, you see them come in from RRQ.
Yeah.
But eventually, SRG OG, they're just so consistent in finding ways to bounce back, to counter-engage up against this team of RRQ, up against all those potential fist break, fist crack setups. We see that come in, but there's a conceal play coming in from RRQ. They don't fully commit just yet, though.
Yeah, good comms there. You know, they want to go for Innocent. Like I said, you know, leading into this, a lot of people are like, man, you know, SRG OG Esports has this kind of tendency to just rely on Innocent to kind of lock in, pop off later on. Again, he's the only one right now with a Savage for MSC. And SRG. So after it all, they get all here. He's trying to get back to the mid lane, but Innocent's just like, I'm taking this turret. They win that fight. And I mean, look at all the bodies right there. And that choke point is not where you want to be. Good close up to it too, because that was a fight that's looking one way and then it quickly turns the other. And I guess that's the way it works when you have a Lancelot and then a Mozkov that can work in conjunction with each other here. So you're getting to that point now where a lot of the teams, once they get this, you know, 12-minute plus, Innocent's got most of the items that he needs. He's starting to be a big threat. Not only that, though, but if you throw so much at a Lancelot, trying to catch him, you know, you can buy, like, these windows of opportunity with a Thorn Rose, with a Phantom Execution. Oh, there it is.
Another surprise engage. Fury of the Phoenix as well committed just to follow up, but the damage coming in from RRQ! It just seems too much. Toy doing a great job at dealing damage. Innocent all alone up against 4, and he won't be able to handle it anymore.
Oh, that was such a good kind of fight back from RRQ. Sakai's still up. He might still try to delay them. It's only Innocent and Cram that are down. So as the 3 are still alive from SRG OG Esports, they can actually delay this and stop them from taking the Lord here.
Oh my goodness.
That's what they're going to do. They might just get a tier 1 in the mid lane for RRQ. They could start this up, but by that time, Innocent could join this fight with a Spear of Destruction. Cram's already back up, so they'll do everything they can to stop this out. And this has been such a pendulum swinging game of back and forth that you can't clearly say RRQ's got this Lord. SRG will fight it out too. So now with everybody back up, they're ready to fight for the Lord here.
Yeah, they gotta be cautious. They gotta manage the waves down bottom first. And also be wary of the threat of a potential steal away from the last one, but it burst down the Lord. No steals whatsoever are going to happen. There's the Blazing Duet once again coming in, however, and it deals enough damage against SRG. They're trying to chase after them. Lantern Flares coming in from Riz, but will he be able to catch up? Innocent, Yumes, and Stormy, they're just able to walk away.
As I said, Brugada, it's a pendulum for game number 1, swinging back and forth. Yeah, the Lord went to SRG, but they lost 2 bodies off of that. So this could be cleared out, but this is also the power of Mozkov. Innocent rolls right up top, takes the tier 2 as well, because he knows RRQ's got to deal with this. Well, he throws the spear down, but he knows Susujin's there as well. So this is, and he's actually going to transfer on down.
Whoa. That is a very brave move, and now with the Blazing Duet, Innocent bursted down. Riz gets the final blow as well, but will he be able to keep himself safe? He will. It's a double for Riz on the Jushin.
Hey, I guess they decided let's just go for it. I'm surprised he followed through, but he did have some information that at least Yums was there. But man, both Wind and Nature's coming in clutch. Toy picks up a Malefic Gun now. This is still an even pretty much game across the board. Both teams really close in terms of turrets that they have, but RRQ is going to want to start to go ahead and have these better fights. I mean, a lot of the fights are started up from Yums. Anytime he has a flicker, even if he doesn't, he can kind of just jump on in, Tsunami slam someone, and force RRQ to fight. And there has been some close calls where it's like, you know, oh boy.
Okay. Not even the orange buff comes for free.
Sakai's, he should get out.
He should and find a way to try and get out, but that 4 members that'll try to pin him down. They definitely do not want to allow him to escape. And that's how many seconds? At least. He will make it in time though, but
yeah,
I feel like those are things you should not be doing anymore if you want to, like, just hold on to whatever lead you had. And I said had because
it's gone.
It's gone.
They had one, but Adok jumps on in.
There's the passive though.
Oh,
but it still doesn't keep Stormy safe. Yums might get bursted down next. Another double from Rins. Literally trying to work on that redemption that we've been talking about. At least Innocent is still there though, so they have ways to clear the waves, but RRQ, they'll just go in and take this turret away from SRG.
Do they still want to fight this? They're going to jump on in the mid lane anyway.
Oh, Energy Eruption used onto Sakai, but they go after Crab instead. Innocent trying to deal with the other members, but it seems like they do not care about the damage.
This has been a compounding consequence for SRG OG Esports. It started earlier on with that Spear Destruction choosing to fight, then Sakai's being in that side of the jungle around the orange buff, and now getting punished here. They lose the base turret. RRQ's swung 3.5K in their favor, and the Lord is up. They're feeling confident about this. They'll start it up. SRG's going to get in position here. They will force this again. Probably with Yums, but they're going to get caught here.
They find a target, and it's going to be Yums. Sakai's trying to find a kill onto Rins. Fury of the Phoenix will not land, though. Jet Energy Eruption will be used towards Sakai's. Edok is there as well to put some pressure, but that does not completely stop Sakai's from trying to contest. There's Edok too, once again, trying to block the way though. But will Sakai's find another route? Oh, the Fist Crab actually lands onto him. Sutsujin changes target.
What the setup right there, but Innocent's pushing the base anyway. He's going for Rins. He's gonna be stopped. It's a 1v1. He throws the Spear Destruction and he'll get Rins anyway. Pops the Wind of Nature, going against Edok. He has the damage. He picks up 2.
That was a close call. Wind of Nature, SOD. All means just to escape, even the Purify. But then he gets taken down now, more than ever, when he's needed the most by his team.
They can buy themselves 25 seconds here. Innocent will be back up for this. SRG has to delay this Lord push as much as possible. It was such a good juggle from RRQ. They dealt with Sakai's so much, zoning him out from the Lord. Innocent pushes, he gives the call. He's up in 10, and they'll have to stall this out. Some of the base turrets might fall here, depending on how RRQ plays this out. But right now, SRG is okay. They'll deal with the Lord, they'll deal with some of the pressure, but they bought themselves enough time to stay in the game.
The pendulum is becoming too real for this game, and mind you, we're already at how many kills? Like, if you do the math, 26 plus 19, that's like...
quick maths.
That's, I don't want
35. Wait, no.
No.
That's,
Wait, see, this is how it affects our brain.
That's 45.
That's how unlimited clashes actually affect our brain. PMI out from Toy. Okay, just to escape the Phantom Execution, so you have to respect the wave clear and the damage coming in from SRG.
Is your brain okay, Brina?
I hope so.
I hope everybody watching this one, their brain is okay, because if it's 5 games of this, that's going to be intense. Conceal's going to be used. Edok will lead in charge here. Will get stopped with the Dark Wave in his tracks. So right now, this composition is paying dividends here for SRG OG Esports. Like, they're able to stay in this. They're able to go ahead and clear things out relatively well and quickly. And it's actually pretty difficult for RRQ to start up a fight. If they have to do anything, it's on Edok. He has to use that conceal like we just saw him, or, you know, flicker on in and set things up. But that's why the majority of this game has all been a decision from SRG. They've been the ones starting the fights. They've been the ones choosing that that route. And clearly that can work for them. But I feel like even for RRQ, you got to start to transition to be like, all right, how do we make sure we don't get just like pushed off the map from Innocent? Because with that base turret down now, that's something they can play into. Good thing the Lord is on that side and not the opposite side, so that alleviates some of the pressure. Oh, Edok!
But even in just the orange buff, they decide to pick a fight. Edok gets bursted down, however, Immortality already popped, and Sick Eyes will be able to find the kill on the did! But Toy might just save the game for RRQ. Deals enough damage with Blazing Do It once again. There's the stun coming in from Dyren. They go for Crab this time around, but Innocent is just chasing after every single member of RRQ, but still, they find a way. Another bravest fighter in!
And they go in, they get the slam on down as well. Innocent, Immortality's still gonna be popped. He finally goes down from Rids, and RRQ pushes and pulls their way to win this team fight. They'll get the wipeout.
Edok trusted his ability to sustain and get a shield. And now it's RRQ who prevails in game number 1.
The whole story here was the back and forth, a pendulum for both teams. And this time around, RRQ gets game number 1. What a phenomenal match 1 in this best of 5. Again, if we get 5 games of this, I think we'll all go home happy. But this is a close one, Brigida. I mean, both teams look so good there.
That was too close. I mean, you would think that RRQ would be the ones who are in a little more riskier position since they forced the fight close to SRG OG's base in a situation where they could have possibly had an easier way out to regroup or re-engage, but the way RRQ was just able to sustain all that, find the right timings to go in, especially for Toy. I must say, the timings Toy had using the Blazing Do It saved the team fights for RRQ multiple times.
Not only that, but Dyren. Like Dyren, even in that last fight, I mean, he was doing this all game, but this was a Lapu game of crazy proportions. Even that last fight, he had to be the guy a lot of times tanking up a lot of damage, getting stuns off, even doing a decent amount of damage here. So between him, Edok, and Susujin, they were really able to go ahead and allow the team fights to be the way that they were. It was a great thing, you know, you see from the highlights over here overall in game 1, and it was just I mean, a lot of the micro decisions that were made on both sides were good, but I would say that SRG OG Esports made more mistakes here. And that seems to be, of course, the case of the game, right? The team that makes more of those mistakes is usually going to lose the game.
And it's weird because I feel like all those mistakes were magnified whenever they were clearly in the lead.
Yeah.
So that's like for majority of the first few minutes, no, not even, like the mid portions of the game where it feels like individually SRG kept doing things away from the other members of their team, away from their teammates. So I feel like those are questions we might get answers later on.
Yeah, well, maybe the panel can answer that for us. We're going to throw it back over to Redmar and our boys on the panel.
Thank you so much, Brigida and Naisu. Well, as expected, RRQ, much better draft, easier to pull off, but SRG fought back until they realized the biggest problem that we acknowledged by the end of the draft, the damage output coming out of RRQ is just way too much.
Yeah, I think not just the damage output, Toy was able to come online, but for me, top 5 players of the match, Dyren. The guy was a monster, and even though SRG throughout the beginning of the match was able to kind of check RRQ, there was one player they weren't able to check the whole game.
Yeah, if Dyren doesn't get the MVP, I don't know what to say, right? Like, he came out swinging from the gates. He was the only person who was walking out of the mid game with any sort of lead whatsoever, second to only Toy, and even then it was by a very small margin. The only other person in terms of raw execution that was doing well was Edok. So it's wild how crazy and how close the margins were.
Yeah, if you remember Lapu Lapu, if he gets to snowball very quickly, he's the hero that shines in longer engages. As the game went on, you saw that SRG were able to drag things out in terms of team fights because Innocent was also staying alive. But then Dyron's happy. At one point behind the scenes, Trex exclaimed, "What the heck is that cooldown?" He just kept getting his bravest fighter so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, in the matter of a fight 2 times, and he saved the second one for a bit farther into the fight. So, I mean, it's definitely insane. And without Dyron, I don't think RRQ would have been able to pull through on that series.
I agree. I think that, overall, Toy was playing a strong game. His first item power spike honestly felt when he got the Trinity, and as soon as he got the wand where we saw his initial win over some pretty, I want to say overextensions from the side of Innocent, but he's doing it at a time where technically there's nothing to fight over in the map, and the Lord was kind of walking down on bottom side. Overall, this match was a lot closer than what most people would imagine, right? It was about how close can you execute and really how much value can the mid laners get out of their spells.
Yeah, it was 51 kills in 20 minutes and 36 seconds. It was definitely a close game because you also got to see SRG recalibrate a bit, and at some point they were just like, okay, these team fights are a struggle for us. Let's just see if we can get Sakai's to get the Lord, get Innocent to split push, which was unfortunately just checked really well by RRQ. Real quick though, I want to look at the Sakai's here. Do you think this was more of a, he had way more mistakes than he had good moments for Sakai's, or was Edok and even Susujin just checking him way too good?
I wouldn't even say that. I don't know. I don't think Sakai's made too many mistakes. In the beginning of the game, I was literally honoring him with how well he was sticking close to his team, even though he was Assassin, playing around Innocent. SRG played their composition very well. Better than what I thought their draft was going to do, honestly.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few examples of an MLBB game that is by far the most exciting because both sides understood what their compositions wanted to do, and trading is a top priority. You never kind of want to walk away saying, oh, I lost 3 for 2, right? You always want to be 1 for 1, 50-50 every single time you engage your opponent.
Well, these two teams have set the bar not only for the series, but I feel like for the day with that monster 51 kill game in game number 1. RRQ or SRG, let's see what adjustments will be made when we come back from the break for game number 2.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Welcome back to the panel here at the Mid-Season Cup 2025 of the Esports World Cup. Still here with Renmar, Gideon, and Trex. And before we head on over and continue this series, we kind of need a bit more info and context as to how RRQ and SRG ended up together. Let's watch this.
Innocent. So against RRQ, what do you think?
It's like with other teams, it's normal. We just need to prepare for them.
Our strategy, maybe it's for SRG. For strategy, I think you need to ask my coach. Let's go. Bang, di interview, kenapa pick SRG?
SRG requested.
No, it's lie, he lying.
So Jin, what's happening now?
Oh, now we are doing device setup. Nggak boleh kepo lah, rahasia.
Why cannot?
Nah, rahasianya kami akan main. Nice.
We're doing the rehearsal, guys, because so we know what we're gonna do in the match day.
Can you bring me around?
Yes, let's go. And this one is Innocent.
Your manager.
Say hi. Yeah. Our manager, guys. Yes. Then this one is Sky Twins, the last season MVP. I think that's all, guys. This is something cool.
This is our key, and we have different than others because we are the defending champion, right? So we have the crown in the middle. Good, right?
Stop. Working 1 hour. Shut up him.
To perfect the storyline, we need to win. Confident can win.
Ya, insyaAllah dengan doa-doa korang, kita orang boleh menang. Can you?
Semoga dimudahkan.
Amin.
For Yums, do your best and let's give a good match.
The beast at the gate is Innocent. And in that game number 1, though he did have a fantastic game, he was somewhat tamed by RRQ. Or dare I say a little bit more control. They weren't able to completely rein Innocent in.
Yeah, no, at least coming into this game, I'm a little more excited for it because it looks like Toy is up for the challenge. He's ready to go toe-to-toe in lane against Innocent and even during team fights.
Yeah, and what's interesting about Toy is it seems like a much more controlled aggression. And not saying that Innocent's out-of-control aggression is bad. It's where we get to see those saves that we saw in that Lord right before that Lord push. Something that completely put SRG, kept them in the game for a bit longer there. But I think Toy is definitely ready for this.
It's a stat check, it's to keep RRQ in play.
Yeah, and if you want to be a beast in Game 2, similar to our players, you can go ahead and grab the MSC 2025 pass. Again, it's only available up until August 7th. It's 20% off for the entire period. Don't forget to get Nathan's new Archon of Knowledge skin, one of my favorite MSC skins that we've ever released. And you can also get MSC coins, the battle mode, the returning skin of Atlas, the Jawhead Space Explorer skin, and many more rewards. You do not want to miss out on that. All right, so drafts for game number 2. We were unanimous that RRQ drafted a much easier lineup to pull off. SRG kept up with them mechanically, but I think now the focus shifts away from the center of the map. You're really gonna have to look now at what Dyron ends up with and how well Cram, with his pick, can stop Dyron from doing what Dyron does.
I want to agree with you, but at the same time, what it really boils down to is whether or not the mid is going to get affected because of Dyron on the other side. Like, I mean, look at this quote from Rins.
Yeah, he did mention that during M6 that he wasn't like completely in the zone. There were a few things that was sort of like bothering him, but now in that game number 1, it really didn't look like it. He was very confident on that juice in.
Cut to Innocent, taking him out right at the base.
Fair enough, but that's Innocent things, man. Innocent can do no wrong right now. But I want to touch on what you said, Renmar. In terms of draft, honestly, SRG's draft won me over halfway through that game. I don't think their draft was any worse than RRQ's, but I will agree that I think RRQ's draft was a bit harder to pull off. There was a bit more things that they had to do in sense of hit certain skill shots. The timing of that Fury of the Phoenix had to always be perfect, whereas RRQ's draft was just a bit more straightforward for me. Everyone had a very easy objective.
I agree they had a very easy objective, but then it's really your coin flipping every single time for SRG, right? It's like I have to mechanically outplay you, and Sutsujin's only worry is, am I going to get Tsunami slammed, and can I lock down Sakai's?
As we head into the draft for game number 2, surprise, surprise, what I have been telling everyone should be the pick of MSC 2025, the Akai, is banned in the first phase by SRG.
So do we see a Fredrin ban as the last one from SRG? Pure target onto Sutsujin, because it's true, all we've seen from RRQ so far is utility jungle.
Oh, they're trying to get Sutsujin into the assassin mindset.
Let's go toe for toe, ninjas in the jungle, baby.
I think they actually won't ban out the Fredrin here for the side of SRG. I think they actually want Sutsujin to be on the Fredrin, because then it is more straightforward as to what they want. At least for the side of SRG OG Esports, right? I think even if they get the Fredrin at this point, it's also not too bad. Ooh, the Ruby ban for the side of RRQ.
It's because the YSS could have been open, and essentially you take out the Ruby, YSS is now sort of softly taken away as an option.
I think YSS is going to get first pick by SRG's side.
Yeah, it's something they've picked up before. It's something we've barely ever seen. I think they have to pick it up. But against, how does it fare against the Fredrin? You get hit by that taunt when you come in? Is it? I feel like it could be something similar to the Joy, where if you come in too close, you're in a kind of a bad spot.
Well, I mean, it's the same problem that you have with Lancelot, right? You're basically trying to use your iframes, the traceless in this case, to kind of stay ahead of the game. But honestly, let's see, right? Because Yishin Shin has been picked up whenever it is open, especially when Red Side doesn't ban it for a majority of teams.
Yeah, and if they go YSS here, that means SRG could end up with a double carry at most. The double marksman strategy that we've been seeing all throughout MSC. So RRQ still going to lean into the juice, and now Kalea combo at the center of the map with strong control. I think SRG, they need to take a page from RRQ's book, and they might want to consider picking up the Badang now.
Badang could definitely be clean. Maybe lock in their mage a little earlier this time.
Oh, yeah.
I think that could definitely be a possibility as well. But now that they have something like the YSS, I'm excited to see exactly how it plays out.
I think right now what it's riding on is whether or not you can get a winning matchup for the side of EXP. I'm trying to think of synergies right now, because that's what blue side, especially within this first phase, really set up for. Can we set up for second phase strong synergies or strong laners? And in this case, it's going to be strong laners for the side of SRG. The CC, I'm okay with. The Farsa, I'm a little worried for, considering that, you know, Gatot hasn't been picked up as a counter engagement.
Yeah, really great pick here by RRQ, considering that you don't have to worry about the Fovis on the other side, and you needed someone to reach that Farsa. Arlot's a great pickup for Dyron.
Yeah, but at least I will say with them picking it up this early, there's not as many counters as RRQ had last time against some of those long-range mages.
Yeah.
So I think this could be comfortable. The CC, though sometimes we see the XP lane get pushed back into second phase, CC's just solid overall, right? She can't really do any wrong. You do kind of lack your crowd control here a little bit, but they can make up for that in second phase.
Huh, they take away the Granger, so they're taking away the reach as much as possible from Innocent, but then RRQ doesn't have enough pieces right now to actually make, if ever hypothetically, they decide to go Harith in the gold lane.
I mean, they don't have to go Harith, right? There's still Moskov available. They can still play Claude if they wanted to as well, all of which do pretty decent into the Farsa at the end of the day. We've seen that Toy is actually pretty capable of taking on, like, Innocent's Moskov in a 1v1 scenario. And even then, I'm still a little worried about a couple of things. Number one, whether or not Gatot is a consideration for RRQ for banning, or whether or not SRG is going to completely take out the Fredrin at this point. There we go. Now, we're forcing them to go into an assassin section, which then again, let's say if RRQ get access to Lancelot, then there's a big question of, is there enough burst with the Kalea?
I think at this point, I think you still maybe ban out the Lancelot, maybe you ban out the Hayabusa, something of that nature. You're right though, lack of burst. They have the Jushin, they don't really have that on the side of RRQ. It's mostly chip damage right now. So, and then they ban the Granger against themselves as well, which could have been a really decent, you know, right away pickup for them, being first pick in second phase. Where does RRQ go from here, honestly? I feel like they're in the bad spot of this draft right now.
Yeah, excuse me, they banned the Fovius?
There's a possibility, because keep in mind, RRQ is the only other team that puts CC in the gold.
Yeah.
So they're thinking that the CC might go into the gold lane.
And they did it last time they had the YSS. They went Ruby Dyroth against CFU, which, yes, it's very different. But the point is with the burst damage of a Farza and a YSS, it is very doable. And they could even pick something that's a bit more aggressive that still output damage, something like the Dyroth. I'm not crazy about it, but you get my point, right?
Yeah. So for SRG's last ban, yeah, I think I'm on the same boat as you guys. Just ban out an assassin. It is the Hayabusa. One of the things you want to go for if you have a Farsa in your lineup, and considering where the YSS will be compared to the rest of the team, it's a safe ban. Then they do end up picking the Harith away from the side of SRG if ever SRG was looking for a more traditional carry in the gold lane. So are they gonna lean into the double fighter setup to supplement this YSS is the big question now for SRG.
I think it's going to be really difficult to actually go for this like double fighter setup at this point. Because yes, they've got the damage, but at the same time getting picked off from the side of RRQ is also highly likely, right? They've got good ways of disengage. They've got a great pick-off hero in the Kalia. So sustaining through the damage is always a possibility. And I think the only one that we should be worried about was the Ruby, but it's already banned out. So it forces SRG, unless they've got some really deep pockets in that gold lane, to say, hey, Innocent, what other fighters can you play?
Definitely something. They go for the Claude, though. Still need a roamer, and I think they need some crowd control. They do take the Gatot, solid, something that can still hold down the front line. On the side of RQ, they need some physical damage at this point. I think the Lancelot's probably their best option here.
They can go Lance, they can go Ling. I don't think there's anything else that's pretty crazy, but I think that SRG are banking that's like, sure, you could play Ling, but then you're late game. If you play Lancelot, the first two items are the most important, and we don't believe in your mechanics enough to get away with it.
Yeah, you need the raw damage. The Arlot and Kalea, with what SRG is looking like right now, might not be able to last that long. So they do go for the Lancelot. They get that burst. How are we feeling about these drafts? Which team are you siding with?
I really like the SRG draft right now. I think it's very straightforward. I think it's clean. I think it's a bit simpler than what they tried to do last time.
I think that it's still going to be a 50-50 between the two teams. We're going to see something very similar to the last game.
Yeah.
A bit of a switch in roles, but I think SRG's lineup will scale much better.
I'm on the same boat as Trex here, leaning a little bit more towards the SRG draft. But let's see, maybe Darren might pop off again for RRQ, completely throwing her predictions out of the way. So, bring it in nice. What about you two? What do you guys think about the draft for this game number 2?
Thank you so much, panel. I'll tell you what we think. I'm going to go with RRQ here. I think they had a great game last time, Brigida. Dyron was locked in, and he's got the Arla in his hand. That is a little more risky, though, because we've seen some final slashes change the course of games, either for better or for worse. So you guys can let us know in the comments as well what you guys think, who has the better draft for Game 2. Welcome to the Land of Dawn here. It's this best of 5 to move on forward. Brigida, what do you think? Are you going with the boys on the panel?
Okay, I think we're gonna be split in terms of what we think when it comes to the draft for game number 2, because as much as I wanted to side with RRQ as well, granted what they were able to accomplish in game number 1, and given that they had the Jushin Arlot combination that could be paired up well with their other heroes, the AoE that SRG has right now and the type of lineup that they have looks too good in terms of team fights. And well, they must be played to coordinate well enough to be able to make things work, right? And if that's going to be the case for SRG OG heading into this game, then things may be, one, a lot more simpler and a lot more better for them, I feel.
I feel like the early game, especially when these level 4s are available, RRQ could really punish in the early objective takes for the Turtles. A lot of that, again, comes with the fact that that is just the power of a Kalea. That's why a lot of teams like to go ahead and pick that up. You know, you also throw in the Arlot, that kit to go ahead and help you out. There's a whole lot that they can do in these early fights that gives them an advantage when it comes to early team fights. Now, where does SRG OG Esports come into that? They have just quite a bit of damage early on, which they can go ahead and do. Taking a look at the first blood rates here, this is how much these teams like to fight, as you can already see here. Yums, he should be fine. He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, literally fighting in as early as now, less than 2 minutes into this game, but
hey, we've seen some early first bloods.
Yeah,
30 seconds or so.
26?
26.
There has been one, which was at 26 seconds. That's true. That happened in the group stage, so we're yet to see that happen in the knockouts because teams tend to play a little more cautiously, and that's for sure, but that does not seem cautious at all. What a surprise setup coming in from Dyron. They get to burst down Rids first. However, Stormy trying to hold on to dear life, but he won't be able to survive that as well. Sutsujin freely gets hold of the objective for his team, but it's a beautiful curtain call. Yo-Yo Blitz coming in from Cram. Finds a way to respond to RRQ, but Dyron, he buys some time for Sutsujin to steal away the orange or the purple buff.
Okay, a whole lot happened there. Sutsujin should be fine. He's gonna throw no, never. Oh, he's so close to dying. Again, earlier, even Sakai is getting that charge up, the shot in there, but man, so Turtle goes to RRQ. That was a fight started from the final slash like we've expected to happen there. But even when you get that down, if you are in a position where you're kind of outgunned, outdamaged, that's what I was saying with SRG's lineup, they have a lot of good early damage. And so when you jump into that fight, and mind you, 2 of those kills went to Cram, so this might be one of the games where it's like Cram now has this lead against Dyron. He's got 2 early kills on a CC, which is going to allow him to go ahead and duke it out, but already up top.
And 3 members are going to actually punish him right there. So as you mentioned, they are looking to secure that early advantage for Cram once again. And I believe this happened earlier too. They just have to really keep it close. But the Zaman Force already committed by Toy doesn't get to actually fully answer back though. The BMI for the Claude has been such a crucial part as well in the way that he's able to keep himself safe. Has to be extra careful though because the other members of SRG OG are also down bottom as well. But going back, okay, we can't even say anything about what happens in terms of the lineup because for now, RRQ will try to burst down Yooms. Is it the right decision? However, Sakai's actually pretty low as well. They're doing a great job at just sustaining and holding on despite all that early game damage you mentioned.
Brigada, it's still the same thing. Both teams going back and forth already in game 2, just like they did. They're looking to make a play up here on Cram.
Oh,
nice final slash.
That's a beautiful lantern flare, final slash, but now they get tied with the curtain call. Both Edok and Dyron get taken out right before the turtle.
See, that's crazy because like RRQ just ends up, you know, surviving that whole interaction in the mid lane. They could have just started probably the turtle. They go for a play up top, and now they're going to lose this objective over to SRG. Cram will go ahead and zone out as much as possible. Sutsujin, and they might get some more. I mean, they have to respect this. They flicker forward.
Such an aggressive decision coming in from RRQ, and that cost Rin's his life. Dyron still decides to go in, though. Does use the final slash. Will he get the kill onto Sakai? He actually does. A nice follow-up as well coming in from Edok, but the blazing do it from Innocent might force them to get away. Zaman Force already committed by Toy, but will he be able to find a trade? Edok will fall next. Crab battling up against Toy, but finds a way to escape, but no!
Hey, if they want those kills, they're going to go for it. So many aggressive flickers being used. Finally, Cram goes down because he was 5-0 for a second there. And RRQ had to get something. They had to get a shutdown going. We're going to look at the instant replay here from STC. This was all started. Look at this.
With the flicker.
Rins goes forward. They get caught in a bad position, but still, it also brings it to a fight here where then Dyron can join. He uses the final slash, but this whole time, both gold laners also rotating towards this fight. I mean, if we had 51 kills earlier, I don't know how many we're going to have this time in game 2.
We might be exceeding that even if the pace keeps going like this, but even despite the early lead that Cram was able to establish, or SRG OG was able to establish for their XP lane, RRQ are actually the ones who get to convert into a turret first. There's not too much of a significant lead in terms of the other laning matchups. It's just mostly really on the EXP lane. And so RRQ, I feel like that's one thing you'd really have to look at because they tend to overextend in a way. I mean, we're still in the 6-minute mark of the game, yes, but these are decisions that can immediately be punished by a single curtain call, and that applies to whoever decides to go in, be it Rins with the flicker on the Jushin and whatnot. So like, those are things you have to calculate a bit more if you were RRQ.
This is good, though, from RRQ, because, again, you know, based off the rematch that we remember seeing, or the match we remember seeing from M6, RRQ definitely comes into this series a lot more aggressive. You know, they are a team that likes to be a little more foundational, a little more stick to the book here, a lot with these objectives, and they're going to have to fight for the second turtle. They are dealing with the pressure from SRG's lineup. There's a jump on in.
Oh, AOG curtain call. Beautiful call coming in from RRQ, but Sutsujin still gets the turtle for his team. Edok, though, will be punished here. Double kill for Cram. Rinse just trying to scare away the other members from chasing them, but that was clearly somehow a bit more favorable for SRG.
Yeah, they get a couple kills off of it. They get some pressure. They dealt with Toy. Toy was starting to scale up pretty well in this Harith.
Whoa.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, those are very aggressive combinations coming in from SRG. And then somehow Dyran gets to cancel that feathered airstrike, but that was a close call for Rins. Okay, so going back, I know we did mention that RRQ, oh, hold on, Sutsujin, will he get to escape this? Cram doing a great job at pressuring him as he tries to defend that tier 1 down bottom.
If last game we saw
oh my goodness.
RRQ's XP later Dyran have a great game, now this time it's Cram's for game 2. 7-1 and 2 now. This CC is starting to be a really big problem. Actually, it's been a problem for the majority of the game, but whoa, hold on.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Stormy. The other members didn't even have to do much. They just stood right in front of them, blocked their way to trying to cancel Stormy out or answer back, and now that's a Zaman Force coming in from Choi. Tries to burst down Cram, but he gets to bounce away. So not even, like, SRG can afford to do those kinds of plays because they have the mobility to keep themselves safe.
That's one of the things that the panel is really trying to paint a picture here too. You know, there's, in terms of damage potential from RRQ, it's a little bit more difficult because yes, you need the scaling from a Harith, but again, if Sutsujin hasn't been able to utilize much because of this zone potential that a Farsa gives. I know Gideon mentioned that he was a little worried about it, but so far it's working really well in terms of damage. And that's all the Farsa really does. Like, you are a big artillery setup for your team to play around that feathered airstrike, and they've done so well at catching targets. I mean, you lay that down, you have an Avatar of the Guardian, you get to jump on in. It's such a damage zone of that RRQ wants to stay away from because that Innocent can just come through with the Blazing Duet. So we're seeing a lot of these ultimates from SRG, OG Esports work really well in conjunction with each other, and it's RRQ that's trying to scramble and be like, how do we approach these fights? What do we do? Because a lot of that is this final slash.
Oh, Phantom Execution doesn't connect, but they still get the kill on Stormy. However, one man down for SRG OG. And that is one way you could also use your resources in conjunction with one another for RRQ. Like, just take them by surprise like that.
They want to take down one of the biggest damage dealers. They're going to be fine. There's the initiation, though.
2 or 3 man knockup done right there. But with the Blazing Duet, SRG OG are actually able to hold out. It's a triple for Cram. Could possibly be a maniac. And he finds it on the CC. 11-1 and 3.
And he's going to get the Lord. Cram is right now the team. He is doing everything.
Yeah.
Look at this. The initiation comes through, but Cram is fine. With a Vengeance, with as stacked as he is, he just does so much damage to RRQ around here. And, you know, you're sitting here, he gets a Maniac, and then they get the Lord. Like, how do you stop this? And this is such an interesting thing because CC takes a very specific lineup for it to really work the way it has. But so far, it's been phenomenal in the hands of Cram for game 2, and this is giving a huge swing in favor for them. RRQ doesn't really have an answer to deal with this. We usually see CCs do well in damage, but look, he's sitting at #1, pretty far ahead of a Farsa. That is insane that he's actually able to do that. And also, a lot of this has to do when he jumps on into this, he pops the Vengeance, and he's fine. He's also tanky and does so much damage.
Yep. That'll be a lot of bounty if ever they do get to find a kill onto Cram, but that might be something that will be a bit tricky to pull off if you're RRQ because you have to pay attention to a lot of other stuff. Because the other members can decide to go in whenever they like. There's the AOG, there's the Blazing Duet, and right now you're seeing the Feathered Airstrike. They'll have to work on clearing and taking down the Lord first before they proceed with anything else. And looking at it right now, Dyran does have the Flicker if they'd want to decide to go for something, but you'd also have to consider, would it be best to actually use it as a means to cancel out the other members of SRG OG instead? But he decides to use it as a setup, gets the follow-up from the other members, and Sekai is the first to get targeted down, but the AOG denies Sutsujin of the escape, and now Innocent goes in with the Blazing Duet, will find the kill onto Rinse as well, and the Feathered Airstrike will nearly catch up to Edok. But that was clearly a decision by RRQ. They wanted to force a fight right there.
That was a risk, if anything, Brigitte. I mean, they chose to fight. They thought, you know, we clear the Lord, we can handle this, we're going to go for it. Now they're going to lose this base turret. And even so, it's been time and time again where we've seen this final slash used to start some of the fights, and RRQ ends up just losing it. And that's really tough because you got to think, who do you final slash? How do you win that fight? Because even if you slash Cram into the equation, again, he's going to pop the Vengeance. He's going to be able to go ahead and just kind of bounce around the team from RRQ. And that was also the window for Innocent to go ahead and come in with that Blazing Duet. So you're just in a really tough situation if you're RRQ to make this lineup work. And it's really showing that the draft difference here. I mean, from start to finish so far, SRG OG Esports has just been able to go ahead and capitalize on a lot of the decisions they made, but also just the way that this lineup works. Now it gets even more difficult to deal with Cram because he's got an immortality.
And he's still on that 11-1 KDA. Now we put a bit more highlight on him. Also nearly, or actually completed his build already on the CC, so that just adds up to the reasons that RRQ might find it a bit more difficult to deal with him, even if you want to potentially take him out first as probably one of the members who gets to extend a little bit further deep into the fight. But even when they decide to go for him or the Tsunami Slab, it does not seem to be the best possible decision. Toy gets blasted as well, so Sijin tries to go for Stormy, but just repositions with the Wings by Wings. And Innocent decides to go in as well with the Blazing Duet. They might actually try to go for this base turret.
They're going to jump into the base. They don't have any waves pushing in the mid lane just yet, but they can go ahead and wait for that one in the bottom to come up. They will just ignore the Lord, it seems. There's still 10 seconds on Edok to come up, so we'll see if SRG decides to
face to start a basically over for whoever is taunted. But that AOG alongside with the curtain call, a really powerful combination. Let's not forget about the turtle bolt with the mountain chakra to not only get the information, but force opponents in a particular direction to guarantee the stun.
Yeah, and the really smart thing about Stormy rushing that Genius Wand is that it goes well with Yumes. Yeah, the Genius Wand helps reduce the magic defense that Yumes would be more than happy because he deals magic damage too.
What makes this draft even better is they weren't even at late game Claude yet. Like, they even had a cherry on top. They had a just in case, depending on how far this game went.
And I love that you guys brought, because this is a snowballing effect one after the other. Farsa goes to Genius Wand, and then Claude needs to get his items. The reason why we see Farsa picking up this Genius Wand, because she knows, hey, I need a cost-efficient item because I'm going to be rotating across the map. A majority of these 24 kills wouldn't have even happened if not for the fact that Stormy still provided good damage, allowing Innocent to pick up that mid-wave too.
You know, and I just gotta say, I miss seeing EXP laners in the carry, doing the most damage per minute. We all grew bored of just having these bulky EXP laners, these sustained EXP laners, and even though the CC was able to pick up tank items, still outputting an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, and I think that goes to show just where the mindset of SRG and RRQ was in terms of their EXP lane picks. SRG, they went ahead and rushed the CZ. That's them already looking at, they're probably going to pick up the Arlot, because that's what RRQ needed in the big picture of it all. While for RRQ, now it's like, okay, we have the Arlot, good for a big picture, but terrible in lane up against a CC. It's always just such a good time for CC and the rest of the team that has a CC on their side when they're going up against an EXP lane Arlot.
I think what Arcadia and Keskute posed to each other, they looked at each other and said this, hey, I believe that Sutsujin is not going to get as much value out of the Lancelot, and Keskute said, I don't think you're going to get as much value out of the CC. If not, the bans would have been a little different, right? We saw the Phovias get banned out, understandable, because Kalian as well as Arla were already shown in first phase.
I think another good thing about the bans was SRG banning out that Basha and that Akai early on, rushing the CC to kind of throw a warning out. Are you sure you want to pick the Fredrin? Are you sure you want to pick the Fredrin? And then by then we're forcing RQ into this Lancelot. So I think the next question on my mind is, you know, are they going to be stuck in utility jungle? Is assassin jungle something that we're really going to see from RQ in the future? Or is it going to flop like what we just saw in the last series?
Well, here's the thing. Between both of these teams who are already playing at such a high level, I can't even blame Sutsujin, right? The early game actually worked out really well for him. It's not like he mismechanicked. It really boiled down to, oh, I just didn't have one extra stack of War Axe before I went into the fight, which is why we're seeing, like, for an example, where is he? Sakai's walking away with 1 HP after the Thorn Rose.
And a little bit of a conspiracy theory here. I feel like for multiple points of the draft, it was RRQ falling into some trap set by SRG. The fact that you already saw the CC in the R lot, I mean, again, I'm still leaning towards the idea that RRQ shouldn't have leaned in on banning the Phovis in that second phase. At that point, I think SRG already had it settled in their heads that, no, we're going to be playing Claude here.
But I think that's kind of goes to the ode of SRG, and maybe even the advantage of them playing so many games in the group stage and showing some different possibilities that they could bring to the draft. Showing that Ruby Gold Lane's a possibility, you know, double fighters are a possibility. Maybe RQ just a little too much in their head there.
I think it all rounds back to the fact that we saw what happened in game number 1. We put our focus in both Sakai's alongside with Innocent, and that just wasn't a good draft pattern against RRQ. They seem very prepared for Sakai's in particular on top of Innocent, so let's now start leaning into everybody else. I think KezCute's next plan here is to make sure that he disrupts a couple of the synergies alongside, most importantly, Yums, who kind of is getting away with a lot more than he probably should in these past 2 games.
Yeah, and I just have to commend Yums. I was quite vocal about how Yums, it felt like he underperformed in that series during the group stage at one point before they faced off against CFU. I believe it was, were they up against again? Can't remember, but when SRG went up against that, it seemed like Yums was underperforming. But then now, he's making the most out of the unbreakable taunts. He's making the most out of the AOG. So he's really playing a fantastic game. And I think that's one of the picks now that RQ has to look into. Hey, if you have a Gatot Kacha on the hands of Yums, we really have to be careful.
And that's the great thing about the meta right now, where so many teams and players have talked about how open it is, how balanced it is right now. Is it's almost impossible to cover all of your bases in the bans. There's always something left that could fit into the comp, and as long as the player can use it correctly, they can pull it off. And that's something that really has been so enjoyable, I think, in general about these drafts.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think the only adjustment they could have made is get rid of the Gatot in phase 2, force them onto a Cho. Maybe that could have been an option.
A lot of possibilities could happen here. Again, hello to everyone in the arena right now on site here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Boulevard. Thank you so much for joining us. We are about to head into the draft for game number 3. And I feel like a lot of the trades we're going to be seeing are going to be around the EXP and Roam now. But if anyone should bring out something surprising here, as we mentioned at the top of the show, wherein these two teams cannot hide anything anymore, they just have to show their hands, show their best cards. I think RQ needs to do that for this game number 3.
Yeah, I think, well, what we saw from SRG in game number 2 is they completely changed the way they approach the draft. And I think we definitely see the way that RQ approaches this draft. And that's when we know we're in some good MLBB. Both teams, every game, whoever loses, okay, let's not try to do the same thing over and over again. Let's switch up who we slot first, what we ban, etc., etc.
Yeah, things are gonna get wild in the draft, as wild as they are in game right now with the Dino Planet All-Star event happening all the way until August 5th. Remember, you can face off against Roar, the Pterosaur Lord. That's why they called him Roar. Okay, beat him and win exclusive rewards like a limited avatar border and join themed events to unlock a free skin, the Popol and Koopa Proto Hunter. And if you're a creator, submit your clips to grab special battle emotes. Are you ready to roar?
Rawr. I'm so ready for Popo and Koopa to be back in the meta.
I'm not.
I am not.
Oh,
I love that hero.
Stormy's staring us down. Stormy. Oh, okay.
Stormy's like, I heard that.
Yeah.
Don't bring Popo and Koopa back. I play Farsa. Like, please don't.
Actually, that's the hero I'm looking for. This MSC, this whole MSC, I've been looking for someone brave enough to pick up a Popol and Koopa.
Roam or gold?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Even mid, man. Even mid.
Even mid. I love it.
The fact that you're suggesting it as Roam, God, I remember the days.
Yeah, I used to play it. I used to play it, man.
Y'all the worst. Y'all are the worst.
It was a sure, 5-second stun and lockdown.
Yeah.
And then you try to get out. Nope, you can't walk out because there's a trap under your feet.
I still play gold occasionally here and there just because I don't know, it's a fun hero to play. It's just like, if I'm not trying to try hard, yeah, I'll throw in some Popo and Koopa.
I respect it. I respect it a lot. But I think the funny thing that we've seen from these internationals, every time an international quote-unquote skin comes out, it barely gets used. Like, come on, it's Natan this time around, and they're like, nah, ain't gonna touch it.
Yeah, even during the time where Farsa was a skin, she wasn't even that meta during that time.
Yeah, people preferred Valentina.
Yeah.
Wait, was last year Valentina? Last year was Valentina, right?
Yes.
Last year was Valentina. We saw a little bit of Valentina play at least, right?
Yeah, we did.
We got to see a little Valentina.
Not as much as I would.
What you would think? You think they just like pump up that hero, buff it as much as possible so that everyone's playing it, right?
Well,
should be the case.
I mean, I wish they did, but there's there's too many case studies where they didn't do that. Like Yuzong, for an example. Like, come on, where was all that?
Yeah, but no, Nathan did get buffed, and there were people saying that Nathan should come in for MSC, but we haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, that's what they said about, like, I don't know, Rafael.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Enchanter supports.
Because she doesn't have a skin.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully we get to see some more unique picks in the drafts here. And if ever, RRQ might need to pull that out to win this game number 3 against SRG, who I feel like they've... I felt like game 1 was a low-key kind of a draft download. Game 2, their adjustments in the draft were perfect. And then also a little bit coming from the fact that RRQ may have overthought some certain aspects of their draft with some bans that maybe weren't necessary.
So I think something really important to point out here with RRQ on first pick on blue side, SRG approaches the bans differently already. And I'm kind of questioning that, or I'm wondering at least if after this YSS, we'll still see the Basha Kai. We'll still see that possibility of whittling down on RRQ and forcing them into one pick.
Oh, that's tough. Because what that relies on is the priority list in terms of SRG's head. Like, yes, I know that you are capable of playing both the Akai alongside with the Fredrin as well as the Baxia, but arguably SRG need to be able to play those heroes too. I haven't seen the Akai come out. I think that the Baxia and definitely the Fredrin probably is pretty high up in SRG's priority list, but I feel like Sakai's isn't that type of person where it's like, I want to be able to carry these games. I want to be able to kind of like be the driving force rather than putting some of my secondary engagers in the line of fire.
Yeah. So now another question for RQ is, are they going to rush their juice in again, similar to what they did before? They respect ban the CC, taking it out in the first phase. That's a great call, but now SRG needs to start thinking in the back of their heads, okay, what's Dyron going to end up with? Because if they're not careful, we might end up with just another EXP lane trade that favors RQ this time.
It's definitely tough. Honestly, with RQ on blue side, I don't think the Jushin's a horrible rush pick. The drafts are almost, I think they are a mimic of what we saw in game 1. We do see the CC banned out this time from the side of RQ. So if RQ rushes a Jushin and SRG doesn't lock in a Mage and Cram right away, then it's looking like a replay overall. They do bring in the Zushin. So I think this time maybe, do they steal the Lapu?
No,
and not let RQ take it up front?
No, Kalia Farsa right off the rip. I think the biggest problem was that they didn't have that initial burst and they put a lot of the eggs into the Sakai's basket, which is not entirely wrong, right? But they kind of need to alleviate the pressure, and that's what Stormy is really good at doing. He really squeezes out a lot of value from mages, even though it's supposed to be like late game scaling. Again, game number 2, Genius want early, rotate, give the rest of the farm to Cram.
Yeah, I'm also on both that when the Jushin gets picked, you take the Farza immediately, and there it is, Kalea Farza, good call.
Doesn't this mean RQ can rush all their crowd control chainers right now? They can go Gato, they can go Badang. They're definitely going to have to pick up their gold laner now, or maybe they don't even have to, because we know that the gold lane for RQ does have a deep pool. Toy has a lot of options that he can go for. If he doesn't get his Claude, he can get an Irithel to be even more of a menace for SRG.
I think you go Gatot Lapu at this point, right? I think you know for a fact that Dyron is confident, but more importantly, you need somebody to cancel out this feathered airstrike. And if you're going to lean into Dyron, you might be able to kind of pivot the idea for SRG to say, hey, you want a super safe R4? Well, guess what? You're going to have to commit a little bit more. But a Kai instead.
I think it's solid because the worry is if they don't pick up jungle now, SRG picks whatever they want. They ban out Akai, Fred, take the Lancelot, and leave nothing. Or they ban out, they just really leave literally nothing with RQ. And I think RQ might be showing some cards right now that we need to get our jungle in early. This is something that, I'm starting to guess, is the pool small there?
I think it's not small. I think this is a cost-efficient way of not having to lock in the Gatot instead and still keeping Edoc's hero pool open while allowing him to maybe get Franco later down the road to punish Sakai's if he tries to go for Lance.
Oh, okay. Let's see what the possibilities we're going to be seeing. We pose a lot. SRG do rush the Claude right away up against an Akai Moscow. That is a difficult pick to make work, especially with what's available for RQ later on, but I feel like that screams confidence. There's something that how Innocent played into how RRQ were team fighting in game number 2 that made SRG go, you know what, we're feeling good about the Claude.
I mean, the Claude's never like that bad, you know? I mean, even though I feel like it's always kind of a skill matchup. Because of that BMI, you always have some ability to dance. You always have a way to come in. The Akai's not too much of a threat to it. I mean, I don't know, at least in my opinion. I feel like the Claude's always had, that's why he's been in the meta for so long. Even if he's not the meta, he's always pickable, I feel like.
You're totally right about this, Trex, because imagine if they wanted to lean into Harith, for an example, and that just sucks against the Akai. You get knocked out of the Zaman Force, and then you kind of don't have any damage anymore.
Yeah, as we're looking at the most used heroes for these two teams, should RRQ or even SRG consider that a Masha might show up in the hands of Dyren? Because you just need that one quick burst on that Claude to put him down.
Yeah, that is something they could worry about, because the Masha, at least you're not jumping in with the bravest fighter. You're not. It's not as hard. You just get close, hit the skill, and boom, Claude's gone.
I mean, there's that, but also I do agree with people's opinions on Dyren on Badang. He's a different beast, right? Especially when you have Flicker in his hands. I think it is actually a pretty good way to have a secondary means of engage rather than putting all the weight on Akai and then starting to peel for Toy on this Moskov.
I think they got to ban the Lapu here, personally. I think the Farza, it's the one thing that can maybe catch the Farza off guard.
Yeah.
Badang also, it could be a problem as well, either one. They're going to go for the Matilda instead, though, which with the utility jungle, I get it.
Yeah, interesting. That would have been an overload on utility for the side of RRQ, but that would have messed up the rotational speed for SRG. I think they're putting a lot of focus onto this Akai and what it can do to disrupt the flow of the rotations for the side of Selangor Red Giants. While for RRQ, yeah, I don't think they need to worry about EXP lane picks, because a lot of the EXP lane picks that you can pick up for SRG right now are looking at that Akai and going, oh, this is going to be a tough game for me.
I think no matter what, SRG is going to have a winning EXP matchup, and that's the most important thing for them on that red side, right? The Lancelot ban finally goes through. RRQ have a couple of options right now, and the issue is that they won't have access to sandbags. No matter what sandbag they have, there is a very clear response from SRG's side.
So what does SRG take here? Do they save the XP for the possible counterplay, or do they pick something up front? Again, Lapu could be a pick to make sure that they're not getting picked against them. They could just go into something. Lance is already gone. Hayabusa for jungle, maybe just lock in jungle first?
Yeah, might be tough. Although that could be a really good option. They go for the Lapu. Okay, they rush the Lapu right away, I think. Yeah, at this point, RRQ goes for the Badang on Dyren.
They go for Badang on the Dyren most likely, because they're also worried about a potential Hilda from the side of Dyren too. I think that SRG are thinking whether util or whether util or assassins, right? I think Hayabusa is not bad, but they want to see the full lineup from RRQ side because they're forcing him into the Hayabusa.
RQ though also kind of lacking in burst damage overall. What do they lock in here? Esmeralda and Cho. So Cho for Roam, Esmeralda EXP. Still kind of lacking in damage. It is all shred on the side of RQ. We're talking, I mean, yes, you have the pick-off potential to make up for that, but definitely, for me, a little dangerous.
God damn it. Kescute's too smart. He's both locked out the options for Fredrin as well Hayabusa. No matter what, these neutral objectives are going to be so hard to take. We've seen the classic matchup of Fredrin into Akai. You get pushed into a wall. What's worse? You go into Hayabusa, you're going to get kicked by the Cho.
Yeah, it seems like with everything RQ brought to the table, whatever Sekais ends up with is going to have difficulty. If Sekais has an easy game, that's an MVP game for him. At this point, it's pick your poison for SRG. Will it be the Hayabusa as your jungle?
What was that?
That was Xborg. Yeah, baby! This is interesting because now tempo can be wrestled with.
Yeah.
With the Xborg, you can kind of poke out your opponents. Any full commitment to break the Faraga armor is going to initiate all the ults from SRG.
And the fact that there's no big burst damage from RQ means it's going to be very hard to get that Faraga armor down. Normally it's the Farza. It's heroes like that you want to use against the Xborg, and all of that is on the side of SRG right now.
How do you break down a front-to-back formation? You don't break it, you burn it down. Let's see if this Xborg pick will help SRG take this game number 3, or will RRQ take it? Bring it on, Naisu, you guys take it.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you so much to the panel for breaking down Game 3's draft. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's me, Naisu, joined with Brigida to bring you this third game in this best of 5 to move on forward to the semis. Will it be RRQ to get the upper hand sitting at match point if they get it, or will it be SRG? We've seen two very different games, Brigida, from Game 1 to Game 2 now, and it's been all about the XP laners. What do we think about this one?
Well, I mean, the matchup in terms of the Esmeralda versus the Lapo is kind of given. You just have to manage it a little bit more to get even in terms of that matchup. But I feel like my eyes are glued to this last pick, X-Borg, that was brought out by SRG OG, because like this literally changes everything. It resembles that idea we saw earlier wherein there are just so many zoners or so many playmakers, but it's not just that. The amount of burst damage from RRQ might not be that sufficient to constantly be able to deal with the Firaga armor, especially if Sekai's is being protected really well by, let's say, the Feathered Airstrike, by, let's say, just even Yumes on the Kalea. So if RRQ doesn't find a way to play around this lineup of SRG, it's gonna be looking pretty good for the Red Giants.
Yeah, and looking at the emblems too, you know, this is what we kind of expect here. You got a couple Impure Rages, of course, for the Sutsujin on the Akai, and then over on the Esmeralda for Dairon. The difference for the XP laner, I would say, for RRQ in this sense is how does Dairon utilize the Esmeralda? So far, throughout MSC, we've seen it struggle a bit, you know, for the most part. But of course, you want to go ahead and utilize the fact that you can also put some pressure to a backline if you need to, or finding Stormy, for example, getting that Wings by Wings or the Purify out from there. But also, it's just a sense that both lineups have a pick-off potential.
Yep.
We might see some action up here up top, or at least trying to get some battle spells out. This is a level 4 Sakai's too. They might force an initiation before this turtle. They're going to force him back. Edok not level 4 yet, so doesn't have the kick. So they got to respect that. They'll be zoned out for now from RRQ. But SRG, we'll see if they actually want to just give this one away.
Okay, they finally decide to go for the commit. This time around, Last Insanity already burned as well, literally burning Dairon down. But they gain the control in the turtle, but that's a beautiful stun coming in from Cram. Doesn't allow them to secure it for themselves, however. There's the heavy spin as well coming in from Sutsujin. So SRG OG might just try to fight this. There's no heavy spin anymore for Sutsujin, but the way of the dragon is still there. They might actually find the kill on Sekai's, and they will. SOD landing as well. Toy gets to participate in that fight.
Wow. I mean, like, so this has been the story so far in the series. It's like these team fights always break out, but then they're extended. We're going to look at the instant replay here brought to us by STC. This was a good option for Sutsujin to be like, guys, I'm going to bring them here. Come on, rotate. We got the kick soon. They go for that, and then they continue this fight in. You know, it's very interesting because then even Toy joins on in. So it was one of those cases where RQ ends up getting a lot more than they should have because of that constant pressure from SRG. Cram could be in trouble here.
Oh, the damage coming in from Sutsujin on the Akai in the early game. You also have to respect it, but Edok in the middle lane gets picked up as well. Sekai's has been very aggressive in his use of the X-Borg, not hesitating to use the Last Insanity whenever he sees a potential kill.
Yeah.
And I feel that so far it kind of has been working for SRG, because even for Sutsujin, he's been playing the Akai very aggressively. In a way, the Akai does have a decent amount of damage that he gets to bring out in the early stages of the game, which allows him to kind of keep up in terms of the farming as well, mind you. But now it's Yumes who might just get picked off, pinned by the heavy spin. But another Last Insanity coming in from Sutsujin, and Yumes is actually alive. So everyone's just working hand in hand to keep each other alive.
I felt like so much was thrown at Yumes, and Yumes is still able to survive that. Yeah, he burned the flicker. So that's something, that's a battle spell down, and RQ has continued to put pressure where they can. But still, even up in this top side, Cram's going to be bullied out a little bit as that work's being done. But the turtle's up, so that's the focus now as both teams rotate for this turtle. Already at half health here.
Another Last Insanity committed. Feathered Airstrike 2. Great control over the Lord, and somehow Sekai's gets to secure it for themselves. Dairon doing a great job zoning out multiple members of SRG, but will be forced to use the Purify just to get away because he nearly gets caught in that situation. So despite how things have been going for the past two games, I feel like there's just as much action, but it doesn't necessarily convert into that much kills for this time around.
For now.
For now. For now.
This is just one of those, I mean, with both lineups, they're maybe a little bit slower to cook than the previous games. That's so far what we've seen. Edok, I don't think he's going to reach that. Not going to be able to set up the kick even with a flicker available. Doesn't want to take the chance, but that's the thing. These lineups need some time to go ahead and scale up, to build up, to get to, you know, that initial burst of the power spike, as they like to go ahead and say it, from our boys yesterday. But eventually they'll get there, but what it does is it puts you in the situation where the game is pretty much even and the objectives are for the taking. Now, both lineups, especially when it comes to the gold laners, will be a little bit different, where you can put pressure with that Moscow still across the map, building up there for Toy. But the gold laners are keeping it even, and that's the main thing. The big part is once we get to maybe that first Lord. Oh, hold on.
No BMIs left, but there's a Purify. Quickly casts that Blazing Duet. So that was almost a good call. I mean, it was for RRQ because it forced out the Purify, but now there are multiple members of SRG who are rotating down bottom. Will Edok get to actually recall his way out of this? Doesn't have the way of the dragon anymore, but still decides to show himself just to add a bit more pressure there for SRG to not commit. So at least they get to defend their structures, and that's another thing. Like, we're already 6 minutes into the game, but both teams are holding on pretty well to their turrets.
I feel like this one has been more of a, you know, a respect in terms of each other's lineups, even with just knowing that Edok is on this Cho. Him showing up like just a little bit delayed them, or stopped actually SRG from being like, let's make a play on this tier 1, going for it. But Yumes will hold on to that Tsunami Slam. They're going to fight for the third turtle, though.
Oh, they get to force out the Crimson Beacon at least, but Edok still doesn't go for the way of the dragon on Stormy. Innocent gets the last hit on the turtle, and it was a heavy spin committed just to get out for RRQ. So this is where you start seeing some of their skills that are meant for setups be used defensively instead, and that's when you know that SRG are getting hold of the better game so far. We'll just decide to trade things out, however, so at least they get 2 turrets down in the bottom lane.
RQ's getting map. That's what they're getting. Even if they lose that turtle, doesn't seem like they're too worried about it. Again, this is a team with a Moskov. They'll go for map pressure instead. And yeah, you said it, part of the game plan for both of them as we take a look at the items is, again, burning battle spells. We're looking at 3 Purifies for RQ. You've got 2 for SRG. So part of it needs to be, how do we get these Purifies down? Rins, you know, take us a couple shots here. Stormy's been doing work. He's got the glowing wand now. Cram's a little more defensive. War Axe and Dominance Ice locked in. So, you know, big part of this is that when that Lord does come up, both teams are pretty much on even ground. It comes down to that execution of the lineups that they have, and, you know, they're kind of contrasting in a way, because other than the setup potential on both sides with either the Cho or the Kalea for Yumes, you have these windows of burst damage with a Farsa, for example, that go ahead and set things up. And so RQ, if they want to get an advantage, they're going to keep going for these turrets. They might go for a kick. They kick Sakai's.
Oh, now they decide to burst him down, but he has the last insanity to escape and will actually try to get back to at least deal a bit more damage. But that's where you see how SRG OG are just able to use their skills together in conjunction so well, either to protect one another or keep one another safe. So even when RRQ decides to go for those kinds of engages, commits on the way of the dragon, even the heavy spin, they don't necessarily get much value out of it, and that's major resources that are burned on their side. So things will get to be a lot better for SRG if they decide to pick up the pace this time around.
I'm actually really, it's surprising that that was even an attempt. You know, because Edok doesn't have the flicker now. That's actually a pretty big battle spell that the Cho needs to possibly set things up. That turret's going to be pushed down by RQ up top. They're going to go ahead and start up this Lord. SRG takes control of it. It's a half health. And let's see if RRQ can go ahead and contest it. They're showing face here already in the jungle.
No fettered airstrike for Stormy, but still decides to join the fight here. Last Insanity taking down Edok. Dyred zoning out the other members. Toy also works on Stormy from behind. Yumes will be the next to fall. It's a double kill for Sakai's, and he also gets that turtle. Now Dyred is still alive up against 2 members, but Toy is actually making things happen. Finds a triple up against SRG.
Okay, they got the Lord for SRG, but hey, RRQ wins the fight. They get a triple for Toy. He's going to go 1v1 actually against Cram. He'll have to clear this out. Dyron is there too, but they'll hold it down in the mid lane. And Cram just going to go ahead and jump on into the air and just wait for the rest of the team to come back. So this Lord basically doesn't get much at all for SRG, if anything.
Yeah. They'll be able to take it down immediately before it gets any further into the map. They've equalized the score. It's both 7 kills, but the lead, the map, the way that Toy is just able to pressure it has been doing wonders for RRQ, and now they decide to work on Dyron in the bottom lane. Edok will be surprising them from behind, however, decides to commit the hit onto Innocent, but there will be no follow-up, and now Innocent responds with the Blazing Do It, forces out the Flicker as well.
Look at Toy.
Look at how these teams just keep forcing things out of each other, but again, as you mentioned, Toy, he just gets the better trades.
Tor's doing work. Cram's going to spot him out, jumps on in with Brayden's fighter. He's going to go hand in hand, a gun versus a sword, gets the stun down, but Toy still has some space to work with. Last Insanity comes through as Sakai's will finally shut down Toy.
There's no way you could get out of that. Multiple members of SRG, and the way that Cram just decided to go for that skill which could deal a lot more damage rather than enhancing your sustain, because that's all he really needed to work on. It was just Toy all alone that he needed to take down. And now somehow they've literally minimized the lead that earlier was at around 1k for RRQ, and now they might just be able to work on this tier 1 in mid. Tsunami Slam already committed onto Edok, gets bursted down once again. SOD will be landing. Will Toy actually decide, or it did not actually land? But fortunately, they get to defend that tier 1 in mid.
They put work in to defend the tier 1. They'll do it. I'm not sure if they still want to fight. Cram takes a little bit of damage. We'll go for the stun. He's got to get out of here, though. And RQ still staying around this mid lane. They might look to go for another play. They're going to be in trouble. Dyron on the run, still holds on to the Purify, but still close as ever between the both teams here. So you're seeing a lot of these fights, a lot of the initiations that are happening, and this is what I was talking about with playing into the windows of the lineup. You can see between both gold laners, they are imperative for both the teams here. You've got already that try set up there with the items for Innocent. He is going to be doing a lot of damage with the Blazing Do It, but even so for Toy, he's got the Trinity, but he's also got the Wind of Nature, and that's going to be big in terms of these fights. There's been some instances where we see them going and just getting battle spells down from SRG OG Esports, and this might be one of them. You know, goes for the kick.
Oh, they get to isolate the jungler, but the last Insanity will be committed still. Better Dare Strike as well, somehow keeping him safe, but Cram all alone finds the stun onto Toy, but up against 3 might not be able to survive this. Edok on the other side of the map gets traded down as well, and Sutsujin gets bursted down as the Akai.
Toy's in trouble.
Blazing Do It, and now Toy definitely in trouble as he gets taken down. Flicker still available for Humes, keeping him safe as well, but Dyron barely surviving this fight. Innocent will not allow Rins to close in anymore, and they will freely get their hands on this Lord.
Well, you can see the smiles here from Stormy. That was a fight that they needed. They got control of it, and it was started from Edok. This was all with the kick. Cram buys time. There's 2 separate fights going on here, but they were able to go ahead and separate the right members to win the advantage for SRG OG Esports. Again, they get themselves the Lord. They'll go ahead and play into this. And that's always the thing, you know? It's always a risk with the setup roamers that we see, especially the Cho.
Yeah.
If you go in with a kick and there isn't the follow-up that you're looking for, it puts yourself in a tough position to be in where you just end up getting punished. And now for SRG, they'll walk into this. They need the base turrets. They have to go ahead and even out the playing field in terms of map space, but they've got the gold advantage now. They're not going to let up here.
That was just a tidal strike into the Tsunami Slam, forces out the heavy spin from Sutsujin already. Oh, look at these 2 guys just going at it. And again, going back to what you said, I feel like for RRQ, really, is Sekai still the best target to go for in terms of those setups if you're Edok? Because it's more than just the follow-up that they could provide. It's also whether or not that target can actually make it out alive. But now RRQ with a clapback tries to go for Stormy first. Won't be able to find a way out of it anymore. They know that they've already taken out some resources away from SRG OG. So now they get themselves back.
I'm not sure if that was all on the same mindset there on what they wanted to do around the Lord, because they got Sandwich in. There's the Tsunami Sam. They get the Purify out. They're still going to fight it down the mid. Toy is there, trying to clear that wave out to get this tier 1. Enoch might still jump in on this. He's got to be careful as Cram locks him in.
Oh, gets to stun multiple members, and that's gonna be a beautiful opportunity for Zikais to go in with the double. Innocent gets to shred down Sutsujin time and time again. Whenever the team fights break out, it's only Rinse left. Another Ravens fighter from Grab. You's blocking their path, and the Tsunami Slap to finish things off as SRG OG in the blink of an eye seal the deal and take match point.
Game 3 in the bag here. Match point now for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. It looked like that Lord push might have been not have been the thing they wanted to happen, but they chose to fight. They chose to win the fight, and that's all they needed. Man, that X-Borg too at the end there. Sakai is able to get the double. You can't win in nature. The flamethrower there, you know, it's a little bit too much. You're getting cooked at that point. So it was a interesting game, to say the least here. The decisions that were made, it was still probably the most even game, I would say, for the majority of this early to mid-game transition. But, you know, it's just tough to see because there was clearly some initiations that didn't go the way of RRQ. And I know our panel has a lot to say about game number 3, so let's go ahead and throw it over to them.
So the X-Borg did burn down the formation of RRQ. It felt like watching a city under fire, dealing double damage just for showing up.
Triple damage at that point. Yeah. You know, I am not always a believer of the X-Borg. I've always thought it looks good on paper, but it never seems to perform, at least for a lot of the games I see. But Sekai's made that thing look sexy.
It looked really good. And I think a lot of it just boiled down to, like, can you break the Firaga armor? Yep. I think we saw multiple times that RRQ made some pretty good attempts, but as soon as the War Axe after the BRB got purchased, it became really hard, right? Because Dairon already took 2 deaths prior to that fight, and then Sutsujin, as much as that heavy spin is such a powerful tool, they're kind of waiting on SRG to make that first initial move, which again, they held until the very end to make it happen.
Yeah, and even when they did burst the Fraga armor, all of their kits were used up at that point, and you still got a Feathered Airstrike coming soon. You still have so many things that you have to worry about. And I think just Sekai's timing, even when he didn't use it for a Lord or a Turtle, he always made sure he got a kill. Overall on the map, just played an amazing job.
The biggest worry that I had in this game, it was mainly because every single time we saw a fight actually break out, towers, tier 1 and as well as tier 2, collapsing off of the second turtle in the game. You usually only see 1 tower go down because tier 2s still have its, like, quote-unquote armor and magic resist still in play. In that sense, we saw that Toy was walking away with a full item ahead of Innocent. That Winds of Nature was supposed to be the big game changer during that first and second Lord, but it just didn't matter because he ended up dying over to the raw true damage from SRG's side on a fully stacked up War Axe.
Yeah, and this is where we revisit one of the key ideas for drafts, especially here in MSC, your damage profile. Yes, utility-wise, everything looks great for RRQ. You're playing around the Moskov, but at the end of the day, SRG just had like raw brute force damage across the board.
Yeah, just about every type of damage you could think of, from burst with the Farza to true damage with the X-Borg to shred with the Claude. They checked every single box in the book, and that was something that we saw from RQ in the beginning, is how are they going to deal with some of these heroes? They were just lacking in certain departments.
I think a lot of it was just on Toy, right? Toy was the only person realistically who can kind of not only break the formation, but like hard carry these fights, especially if it's a traditional front to back.
Yep, true magic, physical damage, true damage, physical damage, magic damage, all now leading to emotional damage for RQ as SRG are now at match point. 1 game win away from securing their slot in the semifinals and eliminating RQ Hoshi, the team that selected them for this matchup. So we're gonna go on a quick break and let's see what'll happen in game number 4.
everyone, it's Eterna here at the key wall, and this is where all the teams' keys will be stored before and after their match. Now you can see here, all the keys are here for everyone to see, whether you're still a contender or if your keys have already been crushed. Before every match, each captain from each team will be able to pick up their keys to bring it over to the stage. As you can see here, RRQ's and SRG's keys are not available because that's the upcoming match that we're going to be seeing in just a bit. Now, after we figure out who the winner is, the winners get to come back here and place their keys back onto the wall. However, the losers, their keys will be crushed for everyone to see. So the big question now is, whose keys will be able to be stored back onto the wall, whose keys will be crushed by the end of the day, and finally, whose key will be finally placed into the final totem to be crowned at the MSC 2025 champion.
Just a bit, we're going to be heading into game number 4, where Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, the defending champions of MSC, could potentially just end this series and secure their slot in the semifinals against a team that has been hungry for redemption against them, RRQ, the team that selected them. Selections is the name of the game. It was acknowledged earlier by these two teams that it's all going to be about the draft. So what now do we expect for RRQ as the clapback? Where do they focus on? Is it the mid? Is it the jungle? Where?
I'm personally scared because I don't know which side it's going to be on, right? Because blue side, it seems like SRG has a much better read on the situation. But then red side, you're able to get those big power picks like we saw in game number 2 for RRQ, right? It really is hard to say because I feel like if I'm in RRQ's position, I think we might have to take red side one more time just to kind of see what we are allowing SRG to do and respond with our own sweet synergies.
Yeah, I think as RRQ, there's nothing wrong with having first pick there. I'm no longer... I don't think I was ever really on board with the Jushin up front first pick. I think unless they ban out the Farza first, I'm still a strong believer that the Farza outranges it. I think it just kind of outplays it overall. It also gives you burst damage, something that the Jushin doesn't, and it just makes your drafting phase a little bit easier. So I think that RQ can take whatever side they want. They just need to maybe not be too stuck in one direction, because we've seen SRG be very willing to flex around and find answers.
I personally think that could change, right? Because so far, we've seen other teams get away with the Jushin in these 2v2s. And how do they do it? They punish their opponents by letting them push first and then using the Jushin to really tax their HP as they are leaving the lane.
But were those top 8 teams?
They were top 8 teams. TLPH did that.
Okay. Against who? Against another top 8 team?
I mean, at this point in the knockout stage, they're all on top 8.
Exactly, and but my point is you can no longer slide through the cracks just first picking Jushin. You know, that's my point, is you can't just do this. You're not in group stages against, you know, for lack of a better term, but slightly weaker teams, you know? You have to really be ready for what SRG is going to bring to you.
And I'm all for that, honestly, just consider changing your priorities on the Jushin while we prioritize getting sweet new skins in the game, as the Metro Zero skin line is coming soon. It's arriving at the MLBB battlefield with a stunning new series of skins. What visual wonders await as cyberpunk meets traditional culture? Stay tuned for the upcoming Metro Zero cinematic trailer if you haven't seen it yet.
Wake up, Samurai. We got a spirit to ignite.
I missed that one. I missed that one, boys.
I was waiting for your contribution, man. But it's all right. You already knocked down like the best contribution that we've had heading into this game number 4. Take that Jushin out of the picture for RRQ. It's like, yeah, I gotta agree with you. They were focused a little bit too much into one direction. It's like they're insecure, and I don't know what for about their damage profile. They're leaning a little bit towards like utility, slow chip. We need to see RRQ bring out bursts, and when they did that with their Lapu Lapu, that's when it worked out very well for them.
Yeah, what do they have? What do they have in jungle in game number 1? They had Claude.
They had
RQ. It was
RRQ was playing. RRQ was playing Fredrin in game 1.
Fredrin. I mean, what did they have in their gold lane? What was their gold lane? Claude, Fredrin, and they had the Lapu for some burst damage.
Yeah.
Something there. I mean, they did make it work in game one. They are going to swap over to red side this time, but I will say SRG didn't have the Farza in game one, and SRG quickly found some answers, I feel like. RRQ, though, on red side, on second pick. SRG doing the same exact draft they did in game two, except this time their third ban is a little different.
Oh, now it's on RRQ's hands if whether or not that Farsa Kimi trade will be committed. Because if it's open for SRG, they can lock the Kimi first pick, then RRQ will have to pick up their Farsa in the first phase of their draft.
No, I'm also worried about YSS, like Tex mentioned here, right?
That's what SRG picked first up last time, and that's why they banned out the Basha Kai. It's like, listen, we're going to make you do it. RRQ does ban out the YSS this time. A little bit of a fun fact, though. Yuumi now holds the most total assists in MSC history. Is that 418?
Yeah. Is that your new nickname for Yooms? You call him Yuumi now?
I just said Yooms. It's my American accent, I'm sorry.
That's pretty impressive because think of it this way, JPL has been playing he has been a staple, but he has also been playing for a significantly longer time compared to Yooms. But hey, first picks in the draft already through.
And RRQ do end up getting the Farsa. It's SRG telling RRQ to, you know what, you guys commit the trade, whether it's the Kimi, whether it's the Farsa. I think SRG needs to lock down the Kimi now. It worked very well for them during the group stages, especially paired up with the Kalea.
Yes and no, but somebody needs to make a sacrifice here, right? It's either EXP or Jungle who has to make the sacrifice. At the end of the day, Kimi unfortunately needs a frontliner to be good at what she does. The 2v2 is great, but it looks like they have locked in for themselves the glue early on.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned about the front line, and now with the glue on the board, the Kimi gets an excellent front line paired up with it, and the Kalea as well. So it ticks your condition, Gideon.
RQ takes the Lancelot up front. Sushijin now gonna be forced to prove himself on match point, letting us know, listen, I got this. I can run the Assassins. I know I like to play utility, but I still have something up my sleeve, and I do like this against the Kimi. Kimi, yes, as a mid laner, doesn't have the largest range. You do have some dash, you do have some kite, but Lancelot is one of the few assassins who can quickly close that distance.
Yeah, but doesn't this mean that RQ now will have to commit a Fredrin ban? Or they're just willing to give the Fredrin to the hands of SRG, but it's a tried and tested combo. Fredrin and Kimi together, paired up with the Kalea, just does so much for the Kimi that as RRQ might not, that puts too much pressure onto the Farsa and the Lancelot to make sure they get Stormy down.
I think that right now, with what RRQ is trying to do, is trying to kind of set the tone for the draft, right? Especially within this first phase. And with SRG, we have like sub-synergies, nothing really solid like we saw in game number 2. But immediately, we are making sure that RRQ is saying, hey, number 1, we need to get rid of burst damage style heroes, right? That's why they're getting rid of the likelihood of Joy. I think they're also going to get rid of another assassin. I would assume Hayabusa in this particular case to not only protect the Farsa so that it doesn't combo alongside the Kalea.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I do like the idea of the Fredrin ban as well. Either could work out, especially with the fact that so much utility jungle's already gone. But yeah, SRG also needing some burst damage for themselves. Like you said, maybe something like the Hayabusa.
Something like Exborg. Again, right now, there's a lot more burst coming out from RRQ's side to maximize that value.
Yeah, and speaking of burst, if RRQ lock in something like a Hilda here, potentially thinking about a Granger pickup of SRG, I think SRG wins. Because if that's a Hilda, good thing it wasn't.
Wow!
Because this pick for Ida only shows up when RRQ are on, all right, boys, game phase mode, game time mode, we can't lose this. E-Doc's signature pick in the roam.
This is so good. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to get the Gatot for themselves. At least then they have some form of counter-engage against the Kalea. But unfortunately, in this case, Tigreal works the exact same way, if not a little bit more precise with a scalpel rather than going for the big, heavy left hand.
I wonder if we see something spicy here from SRG OG, something a little out of the norm. They've been able to surprise us with a few picks so far, and I think, yeah, we could keep it simple, go for like Hayabusa Granger, Moskov locked in. I am a little worried about, I'm kind of a little worried about Assassin up front, but also now with the Tigreal, Assassin isn't looking too bad, something that's not just going to get bullied around. There goes the Hayabusa. Last pick for RRQ, though. Do they just go for the Granger?
Yeah, I think that might be their best bet. They need to even out the range. Yeah, they do lock in the Granger. Oh, RRQ brought out their big guns as Edox, Tigreal. But SRG's lineup could be very good as well. It's a 50-50 for me.
Yeah, it's a really big 50-50. I think there are a lot of counterplay for each of the individual lanes, especially for the mid duo. I think the problem is when it comes down to like first interactions, right? How is Little Wanderer gonna go? How is the first turtle going to happen? Because we need to see Edok hit level 4.
All right, will this be game number 5 or will it end here? RRQ and SRG, the fans in the arena, you need to show your love and make some noise for the teams you're supporting. Bring it on, Naisu, take us in.
Thank you so much once again to the panel for breaking it down here in game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it there. It's match point right now for SRG OG Esports as they move on forward. Or can we get to a game number 5 here? A maxed out series for this one. A trip, of course, to the semifinals ahead of them. RRQ's got to pull something up their sleeves. They brought out the Tigreal for Edok. Brigitte, do you think this is right? I mean, we heard the sentiments from the panel.
Yep.
You know, it could come down to some big plays coming out here from RRQ.
I mean, when it does come to these do-or-die situations, those clutch moments wherein you have to bring in these picks, your familiarity, your comforts, undeniably, we've seen it multiple times. But whether or not these will be the right calls, because I'm worried from the way we've been seeing the past few games that RRQ, Edok may have been a bit too decisive on these calls, but it has to be all of them being decisive and coming together to follow up. So maybe that's my biggest worry. But in terms of playmaking, setups, okay, for sure Edok is going to be delivering on this Tigreal.
He has to. I think, you know, that's one of the main things. Like, anytime we see one of these series, it's always the case. You know, it's the team that's able to go ahead and overlap the ultimates better or have the better execution, like we like to say, or make the less mistakes. But in this case, you know, as we take a look at the emblems too, I think a big part of this, once again, comes in the hands of Edok. He's got to be able to set things up. Now, you sprinkle in some of that responsibility with Dyrant, like the XP laners are to be expected so far in our current meta. But I guess one of the biggest differences here in specifics to Edok is the Tigreal, it's a little bit more, I would say, assured to get a setup instead of the Cho. You can see already the pressure, though.
Oh, fortunately, Rins gets to reposition, so won't get taken out just yet. But the Phantom Execution gets delayed by a bit through that knockup. Still, everyone gets to survive, though. Maybe not Stormy if the last hit still connects, but they just get to force out the recalls, and I feel like that's already something massive for RRQ. Dyrant literally going at it. Yume's forced to flicker. Better Dare Strike also committed by Rins. So they've done a really good job already, even without getting these kills.
Here, Dyrant's coming back. He's like, I have a flicker. It got to the Dark Wave. He goes anyway. I knew he was going to do it. He had the flicker available, and they get the call to come back. So RRQ goes in, gets a double for Dyrant and the turtle.
Okay, so not settle with just the recalls, with just the battle spells. They had to get the kills because I feel like that's where RRQ literally gets activated, when they're able to just set the tempo and keep the pace, but now they seem to go after Toy. He has no way out of that storm, or Innocent gets very low, however, but now they're gonna play it safe. They're already happy with what they got there. That's the trade. It's a bit delayed, but that's the trade for SRG for now.
Yeah, it's still the case here, you know, and like we've seen, oh, hold on, mid lane, Rin's gonna be in trouble, wings by wings, flaps on around, and will still be alive. Susan see Stormy's so low, but I don't think he's gonna be able to cover the ground. So this is the thing, you know, you have this trading going on. The big part of this is now Cram has to go against a 2-0 Phoveus, and like we've seen, Phoveus, even without kills, will usually be able to just kind of tank up 3 dudes, you know, 1v3 if he has to. This gives him a little bit of the advantage, but Cram on the glue is still relatively going to be fine, at least in the lane.
Yeah.
But once these next objective fights break out, that's where, you know, it's going to be kind of important that Cram is able to go ahead and utilize the glue against Dyrant's Phoveus here.
Yeah.
But also, it's just the case. Look at the damage already on Innocent.
Cancelled by the knockup from the title strike, though, but the Phantom Execution just in time. Sutsujin gets to land it on Innocent, now looking after Stormy. Doesn't land the Thorn Rose, though. But still, that's a lot. They got the kill on Innocent and Yumes. And this is the time where Edok gets a lot more online because he's hit his level 4, so there are a lot more angles that RRQ can decide to play with, all aside from what you mentioned about Dyren being on an early 2-0. We don't even know what item he's going for first.
We don't, but look at this, the fight for the turtle. Suzujin proven that he can play the assassins as well, of course. Turtle secured, second one in the hands of RRQ. SRG might have a kill on the board, but other than that play they made on Toy earlier on, they haven't been able to really do anything. RRQ is playing into the composition that they have. This is always the case with a Farsa. Farsa's damage is just pretty tough to deal with when you're getting set up in the mid lane, especially around this. They're going to go with the implosion in the setup.
Dyren goes in, but has the flicker to keep himself alive. Actually went for the blade armor first item, but ooh, the damage from Rins already too much. Edok actually finds a setup onto Yumes in the top lane, and Toy gets last hit. What better way to establish this early game for RRQ. Toy gets involved, gets some kills, and they've been very clean in terms of whoever they decide to go for in terms of setup so far.
He just got the Sky Piercer as well, so, you know, unfortunately he didn't have earlier before he gets skills, but now he's got it, and things for RRQ are going to go ahead and set things up. This is why the positioning for the roamers are imperative. You can see Edok right now playing the patient game. He's going to go ahead, gives the information, implosion, traction pulse is already going to be used, and Edok is waiting for that ultimate to be available. It should be up soon. He's going to conceal anyway.
Sacred Hammer finds Cramp, forces out the flicker. And they still get to hand over that purple buff to Suzujin regardless. So now he's one level ahead of Sekai's. Not looking too good because it seems like RRQ, they're just so in sync right now. They're covering the map so well. And they know where they just want to transition next. I mean, look at where Edok positions himself. One bush after another.
He's like, okay, I didn't have the implosion earlier on. I have it now. You know, so he went in with Sacred Hammer, that was fine, didn't get anything. But ultimately, they're playing around this last turtle of the game. The turret in the bottom does go down. Traction Pulse going to be used again, but tanky enough to deal with this. They might try to go ahead and just set up for the turtle, just focus on that. Everybody from RRQ is here. Sekai's, I don't think he makes it in time, so that's 3 for 3 objectives now for RRQ. At least for SRG, they go and put a push on that tier 1 turret. That's about the best that Innocent can do, at least for now.
Oh.
But the eyes are set here for the tier 1 in the mid.
Yep. Yumes can potentially go in if he finds an angle, but he will be respecting RRQ for now. Innocent goes in with the SOD just to join his other teammates, as Dyren is kind of forced to respond as well to the pressure that is being applied by Innocent here. I mean, that's the most they can do for now, not until they feel like they have sufficient resources in their arsenal. They're working on a double marksman lineup nonetheless, so I feel like the late game won't be that big of a problem if ever SRG OG are able to extend the fight. But does Innocent know that Rins is there?
I don't know, well, they're gonna know he's there anyway.
Oh, now they find out!
Oh.
The Feathered Airstrike lands onto Innocent. That was so unfortunate.
The question was did Rins know? You know, like, I'm pretty sure because he calls Suzujin either to come clear that wave and then just spots him out. So Innocent going down there is really unfortunate for SRG. This is probably the biggest lead that we've seen so far in the series now. RRQ holding on to almost a 6K gold lead. You can see the difference here in terms of itemization. Toy has no problem taking down this tier 2 of the top side. So the map is pretty open for RRQ. Conceal's going to be used.
Okay.
I don't think they are able to catch anyone, but if they get a shield this early on,
wow,
that's great for RRQ.
Oh my goodness, that was a Purify already forced out of Stormy when all other members of RRQ weren't even nearby. But the Oki Shadow kill gets split up against 4 members. Somehow Cram also gets to mount on Edok, but they won't be going with the fight just yet. Tidal Strike to deny Suzujin. Spear of Misery also just to push him back a bit. But look at the damage and the sustain coming in from RRQ. Now Innocent next on the chopping block. That's 3 members of SRG just deleted. Even when we thought they could actually find a way to fight back.
Such a clean game right now from RRQ. Sekai's in trouble, forced off with the Feathered Airstrike, and this is an early base turret being knocked down from RRQ. SRG can't do anything but watch as the base turret falls, and meanwhile the Lord has been worked on and secured by Suzujin. And this is going to be a big play now for RRQ to march into a base that is vulnerable for SRG.
When you said they secure the Lord, I had to check if Innocent had an SOD because of like the amount of times it happened. But yeah, I mean, there have been so many resources burned out here by SRG just to push back the members of RRQ, just to force them to walk away. And I mean, they did successfully do so, especially in terms of trying to at least push Edok away, but that didn't stop Dyron, that didn't stop the other members, but that's a Tsunami Slam already committed onto Edok. Won't be able to cast a setup just yet, but look at how Rinz positions himself with the Feathered Airstrike. So Tsujin goes in with the fast execution, finds the kill onto Stormy. There's the knockup as well coming in from Yums, but look at the Rhapsodies from Toy, now isolating Sikais and gets a double on the Granger.
A great initiation, a great sandwich play under the tier 2. RRQ balloons themselves to an 11,000 gold lead. Can they end the game here?
It seems like the kingdom is only after one thing. Sutsujin gets the kill on Innocent. Rin's great positioning just to clear the waves, and they will deliver indeed. We are heading into a game number 5.
RRQ felt the presence of the Red Giants at the walls, and they came out just swinging in this game 4. Absolute perfection of a game for them. A massive lead, the cleanest we've seen so far in the series. And it brings it down to now, yeah, really, what are we going to expect for game 5? There was no answer here for the pressure that was put on from RRQ in general. And we got to see a very great performance as well from Susujin and just the squad to be able to make this Lancelot work, to make this composition work. Again, the Farsa proving how much of a threat it can be for a lot of this. But again, it comes down to, you know, that early start. These XP laners, I'm telling you, if they get an early lead, if they are built up, they are allowed to put so much pressure on early team fights, and then the team follows through from that. So again, amazing game 4, very one-sided for RRQ. Let's throw it over to the panel to see what they have to say.
Pretty much went as much as we expected, though 50-50 were our vibes after the draft. At the end of the day, RRQ with one great rotation bot side to start things off with 2 kills on the board for them, completely broke the rotation and map presence that SRG needed from their glue, and we are going to a game number 5. Gentlemen, how are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling excited about it. I think it's amazing. I was a little worried after SRG OG got to match point. I thought for sure we were only going to see game 4, but RRQ puts on their big boy pants, they strap up, and they come in and take another win.
Oh yeah, Sutsujin played a phenomenal early game. I think because of him, they've basically won by the 3rd minute, right? We saw that double kill that happened down by bot side. The fact that we didn't see Stormy hit level 4 on time, the fact that we also saw the punishment of Cram losing out on 2 waves because of that dragged out death, really good read coming in from Rinz. They took the risk of taking damage for the side of Rinz as well as Sutsujin, and I think they won that coin flip.
Yeah, and I think with that, SRG taking some of those losses early on, I think it was one of the first highlights we saw in the mid lane. Yums went for that Tsunami Slam, and I think maybe they overestimated their strength a little too early on there. They were unable to get the kill onto IDOC. They were unable to do certain things, and that's what you kind of pay the price for. Yes, the Kimmy is amazing mid laner, but early game, the damage isn't always there, and I think SRG maybe should have waited it out a little bit longer.
Yeah, and it would be a big struggle too, considering that your EXP laner is losing lane. Glue has a better map presence compared to, or excuse me, the Fulvis has a better map presence compared to the Glue. Sekai's jungle keeps getting invaded. The raw damage early on, much better for RRQ. They just played this to their draft strengths.
That's the thing. I feel like, honestly, I think that SRG had a chance if everything went even up until mid-game. But because of that double kill down by the bottom side, pre-level 4, it spiraled so far out of control for the side of SRG, allowing RRQ to basically do whatever they want, right? It's the base rule of capitalism of the rich get richer, the poor get poorer.
I got to point something else out. Last year, Rinz, game number 4 on a Farza, came up short.
Yeah.
Game number 4, MSC 2025, he is the carry, most damage dealt on the way to redeem himself. That's poetry right there.
Yeah, you couldn't have written it any better way. The fact that that happened for him, so I feel like he's already gotten his redemption. But for him, redemption doesn't come until they get that win over SRG. And now I think moving forward, SRG are going to be looking at Rins and what he ends up with in the mid lane, and most importantly, what Cram ends up with. As good as the glue was on paper, it just didn't give the presence that they needed. Again, you also have to credit RRQ for what you mentioned, to be that really great rotation early on.
I mean, the brass tax was already paid, and it costed them everything. They could not break out of that poverty line for so long in the match, and you could tell because of the items that they had, they could basically kind of walk around and do whatever they want, right? I will stat check you each and every time unless I make a significant mistake, but it's really hard because we saw the snowball of Dyren, I get a lead, and therefore I will protect Rins. Rins gets his lead, now both of us will go down to Toy. Now Toy's protected by 2 people, now everybody's having a good time.
So I got a question. Do we think like the 2 most important lanes right now, the 2 most important positions right now to focus on in draft are mid lane and EXP?
Yeah.
Are we on board with that?
I'm on that.
I think red side, best side right now. Red side, best side, because the two...
It's tied, though.
It's tied 2-2, but keep in mind about what the opening picks were, right? The Kalia gets shown on that blue side, or even the Zhu Xin gets showed up, both of which has a very clean line for the both drafters, Arcadian as well as Kescu, to kind of run it down on their...
Wondering, because that was going through my mind, do we think SRG will pick red side? They were able to win that one blue side game with kind of the cheeky draft that they pulled off, those 2 bans, kind of really catching RRQ off guard. Is that plan spent now? And are they forced back to, because normally it's not so even. Normally it's not a 50-50 on red or blue side, and that makes this last game even harder in terms of draft.
Yeah, I think this is where we can marry your 2 opinions here, where yes, for me, it's XP lane, mid lane trade as your prio, but definitely SRG needs to pick red side here, heading into this game number 5. They do have that choice. Hopefully they do pick up that choice, because if they go for the same priorities again, similar to game number 4, there's not a lot of wiggle room in what you could adjust. Even let's say hypothetically you put the Fredrin first phase instead of the glue, so it's paired up with the Kimikaleya. Yeah, you have a solid connection already at the center of the map, but then what does Cram end up with? And RRQ haven't been shy with making sure that Cram ends up with a hero that does much better things for RRQ than it does for SRG.
I have to agree with that, which is why the pocket picks need to start coming out, right? I think that Terizla needs to be a serious consideration now that both, again, we've seen the Phobias happen a couple of times, but more importantly, the CC has been banned out consistently in the first phase.
I would say also for SRG, one of their, so far we've seen some of their greatest pocket picks is in their jungle. We saw that export come out, and I think if they slot up, I'm wondering if maybe the pocket pick should be elsewhere other than EXP, and maybe make sure they get a decent EXP and mage in early on, and then let your flexibility be around marksman, be around jungle, be elsewhere on the map. Because after that export game, it feels like Sakai's can literally pretty much pick about whatever they want and be able to win a game.
Yeah, I think outside of the usual Farsas, Jusins, and Kimisa we've been seeing really have a great time ever since the group stage here at MSC, these 2 teams are going to have to consider heroes such as like the Valentina and Faramis coming back as options, especially the Faramis. We've seen a couple of games, even in wildcards, where Faramis comes in big for a team that their opponents didn't expect it to come out. Suddenly, they're so aggressive in the early because they know they can play around the Nether Realm, and then the opposing team gets rattled. Maybe that's something these 2 teams might want to consider and lean into heading into game number 5. Are there any picks that you're looking for? You said you're looking for the Terizla. Is there a specific pick that you're looking for here, Trex?
Let me see that Lu Yi.
Oh.
I mean, it's always a possibility, right?
Yeah.
Like just because of the utility you get from it. But I think in current meta, stationary mages are hard to pull off. ZTN gets the pass mainly because of the passive, because of the ability to kite with her skills a little bit. But overall, a lot of mages that don't have flickers, don't have big movement, are a danger to their team, you know?
I mean, let's look back at the picks that we know notably for both of these sides have proven to work. Lancelot, still a huge problem for either side, no matter who picks it up. I mean, we've seen that the Hayabusa is kind of meh, but Yishin Shin, also a very large problem. We've seen that within the first phase of both sides, Wan consistently gets banned out. We've seen, I would say arguably, the Farsa should be considered a part of that ban as well, if not at least the Kalia, one or the other.
Oh, okay, a lot of potential trades can come out here. We've mentioned some of the surprise picks to come out. Now, it's all momentum is on the side of RRQ that SRG really needs to dig deep and pull something out here. Do they go for assassins? I know we consider the Lancelot, but should they try to find a way to force RRQ to play back into just playing utility, playing a slower game? That there are times where we've seen SRG do play well around that as well, because Sekais can afford to be aggressive while at the same time not dying as much.
Well, let's start making the comparisons, right? What are the strong points of both of these teams? And I think that one thing that SRG knows that they are slightly better at compared to RRQ is when it comes to 5v5 team fights. In terms of raw macro, I think that RRQ is very good at kind of, well, not really simulating, but forcing SRG into forks, right? No matter what decision, you're going to lose something.
For me, I don't know. I think both teams bring it into the land of Dawn. I think a lot of it's going to come down to draft. I think it's going to happen before the game. I think SRG, one of their strong points is their versatility, their ability to kind of play a little outside of the box, be willing to draft things that other teams might not risk and make it work. To whereas RRQ, one of their strengths still is we can keep it simple, and we know how to hammer that simplicity in very, very well. You give us a straightforward draft with strong picks, and we are going to win the game with it.
Seems like the more we discuss this, if anyone's going to be showing up any surprise picks, this might be on the side of SRG, as we see the RRQ fans in the arena just dancing on and cheering on their team.
What's your command?
All right, okay.
There we go.
For a moment there, I was trying to process it. Wait a minute. Did we just go back in time? Or no, we're finally in the draft.
All right.
Game number 5.
SRG takes red side.
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I was always looking for. Coach Arcadia knows what he's doing. And I think now that they've kind of played that mental chess game between Arcadia and as well as KSQ, they understand the power picks. I don't think RRQ is going to change from their pattern in terms of bans, especially for the first two. Fanny's definitely going to go.
So here's the question for RRQ. Do you ban out the Farza and look for the Jushin up front? If they still want to hunker down into that Jushin first pick blue side, I think they definitely ban out the Farza. We've seen them ban out the CC as well on blue side, not wanting to let Cram get it on the swing back. I think it's something we could see pop up. YSS, though, getting banned out from SRG.
Yeah, I think SRG needs to reconsider. Oh, they take away the CC. Good respect there. I think I want to see Yumes end up not with the Kalea, but something along the lines of a Badang, Gatakacha, something that can break the tempo of RQ to force out dashes, to put them in awkward spots where maybe they dash in the wrong position. Because if RQ can fight comfortably, as we saw in game number 4, they're just unstoppable.
See, but that's the thing, right? Every single time we see Kalea let through, SRG is more than happy to either build their synergy around the Kalea pick, if not lean into something else. And I feel like the onus is on RRQ to get rid of it in the first place. I don't think they will. I think this is a key pattern that they want to take advantage of.
We have seen, though, that RQ can deal with the Kalea a little bit. They were able to deal with the last game. I don't know if that's on the forefront of their mind right now, at least in terms of risk. There's ways to play around it. If they put something aggressive, they go for the Jushin ban first. So no, we want the Farza now. SRG now on the spot of, do we ban the Farza? Because if you don't, I got a feeling it's coming up front for RQ as that first side blue, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that, dude. I'm feeling the same way right now. Jushin ban right away just signals as if RQ is trying to say, no, we want the Farza right here, the first pick. Even more so now, though, RQ will have to think about, okay, my suggestion. What if SRG decides to put up a Gatakacha and Badang in the hands of Yumes, or even for Cram, one of those two heroes? That makes the Farza first pick all the more questionable.
You just get purified, man.
Well,
you just get purified.
I mean, we did see the last game.
Even the heroes that counter her just seem to not do that much. I think the laning phase you get from first pick Farza. You got to. I think right now I've been saying this for the past month or two. She is the mage right now for me in the mid lane. She belongs in the ban pool or something like this. Now, red side, Kalea.
I think they let go of Kalea. I think you go straight into Gatot here, and then you're looking for immediate answer down by the goal lane, which I'm thinking is probably going to be Granger.
Oh,
talk Granger.
Granger rush. I was thinking maybe a Moskov rush.
Well, either a Granger rush or we immediately lean into Lancelot, right? Because again, you want to afflict what is going to be coming out from the side of RRQ side. The problem is that if you show Lancelot, it's almost guaranteed to be Phoveus from RRQ.
Good call. The once you said Lancelot, I'm like, that's actually genius, because that's what RQ wants, I think, at this point. They do still have opportunity, though. They can still, because of what we know with utility, they can still pick up Fredrin here if they want. They have the burst damage behind it. Maybe they go for Granger Fred here and just kind of solid up. They have their damage, and then they can fill out the rest after.
Yeah, Granger Fred looks like two very powerful picks right now for RRQ. Do they lean into that? Sounded like a Granger. It's not a Fredrin. They go for the Phoveus first, which might come back to bite them, because SRG, if I'm SRG, I will be committing bans right away to Akai, Fredrin, take Susagen out of his comfort, put him in an assassin yet again.
Does SRG pick up EXP though here before we see what happened last game where they get the glue or something against the Phoveus? They need something that's going to do okay in lane against the Phoveus, and with CC gone, it's like, what else do you have in the arsenal to really deal with that?
Honestly, if SRG has it, they can go Akai XP for Cram. It becomes quite even in trade. Sometimes you could slightly beat it, but then you have the heavy spin to mess up the Phoveus in the first place.
I don't disagree. I think that Akai is okay, but Glue is always the go-to in this matchup. I think Cram has played like thousands of games of Glue into the Phoveus every single time, and that's the risk that SRG is willing to take here, right? But this opens up a couple of possibilities. Now that we see what Toy is going to be playing, SRG, I think at this point are trying to figure out what is the mid pick that's going to be able to counter everything on the side of RRQ. And I think that's where we're going to see the flex pick. It might just be the Zitian all over again as a means, but we saw how game one went. It's a little risky.
You mentioned the Valentina earlier. At least you get the Feathered Airstrike with that pick. Much earlier in this day, I mentioned something like the Novaria, something to at least have big range.
Oh, yes.
And at least poke, and at least not ever be in range of the Farza. It's not going to clear, it's not going to maybe rotate as fast, but at least you have range and you have that backline arsenal.
Oh, they banned the Selena.
Selena would have been another long-range great pick.
Yeah, it's a really good prediction there by RRQ.
That's really smart. That's really smart. That means he has to go even further down the list of potential things to pick. You need burst. That's the problem. You need a lot of burst to make sure this Kalia pick is not wasted, and you need divers to jump in the backline. So they've already figured out their divers, right? They have a pseudo burst coming in from that Lancelot, assuming he gets his first two items. But now the big issue is whether or not you have somebody that can either clean up the fight, which potentially either the flex picks coming up from the side, but specifically Innocent is Roger, or is he just going to double down and be like, all right, I'm going to play Claude again. That way I can kind of like cut down on the tanks, and more importantly so, kind of bypass the Feathered Airstrike.
I think they could save gold for last pick. Aerthel's maybe a possibility, but they're I think RQ's on the same track of me of like they need a long range mage right now, something that can pop up. Kadita also still open, another pick that we've seen depending, but it's like who do they pick first here? That's the hard thing for me for SRG. It's who do we want to try to get the last counterplay as?
I think RRQ is just going to end up with an Akai again, and then that will force SRG to go Valentina just so that they have the heavy spin on their side as well. So in a way, it's them getting an Akai without having to pick an Akai. But then you don't have the range. You are going to be getting uncomfortably close to the members of RRQ.
I think the call is on Innocent. Yep, there we go. Innocent will have to make the final call here, because at the end of the day, Stormy understands that his role is to try to maximize his value. But with this Beatrix pick, it now comes to, I must fight and I must execute well. Instant response. Joy and as well as the Gato to immediately look to punish this Beatrix.
That is tough. RQ this time for my eyes does seem a little ahead in terms of just predicting how SRG is going to approach this. SRG last pick Still need a mage.
Yeah, I think it has to be Valentina at this point. Not only can you get the Feathered Airstrike, you also get the ultimate of the Joy, as we've seen as one of the old responses to a Joy is you pick up the Electrifying Beats as well as a Valentina as your escape tool, sometimes as your engage tool.
But then you give up pressure over mid lane almost
Exactly.
immediately. The 2v2 is not good in the earlier stages of the game, and it's like, oh, sure, you survive, but Gothot makes it obsolete, so they always get first move.
I wonder if they go something like Valir or Veil, something weird.
I'm thinking like Veil, Nana, I mean, Zetian's like, okay, but there we go. They go for the Kimmy this time around, at least to try and punish, put a brass tax on them. It's still hard.
All right, real quick, your vibe, is it SRG or RRQ, Gideon?
I'm thinking that RRQ have a much better lineup this time around.
Trex?
I like RRQ's draft overall. Not saying that SRG's isn't possible to pull off, but once again, they're in a spot where there's a lot of pieces and it kind of has to work out perfect for them.
Our analysts have spoken and we are split. What does the arena feel like? Amazon Arena, is it going to be SRG or is it going to be RRQ? As we head into the decider, will the Kingdom get redemption or will SRG continue their push forward to their title? Brigida, Naisu, let's go.
Thank you so much once again to the panel here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Naisu, and Brigida to bring you our final match for this series. It all comes down to this one game. It's been one heck of a series already, a back and forth and some one-sided games, but that can all go behind us as both teams focus on this last and final one. Brigida, it seems like they're all for RRQ. What do you think here? Who's got the better lineup for this game 5?
I mean, beyond the better lineup, I'm also considering momentum because it does seem like RRQ are still riding off what happened in the previous game. And that reflects as early as 30 seconds into this deciding game. Yoon was already forced to recall and use the flicker. And if this happens time and time again, we might see another scenario of hesitation, which literally will be the biggest hindrance towards SRG playing their game, because it was already mentioned by our panelists as well. So many pieces have to come together for them to be able to pull off the better game.
It's been the case so far throughout the series, really. And a lot of that pressure still, you know, of course, like we said, the XP laners doing their part, and even down to the roaming potential, but it's going to be a little bit different because, you know, even in the gold lane, like the fact that this is a Beatrix in the hands of Innocent, this is going to be a different game than what a lot of people are used to seeing in the sense of usually Moskov in his hands. So now the game plan changes a bit for them. This whole series has been about team fighting, and this is one of the lineups that I feel like for SRG OG Esports, to make it work, they have to be able to find the right timing for things. I mean, that has been the case anytime a Kalea is there, but then as well, it might be an early fight already.
He went in with the Unbreakable. Phantom Execution already committed by Sekaiza as well, but he doesn't get to find a kill onto Edok. Only the Revitalize was forced out of RRQ in that scenario.
That's all they got. They might still go for more. They put some pressure here on Rins.
Oh, Thorn Rose damages Rins a lot, but Sutsujin Electrifying Beats also deals back enough damage to SRG OG. Such a good back and forth for both of these teams so far. No clear advantage just yet. It might happen here.
And a lot of this brings it to the first objective, the turtle. A charge up from Edok.
Oh, he flickered to go in, and the Feathered Airstrike. Things look so good for RRQ, but the objective falls into the hands of SRG OG. AOG also committed by Edok as well, but they might not get anything more out of that.
It's crazy how the fight up at the top side of the map turned into eventually that turtle. Nice little take there from Innocent. But again, it's nothing too crazy. Yes, SRG got the turtle. That's fine. RRQ gets the first blood, though, and that goes in the hands of Dyrant. Again, a lot of the trending here for the XP laners is once they get that advantage, they play into it. But still, we're seeing how both these lineups, Ritz.
Oh, the Wings by Wings got cancelled, but still, he's alive. Like, Yums won't risk going in and potentially getting punished by RRQ, because right now they're the ones who need to do a bit of the catching up. RRQ are clearly in the lead right now. Fortunately, they're still able to somehow control majority of their lanes. Not too big of an advantage is handed over to any of the members of RRQ just yet. But the way things are going, it does seem like RRQ have less things to worry and think about. Like, whenever they decide to go in, they have ways to just constantly reposition themselves and get out, but now they decide to go in and commit onto the kill, maybe on Sakai, maybe on Crab, but he still has the puncture to get out. Now there is the mount coming in from Crab. They will find the kill on Dyron instead.
Great job there from Cram to go ahead and bring Dyron back. That's exactly why you pick up the glue in some of these instances where you can reposition for the team to take favor of that. So good play up there. He's going to get a little bit of extra damage on that turret, that extra gold that he needs to go ahead and build in on this glue. So Turtle will be up here shortly, but you know, going back to it, it's you got a couple purifies to go ahead and utilize if you're RRQ, and over on the other side, a lot of the work that they've been doing is getting those flickers down from SRG, and we could see the same thing happen from time to time before either team actually commits to the Turtle. So right now, RRQ's got positioning, they've got that favorable option, but Sakai's on the Lancelot, can just kind of join into this fight, and that's why they make their way here. Cram's going to zone out Rins for now, and RRQ will pull off, and he'll go for the reset.
It could have been a 3v3, but now SRG, it seems like they're all complete. Phantom Execution already committed. They just a slight reset, but still Sakai gets the last hit. There's a penetration coming from Innocent as well, and they get to burst down Dyron. They have to walk away. They already lost a member. Now SRG, this is where it works for them, and Innocent getting that kill. Massive, already granting him the early Blade of Despair.
Yep, good for him. He rotated on up. And I thought both gold laners would actually join that, but totally decided to do some extra damage to that mid turret. And the fact that the kill and the objective go over help Val. Oh no! Stormy!
Such a well-coordinated attack from Sutsujin and Rins. The first hit from the Fettered Airstrike didn't land, so it wasn't an immediate stun, but Sutsujin was there either way to supply a bit more of damage. And now what Toy has been really trying to work on is finally handed over to RRQ. That's the first turret that's taken down in this game, and if RRQ are able to keep this up, this is way too similar to how they were able to establish that dominating lead in the previous game.
Oh, here we go, concealed from Yums. He's going for it.
That's the Flicker title strike into the Medic Rage for Dyron, gets bursted down once again. The Kalea Beatrix combo has been working too well for SRG so far in terms of getting the pickoffs, even in the tankiest heroes. But now Yums still trying to go for it. Toy will just try to damage that tier 2 turret a bit, but they might have to walk away now. These are 4 members of SRG OG who might try to go for the chase. Now they try to lock down onto Edok. Doesn't have a way out. No, actually has the AOG. Doesn't need a flicker or anything to just reposition out of there.
Oh, they want this turret.
Yeah, but they might have to hand over this turret, not unless they really want to fight for it. Now Edok pays with his life.
A great shot from Innocent. I'm not sure if they'll get more, but they've been down on this bottom side of the map quite a bit. Good clearing up there on top too. Cram in trouble.
That's a decent amount of damage, but another Bennett's Rage to burst down Dyron. Always the victim of the Bennett's Rage. Electrifying beats from Sutsujin, though nearly taking down Innocent, but he has a flicker. Phantom Execution doesn't land as well, and they just get a bit of information, but will have to let go of this turtle for now.
They fought really hard for all of this in the last minute. They spent so much time on this side of the map. They'll get the objective. They'll take a little bit more. Sakai's holding Edok here. And SRG, they're in a good position now. You're seeing where that power spike for them is starting to come online. Innocent is starting to be a problem. He's got the 3 kills now as well.
Yep. It's these 2 guys up top. It's Yums and Innocent.
It's the boys.
It's the boys. The way they're just so coordinated so far in this game, it's doing wonders for SRG OG. I feel like this is the most coordinated we've seen them so far. Sutsujin barely surviving that. Sakai's will he decide to dash in once again. There's the electrifying beat! Just barely touches the Thorgros.
Hold on for a little longer because Sutsujin getting really close there. Endless battle now picked up for Sakai. So there's going to be a fight.
Oh, Tsunami Slam committed onto Dyron again, but has the flicker. Doesn't get to receive the Bennett's Rage this time. But again, Edok's brought back, but has the AOG to also get away. So SRG aren't able to convert that into a kill yet again. But Toy, decent amount of damage already coming in. Riz, wings by wings! Dodges the Renner's apathy. such a close fight between these two so far.
I think they want more, but they're going to be focusing on Cram. Now they want control of this tier 1 up top, but it should be cleared up. Sakai's is here. He's going to go for it.
Doesn't land the Phantom Execution, but has enough damage to deal with Rins. Okay, who would have thought? SRG, even despite the situation, they have other members to rely on to go for the surprise attacks. And so RRQ, they might have to consider that and not be too complacent in terms of grouping up together, in as much as that's how they really utilize the strengths of their lineup.
Big item pickup here too for Cram. A Radiant Armor now available. Some of that magic resist going to play into the part. They're going to go for the slam.
Oh, Edok is the target once more here. Receives the Bennett's Rage once again and gets blasted by SRG OG. That's a successful pickup for their team right as the Lord has spawned in the bottom lane. But if you look at majority of the other members or the teams, it's just pretty equal. It's mostly really on the EXP lane, which I feel SRG OG was really keen on trying to shut down. Fast execution towards Rinse and Koi, but Dyron gets bursted down once again. Sutsujin goes in, but might just have to disengage. Innocent, he flickers in. He knew he had the damage.
He knew he had it, but now they don't have a jungler. And right now, RRQ, even without Dyron, they could go ahead, set things up for their favor. Unless SRG does something about it. AOG in the mid lane, Cram.
AOG to the face. Doing a great job at surviving and sustaining, but Sutsujin might come from the side, try to burst down a couple members here from SRG OG, but now Innocent with the Renner could only do so much. I feel like he just switched it a moment ago, so he couldn't dish out that much damage if he doesn't target it well enough. Oh, but he wasn't in the range of the Bennett's Rage. That saved Edok.
Sutsujin looking for more, gonna go under the turret with the beats, under the tier 1, but stopped in his tracks. And it has been a back and forth, all of this, between both the teams. But the positioning now for this Lord here is RRQ.
Yeah, I have to say the knockups coming in from Yumes have been very, very crucial though. Either in looking for the targets to set up with a Tsunami Slam, or just to literally deny RRQ from chasing down the other members of SRG OG, similar to what happened with Sutsujin earlier right now. But there's the Feathered Airstrike, another two-man knockup coming in from the Tidal Strike. Toy, unfortunately, is the first to fall for RRQ. You do not want that.
Sutsujin, he can still come in from that backside, but he's going to be stopped in his tracks. Cram will zone them out. It might come down to a retribution battle if they decide to go for it.
Oh, Rins, will he cast his ultimate right now? Gets threatened here by Sakai as he goes in. AOG out for Edok, but they find the kill on Dyron. Now Sutsujin might not find the right angle to go in anymore. He's only left alone here as SRG take the Lord.
A great team fight, a great juggle around that Lord for SRG. They did lose the Holy Shield up top to the minions pushing in, but nonetheless, they won that fight. They get the objective. We'll take a look at the instant replay again from STC. This was really good. They zoned out the right members of this fight. Sutsujin didn't have an angle to go for it. I mean, he sees Cram and he's like, I can't go for this. And then they held that Lord from going into a complete reset to be able to secure it. And now they're at the base of RRQ.
Yep. That pull yourself together for you is becoming such a problem. Like, he almost always has his flicker to threaten RRQ, to keep them on their toes, and for Rins to just not be able to dish out the Feathered Airstrike as often as he wanted to. Even in that moment where he has the vision on the objective, he just couldn't, because too many members of SRG OG could decide to dive in at any given moment. And I feel that that's what makes up majority of the idea of their lineup too. It's literally formation breaking, formation breakers for SRG OG.
Man, if we look at this, the items too, you know, Dyron, what a roller coaster of a series.
Yep.
Like, this game, he's been pretty much just stopped. He is a punching bag for SRG OG Esports to go ahead and utilize, because he has been constantly picked off. He doesn't have much defense at all. You know, he's got the blade armor, but that's about it. And a little extra defense. Now, that might be somewhat okay in consideration he's playing a Phobius, but if you're picked off with the Tsunami Slam and then immediately deleted, then the value of you being in the XP laner, being that kind of front front body other than Edok puts Edok in that situation where a lot of times he's the one trying to get away, disengage with the Avatar of the Guardian instead of engaging with it. So it's been a really good just decision-making from SRG to play around the fact that, you know, they have this Kalea and even down to the Traction Pulse, but also the fact that Cram is just so damn tanky that you can't really deal too much with him. And he's built this glue up really well. He's also now got an immortality. I mean, look how much damage this guy has taken.
Yeah.
He can basically go 1v5 on the glue and be okay for the most part, until RRQ gets to the point, itemization-wise, where they catch up. Now, how long is that? Probably another 5 minutes or so. Like, they need to get there. At least for Toy, he is on par with Innocent. And imagine, Innocent's got 5 kills. That's really good for Toy, but if he's taken out early, you lose a lot of that.
Cyclone Eye into his death!
Oh.
Tyron did not anticipate that, but Sekai's, they find the kill onto Toy as well. So Sujin gets to trade out Sekai's, but that's an exchange of 3.
It's a 3-to-1 trade, Brigida, right now. SRG, they know the shield is down. They're going to push into the base turret.
Oh, Purify already used there by Rins. He had to dodge the Traction Pulse. Conceal coming in from SRG. OG, they only want one thing, and they're going to go for the end. The defending champions, the Red Giants, will remain, and they shall prevail over the kingdom.
Redemption denied. The M6 rematch carved in RRQ's ruins as the Red Giants stormed through the walls ahead to the semis. We can all let a breath out here, whichever team you're rooting for, because we had one hell of a series. And of course, the sportsmanship here between these two powerhouse teams. Unfortunately, only one can. Because even this, like, you look at these highlights, and Cram had such a good game here, and it's been a back and forth between their experiences throughout each game, you know, where we got to see Dyron do crazy things in game 1, then we saw Cram do it, and then they really solidified as a team as the series went on, and this time SRG just looked so clean with it. This was one of those games where they just locked in. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage, though, with Rose to hear for our winning interview.
Thank you very much to our casters, and there you guys have it. The defending champions will be heading on to the semi-finals tomorrow. And right now, from Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, I am with the Mage Prodigy of Malaysia. It is none other than Stormy. Stormy, how are you right now?
I'm really proud with myself and my team, and really happy that we won today.
After this win, you guys are practically one step closer to defending the crown. Do you feel pressure? Do you feel nervous, or are you actually really confident?
Not really. We're just in the middle right now, and we're just happy that we go to the next stage. Yeah.
I think everybody here is happy, as well as the fans back at home. Now, let's talk about the matchup with RRQ, because we know that the reason RRQ chose you guys in the group draw was because they said that they were kind of looking for a revenge up against you guys. Now, for the second time that you guys have met RRQ, SRG came out on top. Is there any message that you want to give RRQ?
To RRQ, nice try, I guess.
See you guys next time?
I hope so.
Yeah, I do believe that RRQ can come back stronger in the future tournaments, and who knows, maybe then they can meet SRG once again. Okay, let's talk about the match a little bit. We know it's a full best of 5, the full series that we've had, first full series that we've had since the knockout stage began. Now, Stormy, in the first game, we could see that it was a very 50-50 matchup up against RRQ. What was actually happening?
On the first game, I can't remember that much in first game, but I think we did one mistake and it turned everything around. So I just think that it's just a mistake from us.
It was a complete brawl, actually, in the game 1. Then you guys managed to regain momentum and came back stronger in game 2 and 3. However, for your match point, game 4, what was that? What happened there?
We did another mistake on the first turtle before the turtle, so it happens, yeah.
Was it the case of overconfidence or miscommunication?
Not really. I think we just like wrong mechanics, I guess. That's it.
Okay, now after this win, do you guys think that SRG OG Esports it's back to its perfect form?
What?
Do you guys think you're back to your perfect form or not yet?
Inshallah, yeah.
Hopefully. Okay, now the next match, the match after this, right, Stormy? It will decide who you guys will meet in the semifinals tomorrow. Between ONIC Philippines and Team Spirit, who do you want to meet?
I don't mind any actually, but I'm hoping that ONIC PH because it might be a good story for us also.
Good story, and hey, we could be looking at another revenge matchup up against ONIC Philippines because in case you guys didn't know, ONIC Philippines dropped SRG OG Esports to the lower bracket over at M6. Before I wrap up this interview, is there anything you want to say to ONIC Philippines in case you guys will be able to meet tomorrow?
Just good luck, have fun, and do the best, yeah.
Thank you very much, Stormy. Congratulations. And there you guys have it. SRG OG will be moving on to the next round tomorrow. With that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this crazy full series. Back to you guys.
It's not redemption, but it's devastation as the Giants just trample over the Kingdom of RRQ, lording over them to advance into the semifinals in a Game 5 that I felt like at one point it was just a game of inches, man. The first one who would mess up or miss position will get punished, and that's what we saw in the very final fight.
Dude, my heart could not take it. Can this be like the new El Clasico? You know, we don't need EVOS anymore. Get them out of here. SRG OG Esports versus RRQ. These matches are insanely not only fun to watch, but on a technical aspect, I think every MLBB lover can really appreciate it. But here we go. This is the most painful part.
2 million viewers are having their key crushed right now. It definitely hurts. The fans of RRQ are watching this happen, and I mean, SRG deserve it though. Oh, that's the best part, the snap.
Yeah.
He's a cool man.
You could read that. At first, Stormy was looking at it kind of longingly, like, that was a good match between us. Oh, wait a minute. That's a bit violent. Oh! And then you see his reaction. Well, of course, again, the key crushes, people were looking for them at the end of group stages, but now we are seeing them here during the knockouts. We saw 2 yesterday, then we see the first one today. Again, thank you to RQ Hoshi, the fans, and of course the team for all your efforts you brought out here. There were a lot of people who are actually looking at this and saying, hey, I think RQ will get their redemption. I think they redeemed themselves in some way, but ultimately it was just SRGOG just proving why they became champions last year, why they're still considered one of the top 5, even top 4 teams in the world.
I think out of all, the fact is it's currently year two of a team picking SRG in this particular format and dropping the ball. I think, hey, if they are the last kids picked on the basketball court like this, I mean, next year, hopefully teams really consider like, oh man, should we roll the dice again?
I think it's also another good point. Last time what we saw from SRG, they win 5 games up against Aurora, actually, got the win, and then moved forward and were able to make it to grand finals. You know, what does this say for SRG? Because I think we came in a top 8 kind of questioning them a little bit this MSC, wondering how they were going to perform. They had a rough groups, and they just took out RRQ, which a lot of people were putting very high on the pedestal this year.
And someone we have to put on a pedestal now is our Sony Series MVP. In a game decided by so many trades for key heroes, it was in the EXP lane of SRGOG where they found their anchor, where they found Cram to help lead the team to victory.
Yeah, I think even in that very last major team fight, Cram was the one that got the double stun onto Toy. And that was the moment where it was like, you know, it was kind of back up in the air, but Cram smashes the dream once again. And throughout this whole series, Cram has been so important to every single match.
Yeah, he's been absolutely disgusting, right? Every time we see SRG really start to falter is when he's not doing too well. And honestly, I can make the same comparison with Dyron from RRQ. I think RRQ put an amazing fight here, but the primer of SRG OG Esports with Cram to get those battle spells out, then let the super play happen. He kind of tenderizes his opponents, so when you see the showmaker himself just end up with Yums coming in with a Tsunami Slam, it's just perfect.
Yeah, 13-1-8 in that game 2 really helped set the tone for SRG heading into game number 3, which yet again, even though Cram played a little bit more of a quiet role in this game 3, it was the over-respect by RQ and over-focus on him that allowed the X-Borg and then eventually the, I believe it was the Claude that they were with, or was it the Claude that they were with, to be able to operate freely because Cram demanded so much attention from RQ.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, if Cram has a good game, and I think it was not this last game, but game number 4, Gideon's going, why are you guys ganking the EXP lane? That's why they're ganking the EXP lane, because you give Cram a good game, you give all 5 team members a good game, and I think both teams started to understand that as those games move forward, but SRG were just able to deliver with it.
Yeah, I literally couldn't believe that. 2v3, somehow Dyron dies there? That's like, what? Why? How? That should not have happened.
Yeah, and I think as the series went on, especially that game number 5, it's like we just got to see the constant recalibration by SRG. Even Stormy acknowledged it in the interview. What happened in that game number 4, it wasn't miscom or anything. It was just pure mechanics. They messed up on some key abilities. They ended up giving the double kill. So it validated our theory, which that Game 5 draft that SRG used was more of them just going, it was more of the first 3 minutes. We could have handled the lead up to the first turtle better, and they did, and then they were able to shine in that Game 5.
They were like, run it back one more time, coach.
I think so much of it comes back to what Gideon was saying, where, you know, I was more on board on the draft, but I think it did prove that in game, that's what really came down. Who could mechanically achieve these things better? In some of the games that we saw RQ loss, we saw Ren's missing a few skills here and there. I think in the last one, a few feathered airstrikes were not connecting. So I think in the end, SRG just played the better game, I would say. And even some of the games they won, that, like you said, recalibrated, whether it was in draft, whether it was in game. But overall, I think SRG definitely deserved that Game 5 win.
Yeah, and what I like about the series is not just because of the action of what happened in game. Heading into this, we were already touting this to be a crazy chess match in terms of the drafts happening. I know we have chess happening in another venue here in the Boulevard right now, but we were getting our own chess experience with the drafts, and with SRG showing things like Beatrix getting picked up in game number 5 as the 4th pick on the red side, the X-Borg coming out of the last pick as their jungler for game number 3. SRG being able to pull that off, I feel like that's a heat check to the rest of the teams, especially to Team Spirit or ONIC, whoever they're going to be going up against, because they're not afraid to show cards.
Yeah, they're really not afraid to show cards. And I think that coming into this particular form, I'm hoping that, you know, the RRQ fans are not going to be too harsh on their team, because we know how they are like every single international. Because again, it was a beautiful game of MLBB, and I think that this needs to be the standard everyone is looking to hit. If we're fighting for a reason.
Yeah.
Top tier mechanics, top tier drafts. Only these two teams, when they fight each other, do we see the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Earlier we got to hear from Stormy, but now we have to hear from Toy from RRQ with Eterna.
We're backstage here after that match loss against SRG. We have Toy here in the building. Toy, talk us through what's going on in your brain right now. What's happening?
Apa?
Sekarang lagi mikirin apa?
Nggak ada sih, paling lagi mikirin buat kedepannya lagi ya, MPL nanti.
Okay, so he's not really thinking about anything right now. He's just focusing on MPL. So coming into this, it was supposed to be a revenge match. Harusnya ini menjadi match balas dendam untuk RRQ melawan SRG. Tapi kali ini kalah lagi. Menurut kalian, apakah SRG mungkin punya sesuatu yang kita nggak tahu? Do you think that SRG knows something about RRQ that we don't?
Kalau gue lihat sih SRG ya main kayak biasanya, jago gitu. Cuman kalau dari kitanya kayak kebanyakan mistake sih tadi.
Okay, jadi so Toy mentioned that he feels that SRG played as well as they could, but it was the mistakes that were made by RRQ that eventually made this loss happen. So, do you have any regrets picking SRG here?
Apa?
Ada ini nggak, rasa regret nggak pilih SRG untuk first phase knockouts untuk RRQ?
Gak ada sih. Sebelumnya juga kita kan pilih SRG ya karena kita pede aja sama draft pick sama strategi kita.
Okay, so no regrets. He still thinks that it's okay. Do you have any message now to the Indonesian fans in the building and at home watching RRQ? Ada message untuk fans.
Apa?
Message untuk fans, untuk Kingdom.
Ya buat Kingdom, makasih lah udah dukung kita, apalagi yang udah datang ke sini jauh-jauh. Jadi sorry ya lah, udah ngecewain kalian.
Thank you so much. You may go back to your manager. Thank you, Toy. It's an emotional day right now, and obviously the key crushings will still be happening. So we're going to cut to that very, very soon, and hopefully they can come back stronger on their next international. We're throwing it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Eterna. And you could see there, like, I feel like Toy is like compartmentalizing a bit. It's like MSC's done instantly. He's already thinking about the next league. The Indonesian Pro League starts in 2 or 3 weeks, and his head's already there.
I hope that he gets into the right headspace, and I think it's up to you fans out there to help him out. I mean, we need to set better examples for why the Kingdom has some of the best fan bases in the world. They are loyal, they truly withstand the test of time, and I think RRQ fans out there, it's time to turn that hate into support. Make sure that these boys are ready the next time they meet at an international.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's what's... I think so many teams that make it to this top 8 spot are still amazing teams. So many fans just want to see gold, but just to get here right now, it is number 8 in the world. It is, it is a statement in itself, but SRG does take the win. And I think that has to also be a statement in itself, because I'm really excited to see how they do up against the next teams that they'll be facing.
Yeah, with the defending champions of MSC moving forward, we now look at the brackets to remind us who joins them. You have Team Liquid, the champions of the Philippines. You have ONIC Indonesia, the champions of Indonesia. While now it's between the champions of EECA and the runner-ups of the Philippines, but the defending world champions, ONIC Philippines, to see who SRG will face. It seems like as we get closer and closer to the grand finals, the bracket is looking more like what a lot of people expected, the champions of their respective regions. But now it's going to be up to the defending world champs to stop a potential plot twist in the making, as Team Spirit have been on an absolute tear. Will they be able to stop the rise of the Dragons of EECA? Or will they falter, and will the plot twist of the century happen? I'm so excited for the next series, which will be happening when we come back.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station.
between ONIC Indonesia as well as ONIC Philippines. Which is going to be your opponent?
King Kong, come over.
You want ONIC Philippines! All right! Philippines! All right!
King Kong. Do you expect Team Spirit to pick you?
Not really. I thought RRQ or maybe Team Liquid PH is going to pick us.
We chose ONIC Philippines because, in our opinion, they're not as strong as Indonesia from what we have seen, and we are more confident to go up against them.
It's not like huge difference, you know. They both so strong teams, but we just don't have normal choices, so we just choose a little bit different teams. That's it.
How do you think of this matchup?
Very fun match and exciting.
At Kid Bomba, let's eat again in desert.
In one of the most surprising twists, the reigning world champs will now face off the Rising Dragons in an elimination match for their first knockouts match. The throne shakes. Can ONIC PH silence the doubts, or will Team Spirit ignite a new era? That is the questions on everyone's heads. I'm seeing a lot of Filipinos in online comment sections suddenly proclaiming the Kid Bomba's Filipino for what he did for allowing a PH Grand Finals to happen, but also respecting Team Spirit for just picking ONIC right away.
I mean, Kid Bomba's about as Filipino as I am, and I am pretty Filipino, so just saying.
I think that it's interesting that he wanted to go in this particular manner, but we all heard that interview, right?
Yeah.
We all heard him just go like, hey, ONIC PH are looking a little weaker compared to Indonesia, which was
he
odd.
said Philippines is looking a little weaker compared to Indonesia. Redmar.
I think he said ONIC Philippines. I don't want, like, I miss out.
Not
I
as
didn't
good
want to
as-
laser focus in too much on
I mean,
Philippines.
he definitely said not as good as Indonesia. That's all I know.
Yep.
If I was you, if I was a three-time world championship region.
Four,
exactly. I don't know. I wouldn't take that, Redmar.
I'd be fuming. I'd be fuming.
I don't know how it feels to be a four-time region champion, but...
So I think right now you're just confirming how much more Filipino you are than me. It seems like you're more offended by the statement than I am. I'm chill, man. I'm just here. It's like, all right, cool. We'll see it in game. We'll see in the result. You know, it'll be all good.
Yeah, every single time. I don't know. I think that it's interesting that Team Spirit has like. I feel like if they had faster games, they could be changed in the order. Things would have shaken up a little bit more differently, right? Yeah. At least for Team Spirit, I feel like they're truly they found themselves in not only their play style, but the way that they kind of have the overlook in the game.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge Team Spirit are still undefeated heading into this. They went 2-0. They were in the 2-0 bracket. They've performed incredibly well in MSC, while ONIC PH has been shaky. So maybe since Eterna and Rose got to catch up with Kelra, we'll be able to understand their mindset a little bit more heading into this series.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with Kelra as well as Rose to aid in the translation, right? Why are you guys laughing?
I wanted to just go to the restroom and I was cornered by Kelra.
Okay, we'll get this quick though. Okay, first and foremost, we weren't able to get your response to how things went up. How did you feel about Team Spirit choosing you before ONIC ID?
Ay, ba? Yung pagpili sa amin ng Team Spirit, di ko talaga in-expect na pipiliin kami ng Team Spirit. Ang in-expect ko talaga nang pipili sa amin yung yung RRQ kasi parang napag-usapan namin na malakas talaga yung kutob namin na pipiliin kami ng RRQ kasi kita namin sa kanila na gustong-gusto nilang bumawi sa amin.
Okay, so he said that he actually didn't expect Team Spirit to choose them. And amongst the internal discussion that ONIC Philippines had, they all thought it was RRQ that would be picking them because they could see the eagerness that RRQ wanted to get their revenge on ONIC PH.
Oh, interesting. So why did you think that it would be you guys because of the RRQ? But I mean, there were only two teams left, right? It was ONIC ID and you guys. So why did you think that you wouldn't be picked there?
Tingin ko kaya lang kami pinik ng Team Spirit dahil yung sinabi ko kay Kid Bomba nung inaasar ko siya.
What did you say?
Yung wag sila mababa ng lower bracket kasi tatalunin namin sila.
Oh,
Inaasar ko siya.
Okay, so he said he was actually teasing Kid Bomba, and he was saying like, don't ever drop to the lower bracket because if you do, I will beat you. So I think he thinks that is the reason why that Team Spirit actually picked ONIC PH.
All right, with that, you have a message for Kid Bomba right now.
Message ko lang Kid Bomba, galingan natin mamaya, tsaka enjoyin lang laro. Tapos bigyan ng magandang laban yung mga kalaban. Ay, yung mga viewers.
That's a very humble one. He said to Kid Bomba, good luck, have fun. Let's give the audience an amazing game later. Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. We're going to close it there. Heading over back to the studio.
It started out with a tease. How did it end up like this? Here comes Team Spirit now entering the arena. And yeah, Kid Bomba, after getting teased by Kelra, said, you know what? He took that personally.
He took that a little too personally. I mean, we heard it from the group stages alone, right? Why he made the initial selection. Kid Bomba quoting like, Kelra was teasing me in the back, so we got to take him on.
I think there is some important, though, here for Team Spirit. They are yet to get a win, a series win, off of a Filipino team thus far in MSC or M Series. So if they can do that here, it's a huge step in the right direction for ECA.
Yeah, it'll be a massive shift in the story of ECA, who has struggled against Filipino teams in multiple international tournaments. And of course, a massive shift in expectations for this team, who are entering MSC as the defending world champs after their M6 campaign. They are not the defending Philippines champions, as they did drop in the grand finals in the Philippines heading into this two-team liquid. But people are still going, yo, ONIC are still a damn good team. They're still really strong. But I cannot fault people also for having those doubts creep in because of their performance in the group stages.
That's why. I think that it's a similar scenario to SRG in this case, right? Where when we're looking at ONIC PH, because of the regular season run and drop into TLPH, that people are like a little, oh, I don't know whether this team is going to make it through. And then it's further enforced when they drop their games against Aurora. But it doesn't change the fact that this team is so mechanically talented, and why they're so together is what makes them dangerous in the first place.
Yeah, not only are they mechanically talented, but they are the super fan. They're in sync nonstop, great drafts. They're also one of the Filipino teams that's willing to bend the draft a little bit, pick outside the box here and there, and because they're so mechanically talented, it works.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we're seeing bans on Kagura is because Super Friends brought it up. So let's see if ONIC PH will continue to lynch onto their captain, onto their mid laner to bring out draft surprises. While for Team Spirit, they are as textbook as you can get in the scariest way possible. If RRQ are textbook, these guys are that 2+ more, because Hiko, Mania, and even One Shot have definitely stepped up even more since their M6 campaign in Malaysia last year.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Hiko, when he got the moniker Hiko Mania, definitely he has shown that he can play up on that stage. One Shot was still kind of trying to find himself, converting from that, like, I'm that monster pub player and I'll just beat you mechanically, to now I have to really think tactically, and there must be purpose in my movement if I want to be at the top level of professional play.
Yeah, my eyes have been on Hiko since before MSC of last year. I think when he first joined the roster, just a young kid. I think he came in at like 16 or something. Yep. It's been a bit now. And since the Hiko Mania event, he has, you know, grown into an even stronger player. You know, reminds me of these young prodigies like Kelra, who come in very, very young. The thing about Hiko, though, he seems much more level-headed than what we see. And I almost want to see the savage come out of him a little bit. I need to see that energy come from him, because that's what we need to see, I think, if he's going to push past his boundaries.
Yeah, don't forget, Hiko Mania, one of the reasons why he got that name, he got a savage in the M6 World Championship. Unfortunately, it was a lost game, but then they eventually went on to win that series. Now, though, another young man who made a name for himself in his international debut is the man who was interviewed by Eterna. It was Kid Bomba.
We're now here backstage with Kid Bomba, all smiles. You feeling good?
Very good.
Very good. Can we ask why you're feeling very good?
I'm very excited for today.
Very excited for today. Now, funny thing is, you asked ONIC PH not to drop to the lower bracket because you will beat them. Is that true?
No.
Oh. What did you say?
Kara just said it as a joke, you know, when I was walking by. And then he said, don't go lower bracket or we will send you home.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, you sure? So yeah, that's the story. Short form.
Friendly banter.
Yeah.
But what do you actually feel coming into this match? Because you guys technically were the ones to pick them.
I feel super confident. I'm 100% sure that we can win today, as long as the confidence level of my team is the same as mine.
But is it? Are they feeling as confident as you?
I'll make sure that they feel.
He'll make sure that they will feel confident. A message, perhaps, to ONIC PH before your match.
Good luck. Have fun. Let's have a great game. And like Kelra said, absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema again. Heading over back to the studio.
Kid Bomba with the posture, the confidence, as always, one of the most entertaining figures we have in global MLBB esports. And I like how he pushed on that point. He makes sure his team is as confident as he is that they can beat the reigning world champs.
I don't think people have seen Sawo in the back rooms just talking to his team, because he is serious. He's a true EECAN, some may say. Really giving that, energy not only to the team, but to kind of put everybody in the right mindset. That's why I think this really is going to be absolute cinema, as they like to call it.
I definitely think every player on the side of Team Spirit, in terms of what they bring to the table for their mentality is important. All of them bring something. You have the seriousness of Sawo. You have, the young mentality of Hiko. You have Kid Bomba, who kind of brings that lightheartedness to the table, you know? I think all of them supply something, and it's been a team that we've all gotten to really know over the past few years.
Yeah, I mean this in the best way possible. It seems like as he gets more experience, Kid Bomba just starts to exude like dad energy, like confident dad or uncle energy. Like he's going from Kid Bomba to like Dad Bomba or Uncle Bomba.
Uncle Bomba.
Uncle Bomba, I like that.
Couple more years.
Just a couple more years.
Uncle Bomba? No.
Oh, wait, no, he's Filipino, so he's Tito Bomba.
Kuya Bomba.
Kuya Bomba, all right. I'll go for Kuya Bomba.
It's good, but I do agree that this team is really growing up together, which is crazy, right? Because I think they're one of the few teams that have showed up consistently to internationals, and we've seen them not only change in roster, change with back management, change with organization, but legitimately grow up from a young age to where they are now. Sunset Lover is a really good example of that. Truly aging like fine wine into his 20s.
Yeah, as we look from the XP lane to the mid lane, we go to the other side of the map to the gold lane. As Kelra, the gold standard, will have to see how he will fare against Hiko Mania, a young man who took the world by storm in last year's M6 World Championship and who has so far have had a statistically, better performance than the gold standard this MSC.
Definitely a better standard this MSC, though we could argue that the stats might be a little skewed. We know that Kelra got dropped, had a couple more games, which means a couple more deaths, a couple more kills, however you want to call it. But either way, this is a matchup I'm very excited for, because Kelra has proved himself time and time again. And Hiko, for me, is still kind of on that road. And getting a win here against Kelra kind of finally does put Hiko in that position. Like, yes, the hype is building around him, but for me, he's still not yet at that, that gold standard point. And beating Kelra here puts him there.
Yeah, I got to talk about it with a bunch of other people before the day started, where it feels like what we're seeing is a slightly different Kelra. We aren't seeing so far the M6 gold standard Kelra. I feel like this is my hot take of the day. That what happened in the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 15, that dash out of the base where he got picked off by Sanji on the low E that eventually led to ONIC PH's loss in the 7th game of the grand finals, has gotten to Kelra a bit. Because we're not seeing the savage side of Kelra as much as we used to. We're seeing a very calculated Kelra, but it feels like at times we're seeing more of that savage coming out of OHEB from Team Liquid Philippines.
Well, let's look at the opposite side of this, right? I think it's important that not only is it, maybe it could be getting to them, or maybe the rest of the world has to keep up with Kelra at some point, that as the gold standard, competitive levels need to reach his level if we want to stand a chance, because I don't think anybody wants to replay M6 all over again, where ONIC PH basically kind of washed the entire world.
Well, real quick, Trex, you have I'll give you a few seconds here. What do you think about Kelra, man?
I think there's still possibilities there. I like what you said. Every time he hits a dash, is he wincing? Is he like,
yeah?
Is there some PTSD still there? I don't know, but the gold price does continue to go up, and if Kelra wants to be that standard, he's going to need to keep up himself.
Inflation.
ONIC PH versus Team Spirit, the champions of the Philippines, the reigning world champions against the champions of EECA, who have been flying high and rising faster than ever before. Is it a plot twist, or will it go as expected? Let's throw you on over to the stage to welcome our teams.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And boy, we still have one more quarterfinal, but our kickoff for today, Rose, was incredible. What was that at Game 5?
Oh my. That was one heck of a series. We have witnessed 3 quarterfinals games since we started the knockout stages yesterday. And oh my goodness, that was the first full series. And whew, I just gotta say, I am super excited for this last one.
Yeah, absolutely. It really changes the pace, because yesterday we got 2 best of 5s that were 3-0 washouts, right? Today we got already match 1, Game 5, you know, everything great. Game 5 kind of mid, but the rest real good, right? Excited through the whole thing, so I'm really hoping we get more of that same action here at MSC for our final quarterfinal. Speaking of which, our players are ready. Let's bring out our teams. Joining us on stage, it's Team Spirit! The MCC champions remain undefeated at MSC 25, not dropping a single game to cruise into knockouts. Powerhouse regions do not even flinch the EECA representatives, looking to carve their names in MLBB history. With Wunderkind Hiko at the helm, can Team Spirit show their wisdom in picking the reigning world champions to face off against?
And of course, Team Spirit is coming in from the upper bracket. The reigning world champions were their chosen opponents. It is now time to call on the Super Family hailing from the Philippines. It's ONIC time. It is ONIC Philippines. The world has doubted ONIC Philippines' ability after facing defeat to the now eliminated Aurora Gaming. However, after sweeping Area 77 and Homeboys, the Super Family is showing that their bond is now tighter than ever. And now they look to prove that Team Spirit has picked their poison. They are ready to hammer the nail to the coffin.
I'm really looking forward to this. So please, Team Spirit, ONIC, you may place your keys. The gentlemen on both sides, Spirit, ONIC, go ahead, all yours. Place your keys, take your seats. And I have one more question for you, my wonderful co-host, Rose. Is this game gonna give us absolute cinema?
To know if this match will give us an absolute cinema, there is only one way to find out, and that is showing it to the Land of Dawn.
I really wish we had a one expletive clause in our contract just to show you how fish-sticking excited I am for the series, for Spirit and ONIC. You can hear the fans. Everyone's rowdy, everyone's loud. There are a lot of Spirit fans on board as well, alongside Super fans. I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's going to be yucking great, my friend. It's so insane how these teams have kind of molded into this position. The fact that Team Spirit were the one who says, yes, bring on the challenge, already sets the tone for this game.
Yeah, I think that's something that EECA has embraced nonstop. They're not a region. Team Spirit is not a team to be scared of the challenge, who always wants to pick the weaker team or is praying for the weaker group or anything like that. They're a region that is ready to roll with the big dogs.
All right, here's some keys to victory for ONIC PH. Full mid prio and snowball early. They've been struggling to hit that. Invest in the Kirkatech to make the plays. We saw Cram go Series MVP in the last one. And don't show all your cards just yet.
I disagree. I disagree with the last one. They got to show something, especially if they're on the back foot. It happens time and time again. I think their playbook is a lot deeper than Coach Why Not lets on.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think this is the time to show those cards. Well, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Team Spirit. Force King Kong out of his comfort zone. Exploit ONIC PH's outdated draft pattern. And utilize one-shot's versatility and pave the way for Hiko. Who wrote that second one?
Yeah, I agree with first and third. The second one, dang.
What's going on here, Remar?
Wait, I feel like the Filipinos are actually on that boat, because a lot of the Filipinos online and on-site are mentioning that the drafting order of ONIC PH could be just a little bit sharper, a little bit more to terms with the current metagame that we have. We can discuss this a little bit further, but I have some breaking news for y'all, and we want to thank you all for this. We have hit 3 million peak concurrent users and watching, thank you so much. Redeem the code right now, scan the QR code, and type in, if you're not going to be scanning the QR code, redeem the case sensitive, so you have to follow it as it is, into your in-game clients. Let's see if we can go past even 3.1, 3.2, 3.5 million, maybe somehow hit 4 for this second knockouts match that we will have quarterfinals heading into the semifinals of the knockout stage. ONIC versus Team Spirit. I think we have to start talking about the draft now. And I will want to focus onto the EXP lane first, because we saw the impact that it had for the first series. Because as we've known for a while now, EXP laners sort of like share that burden of being a roamer alongside the actual roamer of the team. And I feel like if they want to alleviate a little bit of the pressure that's been on Brusco, who's been somewhat struggling in the early game, they need Kirk to help him out.
I want to agree with you, but based on what we've seen from the group stages from both TS as well as ONIC PH, I feel like they have pretty standard EXP laners. Like we've seen, unfortunately for Kid Bomba, it's not like he's gotten heroes that allow him to make crazy plays. I think for the most part, he's very fundamentally solid, and the same can be said for Kirk. They always have to play weak side a majority of the time, and even in winning lane matchups, we don't see them completely take over the map in comparison to like Dyron and Cram.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Kid Bomba, this is another team that we only got to see 4 games play. We saw a Phoveus, a CC, and a Badong from the side of Kid Bomba. And then even for Sawo as well, we see a lot of pickoff picks. He played Cho his last 2 games against Homeboy, and then it was Gatot and Kalea. So 3 of those 4 picks, pick-off plays. So far, I feel like Team Spirit, we've seen a very similar draft overall from all of their games.
Yeah, so let's see if maybe, alternatively, what if that's something ONIC PH is going to use in this? Knowing that you have a very clear set of hero choices for the EXP lane roam, and a clear philosophy. It seems like what Team Spirit is walking into this MSC is what ONIC PH has utilized before M6, during M6, and the run of championships, especially in SPS earlier this year, is that they like having that strong control, that strong tempo-breaking control for XP and roam.
That I can get behind, because the way that we've seen these teams want to play the game is if there is a specific expressive style in their composition, they will fall on their swords to play that particular side. We're playing for late game and we need to kind of slow down. That's what TS and ONIC PH look to do. If we need to kind of tempo break and force the advantage when we do have it, both teams are notorious at doing it at a high level. Now, looking at the bans so far, it's kind of strange because I feel like a lot of teams have kind of strayed away from this Uranus, but not ONIC PH. They seem to consistently ban it out for a majority of their games, and now that TS has that first pick already locked in, the Yi Shun Chin slips through the draft.
Now, something for ONIC PH in terms of EXP lane. 4 of their games in the group stage were won with the Phoveus. I think it could definitely be something we see up front from them. Definitely a possibility. YSS as well could help against that, so I think it's something we want to keep our eyes open. We saw how much mid lane was priored last game. Do we think we see maybe, Pharsa Phove here?
Pharsa, Phoveus, potential combo, but they go for the 1-1, which is left open. They do get the Phoveus, but now my question for Team Spirit. How well is Sunset Lover versed in the Selena? A pick that we've seen before supplements the YSS very well.
I totally agree. And I do think that it does supplement the YSS like a decent amount, especially in the earlier stages of the game where you kind of want him to like ramp fast. He kind of, Selena works like a jawhead, right? Speed up that farm, get him to those higher levels as quick as possible, double his gold as fast as possible. But the power picks and priority in terms of the draft is kind of strange, right? Baxia gets led through, Wanwan gets led through, Yi Shun Chin gets led through, right? And I'm still big question mark for me whether Baxia is still going to get considered to get picked up here from either TS or ONIC PH.
Team Spirit, though, leans towards the Moskov and Juicing tracks.
I think something that on a side note, what's so great about the meta right now is it feels like every 2 teams we see go against each other, there's a slightly different ban order, a slightly different pick order, and there's no cemented meta just yet, at least like for 10 heroes. It's always a little change up. And the fact that both these teams let the YSS through, let the Wanwan through, 2 picks that were barely seen ever get picked at all is insane to me, but is exciting to me, right? right? So ONIC PH now, do they lock in their mid laner right now? Do they play safety? Kimmy's gone, Farza still up, or do they go for their jungle? Because with the differences, no matter what, they're going to get banned against one of those two options.
Yeah, I think that Hayabusa is a pretty good option overall this time, but they could look to play for some of the other lanes. Fanny, still wide open, which I think even better than the Hayabusa, especially when you're up against the Yishin Shin.
Yeah, now ONIC Philippines though really needs to draft a strong Roman mid that can help the Fanny defend her side of the jungle. When you have a Juicin and a YSS on the side of Team Spirit, you already know you're expecting EXP laners and roamers that are not afraid to invade early to really bother the rotation here of King Kong. So I think Team Spirit might want to look into banning out either a Badang or Gatot Kacha away from Brusco, two roamers who in this scenario supplement the Fanny very well.
Oh, but they also have to consider anything that kind of falls between the lines, right? Cho, number one, decently good. I think that Badang is also a pretty good call since we're not 100% on what exactly the Phoveus has to play into, right?
Yeah.
The CC is still up for grabs, and then we've got a lot of problems to kind of fulfill, right? Do we care more about Kirk in his lane, or is he going to play weak side, right? And I think this final ban from ONIC PH will predetermine that. TS, on the other hand, mid laners. You got to get rid of the mid laners right now. You got to make sure that mid lane does not have priority so that we can protect ourselves from the pressure that Fanny may apply to either side lane.
So what do we take out in mid lane on Team Spear? What do we ban? I mean, obviously, Farza, Yves, ZTN are all options. Those are the hot picks right now.
Yeah.
I'm still flabbergasted with this draft right now. The fact that so many picks have been let through, or at least that these teams seem okay to be let through, and we're about to watch a completely different game than what we saw in the past series.
Yeah, I feel like this Eve ban by Team Spirit is very telling though. They're looking to take control early to mid through skirmishes. That's one of the main reasons why you want to take away an Eve, because you are putting priorities on turtles and invades into the purple buff of King Kong. Badang gets banned by ONIC Philippines instead of picking it up themselves.
Yep, so they're willing to say, Kirk, you're going to play weak side here, right? We don't want to have TS be able to hold on to such strong picks. And finally, the Selena is going to be the inevitable ban for the side of TS as well, trying to make sure that, hey, at least for this family, she's not going to be able to kind of keep up with how fast the raw jungling speed coming out from Yishin Shin is going to come through. Now, we do see the Gato come through as well, which now makes the mid lane kind of obsolete.
I think they're also trying to whittle down the comforts of Sao. I think we might end up seeing Sao play a different hero than we're used to seeing.
How does he answer the Fanny right now? The Cho's gone.
Yeah.
They could go for something like
Kaja,
Franco, something of that nature. Ruby could always be slotted into EXP or something like that for Team Spirit. Could be an answer. Even Ruby Roam, I know it's not popular, but it's a possibility.
I wonder if, oh wait, that's a Kufra. Oh,
classics.
Yeah, they go for classic responses to the Fanny, Wanwan, and some of the focus I'm trying to remember, but okay, they go for the glue as their solid frontline presence. This Team Spirit draft is very well built for their main backline, for their YSS, their Moskov, and their Juicin.
And a little bit of underestimation of the Fanny, right? They have a couple of ways to deal with it, but not guaranteed. And that, ONIC, they're ready to rumble.
It's literally, I swear I was about to guess it.
This could work.
This could work.
Yeah, and it's undefeated so far in MSC.
Yeah, and it's come in clutch so many times. A very strong pick, especially in terms of what they want to bring. A little bit maybe weaker in the laning phase, just like in the first few minutes. But as the game gets moving, ONIC PH to be in a great position.
We could see a lot of skirmishes early on. You pick up the Faramis, that's a sign to the other team that you are willing to fight. Once that Faramis is level 4, Brigida and Naisu, please take us into game number 1 for second series of the day.
We are amped up and ready. Thank you so much to the panel there for breaking it down. We're ready for another 5 games. I'll tell you that much. Welcome to the English desk here. I'm Naisu, and this is Brigida to bring it the action between Team Spirit and ONIC Philippines. Who will it be? I'm just going to throw it out there. I called the Kufra. All right, Brigida is my
witness.
Is my backup. She's my witness here. What do you think? Is this enough to deal with King Kong's Fanny?
I mean, it does feel like they just decided to directly respond to whatever was brought out here by ONIC PH, but I feel like it ultimately lies in how well they're able to play around this Yi Sun Shin, because it's going to be a very crucial part in this entire piece that Team Spirit does want to play in this game, because majority of the damage is going to rely on him, especially for those early skirmishes, as pointed out by our panelists, because we're expecting a lot of those to come in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think this is a very, Trek said it best there. It's like, this is a very different flavor that we're already seeing in game one with the drafts here, which is great. Again, and we also have another debut hero to MSC, and we've had so many picks. I'm not sure exactly the number we're at. I know it's like 87 or something like that. Here's a play though on Kirk.
Tyrant's Revenge towards the XP laner, but Brusco's also there to provide some safer now because the SOD is also there. Crimson Beacon in! Wow. Coming in from Sunset Lover, gets to find the knockup and the kill onto Kirk.
Man, oh man, I didn't know if Hiko would follow up again, but again, that's threat enough. I landed the spear. You don't know if he's going to follow through or not, but still the glue pulls through.
It's such a suspense factor here for...
The spear or the glue?
The spear. Like,
I was going to say, glue is also suspenseful.
That's true. Both, you know? I mean, somehow, yeah. But the SOD landed twice.
He
never went in.
He doesn't, again, it's like there's this passive effect to it. It's like, okay, everybody's like paying attention to that. Yeah. Like, does he follow through or not? So Team Spirit has control right now of this turtle because King Kong's got to get his own purple buff.
Whoa, Sao didn't go in with the Tyrant's Revenge anymore. Didn't have to. There's the knockup from the Lantern Flare and Kid Bomba. He finds Kirk. This time around, the spear won't land, but AOG will, knocking up multiple members from Team Spirit. But King Kong coming in from the sides. Will he be able to find a kill? Whoever's one shot still alive. Gets to use the Traceless to keep himself safe. Kid Bomba mounts onto another member. That's going to be Super Prince. But he will have to walk away.
Oh, Salo. He's jumping in. He goes forward, but there's no dice there. You know, you can't. I thought they would stay a little bit longer, put some pressure there, but hey, Team Spirit gets themselves a 2.5K lead. They've got a couple more kills in favor, plus that objective. And this has just been a gold lane 1v1 for this 5 minutes, which is great because, again, coming into this matchup, we were comparing the two gold laners here with Hiko and, of course, Kelra. And, yeah, I think you need more time to see exactly the hype buildup for Hiko. The Hiko mania we talked about back when we got to see him get that Savage over an M6. But right now, it's just him and Kelra holding down the gold lane.
It's going to take some time, especially for these two gold laners we're seeing right now. A lot of the focus, particularly in the past few games that we've seen here in MSC, definitely lies in the mid trio and in how well they're able to manage that mid lane. But now King Kong, gets mounted here by Kid Bomba. One shot trying to apply the damage. And even right under the turret, they'll be successful in that pickoff.
And that is just how annoying a glue can be. Even sticking to a fanny, making a flying fanny, making you just have a hell of a time. And then you complement that with a Kufra. So they're going to put the pressure on the purple buff. And this is where it starts to really hurt. If you are playing a fanny and you fall behind like this, even down to the purple buff not being available for you, it puts you in a really difficult spot.
Yeah. And to be fair, I feel like Sao hasn't been the one to go in first majority of the time. Even when there were moments that it felt like he could go in with a Tyrant's Revenge and find a setup onto at least two members of ONIC PH, it felt like the way he's playing this Kufra right now is just to protect the key members of Team Spirit, at least for now, because they still acknowledge the fact that ONIC PH, they can still go in at any moment in time. King Kong can still go in from any angle he wants to. And so all their priority lies now or falls into keeping one shot safe and handing over the snowball, which clearly is working because he's already 1,500 gold ahead of King Kong.
This is one of those situations where ONIC Philippines has to figure an answer out for, dealing with that setting potential that we're seeing from Sao or Kid Bomba's kind of front tankiness that the glue gives you. But also, eventually, how do we get to one shot? How do we get to Hiko later on once he's activated for those fights? That's the biggest question here. Now, again, you can play around the utility that you have a Faramis. You can play around that King Kong should have some decent damage on the Fanny throughout the game. But as we're seeing, even for King Kong, he's having a hard time cabling in and out of these fights. You know, it's not the easiest for him to do. And you take a look at the items here, you can see the difference in the gold lane. Mind you, a lot of this has just been 1v1. So Hiko is actually with a lead against Kelra here.
And even the junglers. Both junglers and gold laners of Team Spirit are 1,000 gold ahead of their counterparts in ONIC PH, and now they're trying to disrupt even their attempt to take the purple buff. King Kong successfully secures it with the retribution. Joe jumps in, and there goes the Nether Realm, at least to keep them a bit more safe. But the Tyrant's Rage catching everyone from ONIC PH, and another Tyrant's Revenge onto Super Prince, handing over a triple to One Shot.
One shot, 3 kills. Gets a triple and makes it work. And that's all, again, putting pressure on the purple buff is all they have to do, because they know that now ONIC Philippines is in this position where it's like, we got to go ahead and get a purple buff to King Kong. Yes, he was able to go ahead and secure it with the retribution. But again, your team is in this position that they're going to be forced to fight because of the way this lineup works for Team Spirit. So now they find themselves with a very healthy lead. And you know, I'm surprised with some of the positioning here, some of the decisions from ONIC Philippines to go and force this, you know, force these situations where they're up front to get information, to do what they can. But I think they know it. They have to just give this Lord up. They have so much ground to cover here.
Now that ONIC PH are playing defensively, a huge responsibility is definitely going to fall into the hands of Super Prince. Right now, he doesn't have access to his ultimate, but he has to make sure that, okay, the Spear of Misery will definitely land there. See, but yeah, the way that he doesn't have the Purify too is going to be a big problem if he's the one that's targeted first by Team Spirit, especially by Sao here, because he's the one who needs to kind of buy a bit more time for his team. He's the one. He's the only one capable of doing that, because so many things have to be set in place for ONIC PH and their lineup to work, and not even their attempts to manage the macro are working right now, because every time King Kong tries to go out with a Fanny, there's just this immediate response. You see it right now from Team Spirit to not allow them to go any further.
Yeah, this is great. This Lord is eventually going to go down here. It does get a charge up on the top. Sao's charging up himself. I don't think they want to force this fight. They're going to clear out the waves here. They hold on to these base turrets. So even with this kind of lead, Team Spirit doesn't want to overextend into this.
Yeah.
Just taking it through this. King Kong takes some damage. He'll be fine. He's just trying to clear out these waves, but they will lose that holy defense shield now on the bottom side. So Team Spirit has pretty much accomplished what they set out to do on this first Lord push.
The thing is, if the Kufra, if Sao just shows ONIC PH that he's charging, then that's just basically to threaten them, to be very conscious of where they're going to position themselves, because it's not necessarily a surprise attack that they're planning to do. It's just another form of probably zoning ONIC PH out, and at least for them, they've been able to defend all their base turrets. It's still intact, but all their holy shields, they're gone, and we're only approaching the 11-minute mark. No one from ONIC PH is actually safe. There are just so many ways for Team Spirit to gather information, to gather vision, and to just zone them overall. Okay, Mountain Shocker nearly landed onto King Kong, but at least they're able to keep themselves safe.
You're just seeing, I mean, right now, this is such a tough game to get back and turn around if you're ONIC Philippines. And you don't have any other option if you're King Kong to just push those, you know, the cross lanes, or, you know, push those side lanes. A spear is going to be thrown, but King Kong's going to be fine. And that's all he can do. He can put pressure. Hopefully they can get a turret. Because, I mean, look at this. They have nothing. We're going to... ONIC Philippines has no turrets, no objectives,
Just
one
now.
kill. That's it. The one lane. So, like, these are the surmountable steps that have to happen here for ONIC Philippines, and the only person that can do that is King Kong. Now, we have seen through MSC games 10K ahead, turn around.
Wait, they actually go after Kirk? But there's a decent amount of
damage
from ONIC PH, but the damage is just enough. Even the Nether Realm is immediately taken out. Kelra is the next target. One Shot is currently godlike on this Yisun Shin. It's only Super Prince and King Kong who will try to defend and clear the way, but there's a knockup from the Spear of Misery, and they have their eyes on nothing else but the base. There's the SOD, but clearly they've been able to deal with the minions, and now they might actually want to go for more. There goes the Ghost Bursters coming in from Super Prince too, but now it's a retreat for Team Spirit.
So close to ending the game there for Team Spirit. Nonetheless, they'll go ahead, grab the Lord. King Kong might actually get his purple buff here now. Now, will that be enough? They're facing down a massive gold deficit. This is so far behind for ONIC Philippines that Team Spirit can go ahead and force a fight onto this next push with this Lord. Looking at the items here, they are completely where they need to be. You already saw it in that last fight. If they decide, they almost just have free pickings to decide to who they want to go on. It doesn't matter if it's Brusco or if it's Kirk. These supposedly tanky heroes are not tanky enough to deal with this kind of damage that is coming through from Team Spirit. So they have to play the macro game here. I'm not sure what ONIC Philippines wants to do here. Cut the waves if they can, but eventually you got to get ready for that base defense.
Yep. That's going to be the next big step here for ONIC PH. They have a lot of catching up to do, especially considering the 12K gold lead that's currently in the hands of Team Spirit. But Team Spirit are going to take this step by step. A surprise setup coming in from Sao, but there's the flicker and the nether realm. Brusco jumps in with the AOG, but barely makes it out alive! King Kong gets bursted down. There's the crossbow tank coming in as well from Keller, but the damage doesn't seem to be enough. It's a legendary for one shot, and that's game number 1 for Team Spirit.
And Team Spirit, they had smiles on their faces coming into game 1, and it's clear why. What a dominant performance for the first game in the series. I'd have to say, you know, Bomba said, I'm feeling 100% confident. Hopefully my team is as well, and it looks like they're all on the same page here.
Yeah, Kid Bomba in one shot literally feel like the make and break right now for Team Spirit, and the way they're able to establish this much dominant of a performance. And mind you, this is against the Super Fam, but they were the ones who seemed to be a lot more in sync, or in a way, it's just inevitable that you force out these reactions from ONIC PH because you kind of already shut down majority of the factors or the conditions that they need to pull off in order for their lineup to work, which is something I feel that the panel has constantly echoed as well. So there's a lot of bouncing back and resetting to do if you're ONIC PH.
100%. I can't wait to see what the panel has to say about this game 1. Let's throw it over to them.
Like this Filipino said, here in this panel, Team Spirit are just way too good. It was clear what they wanted to do. Invade, disrupt, control. And I actually like what you told us, Trex, that Team Spirit just looked so much cleaner and more in sync compared to ONIC PH.
Yeah, I think we saw it in the early game. ONIC PH looked for a couple EXP lane ganks. They wanted to try to slow Kid Bomba down and continuously kind of mess those up, or Team Spirit just responded better, whichever way you want to put it. Either way, there was definitely some mistakes made by ONIC PH there, some mistakes that you don't normally see, and Team Spirit's now at a level of gameplay where if you make mistakes, they are going to capitalize.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting. That's why I say that Team Spirit really have found themselves in these games. Their execution is top-notch. Their mechanics are looking creme de la creme. And I think that right now, a lot of the EECA fans are cheering for them for a very good reason as to, honestly, moments before becoming champions. Because if ONIC PH is struggling against them in the early game, what will it look like coming down the road? And I think the adjustments for ONIC PH, not even in the draft, is we just have to play a little bit better.
Yeah, at this point it becomes a whole point of execution. I do have my own specific pain points about the draft, but if this is, again, the bed that you chose to lie in and you just mess up a lot of the early game executions, that's a big struggle. And if this trend continues in the early game, we might end up seeing ONIC PH getting swept because Team Spirit don't look like they are going to slip up. They know their timer so well. Trexie also told us behind the scenes that one shot has just been fantastic for the first 5-6 minutes of this game.
I mean, for practically the whole game. The guy went, I'm pretty sure, deathless. This is why maybe you don't give the YSS over. Maybe it's one shot. Who knows? Maybe that is one of those picks that needs to stay on the ban list unless you're going to get it for yourself. Again, maybe it's true. Maybe ONIC PH right there did feel a little outdated in draft. We're willing to give some things for the fanny that maybe weren't worth it. So yeah, we'll see exactly how things goes. But taking a look at this, Hiko, 944 gold per minute. Also most damage. The young monster in himself.
I don't think it's outdated in terms of how they're drafting. I think there are some very clear ideas from the side of ONIC PH, but it gives them a very narrow win condition, which is what ONIC PH is known to do, right? Because of what we knew them from last year, winning the World Championships, just perfect at execution, even if your chances are extremely slim with a singular win con.
And now that becomes the biggest question for ONIC. What is going to be your next main win condition for King Kong? They picked that Fanny. You pick a Fanny because you want it to be a win condition, but then it wasn't allowed to be played. Like, King Kong could not play MLBB in that game number 1 with how aggressive Team Spirit were just invading his jungle and freely doing so.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he could barely do that even in the beginning. There was the Kid Bomba just kept catching him. One shot kept catching him. Even towards the end of the game, he would try to get on a Hiko, and Hiko was so clean at sidestepping, spearing him against the wall. You know, it just felt like King Kong couldn't play that game from start to finish. It was a dead start.
Yeah, and this is now where the alarms start blaring if you are a fan of ONIC PH, because it was acknowledged in the group stages and we got to see it. One of the reasons why Team Spirit did really well in that draft, I feel like, was number 1, they committed the first phase ban on the Lancelot right away. You take out the next best option for King Kong. But then what's King Kong going to get left with? If he went Hayabusa there, it would have been an almost similar result with the lineup that they ended up in. We've seen in the past, not just here in MSC, but in the Philippines as well, the uncomfortability of ONIC PH playing around Fredrin and tanky junglers for King Kong. So now that has to start ringing some alarm bells for ONIC PH of like, how can they prioritize the draft so that King Kong doesn't end up with a win condition that's just gonna get wrecked in the early game?
That one's a little tough, right? Because again, it comes at major sacrifice. And I think at the same time, Team Spirit has done really good homework into how to kind of mitigate the problem. A lot of why we didn't get to see the Hayabusas come within that first phase was, hey, Moskov was already locked in for us for the side of TS. They had the insurance policy, paid the premiums for it, and now we're just waiting for the damages to come on through before they can claim and cash out.
Yeah, I think we could also say that the game could have fallen into ONIC PH's hands there. It's just the early, there was, like I said, there was a couple early game ganks where they got bonked, where the advantage got taken. And when you have something like YSS that's going to farm up, when you have a composition like Team Spirit, it's all about, because if they did, it's all about who gets those first couple kills, right? Who starts a snowball. Because if ONIC PH snowballed there with the Fanny, with their composition, the game could have looked very similar just on the opposite side of the gold, you know? So I think maybe we don't take a rush approach. Maybe we take a slower approach. Maybe we be a bit more patient. Team Spirit isn't a team that you're going to be able to just snowball against, I feel like.
I think right now for ONIC PH, open up multiple avenues for win conditions, right? Have that curve, that bell curve that everyone keeps on raving about. You need an earlier stage of the game to survive. You need a mid stage where things really start to escalate, the peak of which you're fighting against your opponents, and a guaranteed late stage hero that could actually get you over the line. Because the comps that we're seeing, no possible siege composition for the side of ONIC PH, right? You just have to win early to mid, and that's it.
Yeah, it looked like the composition that they drafted and went into relied a lot on just winning skirmishes early on. That's one of the reasons why you pick the Faramis, as we acknowledged earlier, wherein the Faramis comes out because you're showing the other team we're willing to skirmish and we're confident we'll be able to outplay you. That wasn't the case. So, real quick, before I go into my next big question, just a very quick one. Should the Faramis have been something else? Did it lean a little bit too much onto the idea of wanting to fight? Should they have gone for something with a little bit more crowd control?
No. I think that the way that ONIC played it, they had an idea of, we know that we needed an answer to this glue. We wanted the Faramis to do so. We've already set up Brusco on the Gato to make sure that no matter what pick, even if it was a Valir for all intents and purposes, the laning phase would have been okay.
I think the Faramis was okay, but again, I think King Kong bit a bit more than he could chew on some of those ganks. I think maybe they underestimated Team Spirit a little bit. Maybe they underestimated Kid Bomba. Maybe they underestimated Hiko. Maybe they thought they could run in solo queue against 2 or 3 people and be able to pull things off. But they weren't able to. So again, I think it's more about how they approached the match than exactly how the draft went. Could the draft maybe been a bit better? Yeah, but
Okay. So if that's the case, would you like to see ONIC PH still commit to drafting from the red side to see if, okay, similar to what SRG did game 4 to 5 against RRQ. They acknowledged game 4, they messed up early game execution of the first 3 minutes. Game 5, they went for a slightly similar approach in the draft in terms of their priorities, just changed some things up. Do you think that's something ONIC Philippines could go for now heading into this game number 2?
I think, ooh. Okay, so there's 2 risks, right? There's 2 risks. If they go to over the blue side, there's a high possibility that, like, you know, we do see that Team Spirit doubles down on making sure that the high priority assassins from the side of ONIC gets punished, right? Like, we've seen Kirk is going to play weak side a majority of the time. If they want him to get ahead, sure, Brusco, wide hero pull, Super Friends, high hero pull, Kelra can also play weak side, but he needs like a combo. He needs a big setter to make it work. So really, King Kong is the pain point, and I think if they want to double down on getting rid of the Yi Shun Shin, getting rid of the Lancelot, they can still go down that route.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say in draft just yet. It's hard to say exactly what the right answer is, because for me, even though it feels so weird saying this, they just kind of played poor. I feel like that game, they were just a little off in the beginning. Whatever that means, what happened, I don't know what exactly happened in their heads, but TS just played better in the early stage, and that turned into a 10,000 gold lead. So it's too hard for me to, a little too early for me to say, oh, blue side's the answer, oh, red side's the answer, oh, this is the answer. I think right there, they just need to play better.
All right, and as we saw in our fantasy lineups at the beginning of the day, a couple of us did include some key figures from Team Spirit. Kid Bomba's there, but now we go back to the center of the map. We look at Sawo, we look at Sunset Lover. Will ONIC PH now try to see if they can get a better matchup in the center of the map so that Sawo and Sunset Lover aren't so freely able to do the things that they did in that game number 1?
I don't think that they were... that's the thing, right? When you look at that laning phase, the God Thought makes it null and void, right? It's like, how often did they really get to interact with the farmers? I would say pretty much none. By the time that they've already made the mistakes in the early game, the gold lead was basically in the hands of not only Hiko, but alongside with Kid Bomba, right? That's where we saw the majority of that lead. And then obviously the YSS because of the amount of time wasted. But even so, it's a strong game from them.
We have a quote here from Kid Bomba. He says, we picked ONIC PH because ONIC feels like the more complete team. Referring to ONIC ID, I believe we rather play against ONIC PH. Now that we're in a single elimination match, we'll see what happens. Oh, wait, no. I don't want to say that he was referring to ONIC ID, just as ONIC. So a little bit of a question mark there. So I'm not going to put words in Kid Bomba's mouth.
ONIC is ONIC.
Yeah,
ONIC PH is ONIC PH. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's true. We don't have ONIC ID, it's just ONIC.
It's just ONIC.
Okay, so he could have been talking about the Indonesian counterparts.
Were they the first?
Yes.
ONIC ID was the first, right?
I mean, they had 2 branches from like a very early stage. Yeah, from an extremely
first. Indonesia, the Indonesian branch was first, yeah.
Oh, we got some restreamer leaderboard.
Okay, by the way, there is also prizes for the most hours watched, and peak viewers actually goes to... Oh, Zcast Gaming, where are we right now? Okay, because of peak hours watched, Zcast Gaming is currently leading the leaderboard.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Especially when you have like Siteo Wanade and as well as like R7 on top of Skylar. Nice job. Well played.
Hold on, where's our boy Mirko at?
He'll catch up.
He's over in the other room restreaming right now. Make sure you guys tune in. Shout out to Mirko.
Shout out to Mr. Wolfcasts as well.
Mr. Wolf.
Also recovering right now in the hospital. We send you all our praise and our love, sir.
Might be recovering more after this series.
Yeah.
He needs that ONIC Band-Aid.
just a little porcupine right there on his foot.
Considering that his cat is already named Meow, I think I'd be very curious to see what he would name the porcupine.
All right. So I do want to bring it back for a second. Earlier you mentioned like mid lane control. I think if there's anything in draft that ONIC PH can do is don't let that YSS go into the hands of one shot again.
All right.
I think if there's any hero, and there it is going to get banned out by Team Spirit because they know better. I do think this is one of the few picks in my mind that should not get let onto the map unless you are going to get it for yourself.
Team Spirit banned the YSS and the Lancelot, and that I think that's it in terms of like getting some of the best picks possible out in the hands of King Kong.
Baxia. They also have to get rid of the Baxia. They need to open up a couple more mid picks here, and then we'll see what the response is. Because so far, the underperforming heroes that we've seen from King Kong also include the Fredrin.
Yep. ONIC PH are actually the ones to ban out the Baxia. Could be setting up for a Uranus Rush pick, but then Uranus priority has also went completely down ever since the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, and I think in the last day since yesterday, we didn't even see a picked or ban, did we? It's only these two teams are the one. Only ONIC PH has been the one to ban it so far in Knockout. They don't ban it this time. Is that another small tale of like, what's going on? Like, do they think so differently than every other team right now? We're going to see now for Team Spirit's last ban. The Bosch is gone. They decide to ban out the Kalea.
See smiles there from the head coach of Team Spirit. So ONIC PH are now going into the first. Do they put priorities at the center of the map for Super Friends? Nothing to rush into the EXP. Gold, nothing to rush. Oh, they can rush the 1-1, but then it might end up becoming the same story if you can't build around it well.
The mid lane is a possibility. I think with the 1-1, if they decide to rush it, there are still some utility junglers out there they can put on the front side, the Fredrin, things like that. I almost feel like if they wanted to go the Fairness last game, a Fredrin would have been a bit better. They go for the 1-1 up front. Team Spirit now with the response. Do they just pick up the Phoveus again? And Phoveus mid lane, Phoveus Jushin, just back to back. It's comfort for them.
Yeah, Phoveus Jushin, or I feel like Phoveus Farsa could be good alternatives as well. But they go for the CC for Kid Bomba. They want that priority for Kid. And of course, CC over Phoveus.
Dude, that's crazy. So they lock in the CC. I like the fact that Kid Bomba has that paper in front of his mouth just to try and just so that the opponents don't read what he is saying.
Maybe it's loud in there. Maybe it's loud in there. You
They're
know?
wearing headsets. Also, to be fair, Kid Bomba's on the side of the table that's closest to the side of ONIC, because right with how it's set up, see, it's very close to where Kirk is.
Right? It's so wild. It's so wild. But wow. Okay. No, wait. Huh?
With the Phoveus
Why?
open?
Why?
Romarlot?
Why?
But
do you
show both. This is Gideon hates this for the viewers that don't know. His skin's crawling right now.
Mainly because the question is why. It's not like it's a strong synergy. It also reveals immediately what you're. I mean, it reveals exactly what you want to do, unless we are seeing CC go into the gold lane, which I don't think is likely at all in this particular case. So I don't value it as much.
And there's also a low percentage that Arlot's going to get banned in second phase. Like, you could honestly pick that up at any point after you've gotten the CC, or you could just pick it up front. But hey, Team Spirit's up a game right now, so we'll see what they do. Fredrin, Selena on the side on the PH. So there's the Fredrin that I was talking about to put in front of the 1-1. I think it's clean overall. Team Spirit on their last pick.
There we go.
They lock? Okay.
Yep.
So there's three tanky boys.
Yeah, so I really like, okay, the Arlot, I feel like that's them trying to avoid that Arlot Fredrin combo. Something that has done incredibly well at MSC. Yes, I'm a bit 50-50 on it, but let's look at where ONIC PH draft is. So they pick up the Fredrin still, okay. They pick up the Selena. Still going up against the Akai, Arlot, CC. This Selena might have been a little bit, how do I say this, premature in being showed. I feel like a different mid laner could have come in.
I suppose this is just so weird to me, right? Okay, so yes, I agree that the Arlen as well as Akai is a pretty decent combo, and I think the Akai is a good response to the Fredrin. The blind pick Selena, the blind pick Arla as well. I feel like these teams are thinking a little too far ahead when I don't think it's necessary, right? Yes, you have some nice synergies to actually work with, and I think that TS is reading into this a little bit by getting rid of the Paquito, because they want to make sure that this CC is going to basically go untouched and has that winning lane almost no matter what we see from the side of ONIC PH. And I think the only other option is just to play either Sandbag Heroes or Benedetta just to not interact with their opponent, because there's a severe lack of damage from the side of ONIC PH for now.
Badang is the ban for Team Spirit. They take away another Brusco pick. They take away Paquito, also thinking, I think this also reinforces the both of them are just a bit thinking too far ahead, as they are considering the possibility of that ending up in the hands of Kirk. Now the Kimmy is the last ban there for ONIC.
Okay, so I don't think they go for like a Farza in the mid on Team Spirit. There's way too many answers to it. They need some sort of mid lane though. Moskov does get picked up back over to ONIC PH. Still needing a Roam and an EXP. Do they go for the glue this time? With Badongon, Gatot also still open. Could be a possibility for them, I think.
I think the glue might lose in terms of map presence against the CC.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know, but I feel like as Team Spirit shows their draft one hand out to say, hey, we could be punished, they already have the answer in the other hand. So it really is dependent on ONIC to kind of decide to pick their poison onto where they want to have the weak side to be. And I don't think it's going to be from Calrus. I think he's going to be totally fine. The real question is, are we going to get, once again, a disengage mechanic from ONIC? Yep.
Edith Rome, Lapu EXP, Valentina in the mid.
What a draft, and that Valentina pick, that was so expected already by the side of Team Spirit with how fast they picked it. They knew that Valentina was going to be, that Edith was going to be coming out, and they're leaning into it. Getting a lot of head scratch moments for me, even from Trex.
Yeah, both drafts are interesting, I'll say that. I think ONIC PH kind of lacking in damage overall. Yes, the Selena, but I don't know. It just seems both drafts seem unnecessarily hard.
I agree, and I think that this time around, whoever their scrim partners are, it's kind of whack. I got to give it to TS. I think their comp is significantly better.
All right, let's see what Brigida and Naisu think about the drafts heading into game number 2.
Thank you so much to the panel. Once again, welcome to the desk. Here it's me, Naisu, and Brigida. Yeah, we were scratching our heads too. You know, this is a very interesting draft, to say the least, but this is what we wanted. We wanted to see some of these variations going into this, and we have so far today. Now, mix it up a little bit more. It was very honest from TS early on in the draft. They had some things picked up. The Valentina, we don't even see that much. But over on the other side, we have seen ONIC Philippines Brigida play a similar lineup, you know, even in our own region there. But we do know, hey, Super Prince loves this Selena. Maybe they can make this work, but this is not what you see often. A Selena and the Edith paired up together in the mid.
In the current meta, at least. But Kelra in the bottom lane, very, very close to finding a kill towards Hiko. But going back to what you mentioned, I agree. This isn't the first time we've seen ONIC PH decide to go for a lineup that may be a bit mechanically demanding. Okay, so to answer our question, it does not matter, apparently, for ONIC PH. Because even way back, you mentioned it, they've been going for the Selena go-ahead combinations, and now it's an Edith Selena that they're making it work.
Oh, this is, so I know some people saw the draft and were like, yeah, that might lack a little damage. Well, when you're landing the skill shots, when you're throwing people into the air, and you're winning a 1v1, it doesn't matter. Now, this early on, you got a nice lead there for both, but again, a lot of people that have been watching ONIC Philippines for some time know that Super Prince, like, look at this. He is going to be hitting these arrows. There is a reason why teams would just ban out the Selena eventually against ONIC Philippines. Now, this might be one of the games where we see that happen.
It's just so hard to move around if you're Team Spirit. Again, there's only one person with a Purify, and
it's
that's
like 100%
Hiko.
right now.
So far, all of the Abyssal Arrows, they're likely to land, and it's almost guaranteed that you could just follow up with your other crowd control skills if you're already able to land the Abyssal Arrow, especially from a distance, because that guarantees a much longer stun duration. And so far, we've been seeing ONIC PH take full control of the early stages of the game just by the amount of pressure that Super Prince is able to do. And there you go again, another Abyssal Arrow, nearly causing Hiko to be taken out.
Hiko's dealt with a lot of pressure here, and I know Kelra got the advantage earlier on. We'll take a look here. Who gets the crab? Okay, Kelra, is he going to go 1v1 now with Hiko?
Oh, finds the stacks. Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised Hiko put himself in that position. That he knows he has level 4, he knows he can get the crossbow off, and now they're in trouble in the mid.
Now he's 2 levels behind, and now one shot will be the next to fall. Sawa and Sunset Lover will have to do their best to keep themselves alive up against 3 members of ONIC PH. There's the stun coming in towards Brusco, and they find the kill. Kid Bomba doesn't make it as well, but at least Team Spirit somehow finds some answers.
Sunset Lover is like, if you can do it, Brusco, so can I. Turned in to the Edith himself with the IMU. And that might be the case, you know? One of the things is just picking the right ultimate. Now, for the most part, that's most likely going to be Brusco on the Edith. Yep. He should be able to utilize that, but I think the most difficult part here for Team Spirit really is just kind of playing the dodge game. Like, you have to dodge a lot of these shots that are coming out from ONIC Philippines. You have to be very aware even when the flickers are available, because not only can Brusco make those plays and then pop that Primal Wrath later on, but also for Kirk. We've seen this time and time now that Lapu Lapu has become more of a popular pick throughout MSC. And interestingly enough, too, there's Brusco.
Flicker set up, but the Flicker final slash as well to answer right back. Super Prince will be the first casualty in this team fight, but the heavy spin, it seems like they're trying to pin down and force Brusco away from the fight. Kirk still doing a great job on the Lapu Lapu though, and will actually pick up a kill towards Sawo. Now there goes the energy eruption coming in from King Kong, and the Earth Shell once again. Brusco will try his best to run away, barely makes it, but King Kong finds a double.
King Kong and Kirk, a little different on the KK connection, making it work this time. I mean, a great juggle for both of them. We're going to take a look at the instant replay here while the gold laners duke it out, but this is what I was going to say. Brusco rolling on this Edith starts this fight out. You know, I wasn't sure if Hiko was going to follow that Spear of Destruction, but this was a great kind of communication from ONIC Philippines where we see them go back and forth for this, clear things up, and even win this fight into winning the objective. Great choice here for them to go ahead and secure this and lock that in.
I know we might have just pointed out the entire conversation about damage and the lack of, well, not in the panel earlier, but it seems like the sustain actually worked wonders for ONIC PH during that team fight because they were able to stay in the fight long enough, especially King Kong and Kirk. And now they go for another target. It's gonna be none other than Sawo, who won't be even able to use the Vengeance to reposition, granted the amount of chain CC. So they pay a bit more attention to the gold lane, which I feel has been very much favored Kelra so far. Hiko sitting on a 0-2. There have been a couple of questionable decisions in terms of his micro.
This is what I'm saying. I don't know what the difference is right now. I'm sure we'll see that in just a second here, but Kelra's 2 levels above Hiko. He's been winning the lane since it started. You know, we saw that when we got into the game that he was the one that got Hiko really low, and then he's just kind of continued to punish. And even if a Super Friends just shows up, or anyone really, Brusco as well, they put enough pressure on Hiko that he's kind of just forced off of the turret. And that's why we see that tier 1 down. So Team Spirit might want to just kind of decide, like, do we need to just let Hiko stay to himself and go ahead and farm up? And how do we play that? You know, how do we let that go?
Yeah.
Big shout out to the crowd there. They're super happy about this right now for the game 2, especially how one-sided game 1 was. You know, Team Spirit had that very decisive game 1, but it seems like ONIC really in control of this one. Okay, Kelra, nope, but hold on.
Yeah, he had to use the Purify there, but another final slash and the SOD. Hiko might decide to join this time around, but the moment he does, he gets taken out right there. Kirk and King Kong will be traded, however. There's another little arrow landing onto Kid Bomba, but Super Prince! The risky flicker in that he decided to go for. Kelra finding the stacks, but Sawo immediately falls. A 3-for-3 trade so far, Naisu.
Super Prince wanted to say calculated, but that was a little miscalculated. He thought he could get it. Unfortunate for them, not. But they will go ahead and get another objective, maybe 2, once that turtle's locked in here. Again, look at this difference for the gold laners.
Oh, that's a massive lead in the hands of Kelra. Not even the heavy spin could pin him down. And he will just continue to be a threat to Team Spirit. This is going to be one of the most difficult parts of the game. If you just let the 1-1 snowball this much, you have a much harder time trying to lock down this hero, or better yet, even bursting it down, because you don't have enough damage to deal with this hero just yet, and that's only one out of the many problems you have to think about going up against ONIC PH in a team fight.
Yeah, because Brigitte, you have to think about it this way, and I know our panel mentioned it. It's like the damage for ONIC Philippines' lineup would traditionally need to take some time to build up, aside from, you know, of course, Super Friends here. But they bought enough time because Kelra has scaled up so quickly in this game. Oh. But this could be a fight here.
Yeah, the curtain call was used on King Kong and as well as Kirk, but it's actually the members in the mid lane who get punished heavily by that engage. Kelra taking down 2, and they just need one last hit to take down this tier 1 in mid.
As I was saying, the scaling here for Kelra happened so quickly, and part of that wasn't even the team. Again, he did this in the lane from the start against Hiko, and Hiko is continuously playing catch-up. Now sitting at level 9 to Kelra's 12, he's multiple thousands gold behind, and This is what Super Prince does best on the Selena. He will just continue throwing out arrows, landing them, and being a threat.
Oh! Doesn't get to dodge the Appraiser's Wrath. And they were that desperate that they had to use even the heavy spin just to get away. Hiko will be trading things out for now, but there's Kirk that's up top to manage things for his team. Final Stash will be committed onto him as well. We're taking a look at the top lane. Landshaker doesn't land onto Hiko, and they're trying to run away, but Super Prince, will he be able to successfully block their path? Abyssal Arrow doesn't land, but even just Keldra standing right there, you know,
he's threat enough.
It's already enough.
He's threat enough. They don't want to go toe-to-toe with that right now. They're going to lose a whole lot here. So this is now, again, a massive swing in favor of ONIC Philippines. Keldra just picks up the Berserker's Fury. They're in great position to just take this Lord. I don't want to see Team Spirit contest this. I know they're around the mid. They still have Hiko up top, but it's way too late. He does throw the spear. Super Prince tanks it to the face.
Wait.
Hiko followed through with that, so they might have tried to make a play, but it's better that they don't. So Lord is secured here now for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah.
We have to see if Team Spirit down this much gold, 7,000 gold, if they have enough in the tank to hold the line, basically, with this push-in.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to do something away from the Lord, so there were potentially less members from ONIC PH and less things to risk, and at least they get something out of that downtime wherein they were unable to find at least any trade away from ONIC PH. Now that they've handed over the Lord, I agree. Defending might be a huge struggle for them, considering that it's a 4K lead in the hands of Keldra in contrast to Hiko. Oh, but that's a retribution already committed by King Kong. Slows down Sao by just a bit, but at least the arrow does not land. So that's what they'll have to deal with for now. Defending and holding on to the remaining base turrets.
Trying to hold on to these holy shields, but they are going to go down up top. Lord has made its way to the bottom. An arrow's going to be thrown.
Oh no, it's Hiko. He still has the Purify though. He will not use it just yet, but the Conceal, it sounded like ONIC wanted to do something, but they're going to respect that Team Spirit. They're all complete, they're all full HP, but this might be the opportunity that they're looking for. Holy Shield's already popped, however, but they're still really trying to threaten them. Oh,
got a heavy spin out.
That was a massive ultimate already expected for Team Spirit, and Keldra finds the crossbow. Dang, connects onto one shot as well. Kid Bomba, both of them, they're very low, and they're doing their very best just to defend their base turrets. Terrified for Kirk, but that's all for now.
They lose 2 turrets, so Team Spirit's still in the game, but just like we saw in Game 1, they're the ones facing down a 10,000 gold lead for ONIC Philippines. And it's a massive lead, even on the damage scale here. You're seeing how much Keldra has done.
Whoa.
They might look to just end the game if they can get a favorable setup, even before this next Lord. They still have a minute to go ahead and buy some time, but TS, it just looks like they're in this position where they're not sure how this is going to go. You know, King Kong confident enough.
Oh, there's no curtain call anymore, but the heavy spin will actually be able to catch him. Tries to dash away, but it won't be enough. That's going to be a kill over to Team Spirit. And they're going to be very happy with that. They just want those small wins for now.
I'm not sure the play there. I'm not sure if they were, you know, just trying to make it a forced situation, but it was clearly not part of the plan there. But it is just a kill that goes in the hands of Team Spirit. They do get some extra gold in the right hands here. But that's the thing. ONIC Philippines is so far ahead, especially in terms of map presence, map space to work with. And with a Selena, it's even more. And that's why these traps and these arrows are paying, you know, a huge value to ONIC Philippines. But it looks like TS wants to go with a play. They're going to use a conceal, but I don't think they catch anyone out.
Yeah, and I feel like it was just in time. The stacks for Keldra were still there to get some information either way. Kirk goes in with the Bravest Fighter. There's the flicker attempt as well, but they don't get to set up for anyone. So Team Spirit are able to walk away safely, but now there is the Lord.
Okay, Lord is up. They're going to go ahead and fight for this one. It looks like TS still wants to go.
Yep, there's a stun, and they definitely will be closing in, but one shot! He doesn't get to dodge the crossbow of Tam! And now ONIC PH, they're looking for more. They're going to be chasing after the other members of Team Spirit.
The arrow.
The onward, the earth shatter, everything just lands on Sunset Lover.
Unfortunate for Team Spirit. I'm surprised they got a position for that Lord take, But with one shot being caught out and then just collapsed on, they had no other choice, no other space to work around. Enough for ONIC Philippines. They might already have this one in the bag, and the Lord is making its way up top. They have the base turret in the mid to work on, but I don't even know if they're going to wait for it. Right now, they still come up. Sunset Lover less than 10 seconds away. Team Spirit should be in a full fighting force to defend this, but they have to play dance here. They have to dodge these arrows and get ready for this Lord. The traps are all set up. Super Prince,
that didn't land. That attempt from Sao didn't land, and now the heavy spin is going to be burned as well. They're only going to try to go after King Kong, but he is too tanky, and they still have to deal with the Lord. And now they will successfully try and attempt to deal with it, but Sao trying to distract the other members won't be enough because Super Prince will just gain access to the members in the back line. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far, however, but there's still a wave coming in the mid lane. Kid Bomba will be trying his best, but he gets to receive the onward and the Earth Shatter. Final flash committed onto Brusco, and they pop the immortality for now!
Do they have enough damage? They still have the waves pushing in, and Kim Bomba tries to do it, but the crossbow tang from Kelra's enough to clean it up, and that will be one more for Sao, but a game going to the hands of ONIC Philippines.
Team Spirit held on, and they took that risk. They went for the final slash heavy spin combo. Supposedly that would have landed on a single or two members of ONIC PH, but the reflexes were too fast.
Yeah.
ONIC PH reacted to it just in time, so that resulted in multiple wasted important resources for Team Spirit before the final defense.
And that was everything that ONIC Philippines had to do. They had to get those, spells out, the ultimates out, because it was good juggling, honestly, from TS to be that far behind, but sweep things forward, stay in the game as long as they did, even despite that big gold deficit. But again, ONIC Philippines came into game 2. They had some power picks in their hands. Especially with the Selena.
Yeah.
Was amazing here. But nonetheless, they brought this game plan to life and made it work in game 2. So let's throw it over back to the panel to break down our game 2.
ONIC Philippines reminding Team Spirit and the rest of the world who they are. Super Prince on his signature Selena. He plays that like a mobile master.
He does, but I feel like after watching Game 1 and Game 2, all the MLBB enthusiasts, after watching the previous series, look at this one and they're like, what am I supposed to learn from this? What is happening?
I will say this, ONIC 2 games. First game, they try to bring the aggression in the early game. They fail. Second game, they bring the aggression in the early game, and it passes. So, yes, I still don't think exactly it's the draft that we're looking at, but the gameplay itself. And is this going to be the story for the next possibly 3 games? Can Team Spirit withstand the first 2 to 4 minutes?
Yeah, again, game number 1, it was Team Spirit dominating that. Game number 2 is ONIC Philippines winning all over the map. Hiko straight up losing to Kelra in lane. 2 kills early on. That 1-1 bullied that Moskov.
What's even crazier about that, it's the same exact matchup as last game. Moskov versus 1-1. So my question is, did Hiko maybe get a little too confident after game 1? Try to push the limits? Forget who Kelra was?
I mean, the second death I think was the most evident, the level 4 into level 3. What are you doing there? Brother, man, he has a pure inbuilt Purify. You hit him against the wall. Why do you continue the trade? There's just so many weird things that happened in this game, but what was clear was ONIC PH's early game, the laning phase especially, basically allowed them to do whatever they want, right? They were in the exact same position that TS was in game number 1, pulling it into game number 2. ONIC PH draw the line in the sand. It's like, we're not going to let you walk over us like you did in game number 1. We're going to go toe-to-toe. If you want a mechanic, we'll out-mechanic you just as much.
Yeah, I appreciate this Edith pick that was part of the last set of picks here for ONIC Philippines for Brusco. And most importantly, how Brusco executed this Edith. He was checking the rotations of Kid Bomba, Sawo, and Sunset Lover incredibly well. There was a bit of a mishap at the center of the map around mid-game, but at that point, ONIC Philippines just had a massive lead that even though they lost, because Kelra was winning lane so hard, they could afford those little mishaps. They could afford those little slip-ups.
Yeah, Kelra getting so close to breaking that 1,000 gold per minute mark, but just showing that maybe 1-1 should stay in the ban phase. Even though you beat it in game number 1, it's still a problem. And outside from that, you mentioned the other player. I'm mentioning King Kong because I feel like the Fred one was actually a really solid pick from you. Like the
King Kong has Selena with the traps to make him feel like an assassin jungler, like he's clearing obnoxiously fast because of him.
Yeah, it looks like we got a series here. We're not going to be getting any sweeps in this second quarterfinals matchup for the Knockouts phase, as now ONIC Philippines have tied things up against Team Spirit. What will happen in game number 3? We'll find out after this break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
So far, this has been a series determined by how well you can execute in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the games here. Team Spirit did so excellently in game number 1, while ONIC PH clapped back hard and reminded them who they are with a near-perfect execution in game number 2. And of course, individual performances from Kelra in the gold lane being able to shut down Hiko. Now, so we move on to game number 3. We, fortunately, still have to talk about the draft here, because that does help contextualize a lot of these early game requirements that we're looking for both Team Spirit and ONIC. So, who would like to start things off? What are we expecting?
It's hard to say what we're expecting, because so far from game 1 to game 2, there's been a pretty big change in the way these teams approach it and what they banned and what they pick. So I think game 3, I think we could be in for even more surprises, honestly. The questions on my mind is, does Team Spirit now ban out Selena? Do they ban out Wanwan? Do they change the way they approach this as well?
I'm going to put it in layman's terms. stop sucking in the laning phase. There's really nothing you can do if that laning phase goes as horrendously as we've seen from both of these teams in game 1 and 2. Doesn't matter how good your draft is, especially if you're not walking out of there to go head toe-to-toe against your opponents when you are on equal footing. Most of the time, based on what we've seen, the draft plays to a degree a certain part, but even then, they're going so far above and beyond that it doesn't really matter if the early game is as abysmal as that.
Yeah, going back to the draft in game number 1, yes, that Kufa pick was a massive counter and did pose a lot of problems for King Kong's Fanny, but it wasn't just that. I think we also got to the point where we agreed that if the early game was just a little bit better from ONIC in that game number 1, it would have been a much more different story. It would have been a little bit more even, where now Team Spirit had to really calculate things. So yeah, I think I've leaned in now to, you two have convinced me that it really is all about how sharp these two teams are in the first 2 to 3 minutes and how well they can get their early win game conditions.
And that's the thing. I feel like once they get past the, all right, we're going toe-to-toe, both sides are looking for active advantages through the draft to apply into the early game, then sure. And I think that ONIC does it a little bit better in game number 2. But coming into game number 3, right, it's not a matter of blue side, red side anymore. It really comes down to the synergies if they want to say, you know what, let's just bypass the laning phase in the first place, right? If that's what's costing us these games, we might as well, especially with ONIC PH, the one who has the gas. They've got momentum, as we saw clearly in the same matchup between Kelra against Hikomania. I think that Team Spirit need to recognize, all right, let's make mid lane obsolete, let's rotate and save his lane as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they did in the first game pretty much. They played a little reactionary, but they did it well. They waited for ONIC to come to them and then catch them off guard, respond cleanly, and instead of jumping out, trying to win the 1v1, instead of doing things like that, they were able to take the win through letting ONIC kind of bite their own head off.
Now, as we head into the draft for game number 3, all right, we talked a lot about execution. I feel like if Team Spirit can, it's warranted to make sure that Keller doesn't end up with a 1-1 anymore and that Super Prince doesn't end up with Selena.
I'm actually okay if he gets the 1-1, to be fair.
I mean, they did beat it game 1, right?
Yeah,
they did beat it game 1.
They did beat it game 1, but I think this is on condition. If 1-1 gets let through, please have the CC on your side, right? That curtain call is such a powerful tool to kind of keep Kelra in check during team fights.
Team Spirit will be on the blue side though, so if ever 1-1's available, they haven't been shy about rush picking it for Hiko, as now the Selena gets taken away. Good respect ban by Team Spirit, as Super Prince was also one of the big reasons, alongside Brusco in the center of the map, as to why they were able to supplement King Kong well, and then they were able to control the center, giving a lot of difficulty to the Arlot roam of Sawo.
Hey, it looks like Kirk is even getting onto the meta of don't show them our mouth movement, even though we're speaking in a completely different language.
Listen, man, Kibamba's Filipino.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. I'm so sorry. That's my bad.
He's actually speaking Tagalog to his own teammates, and that's why he's covering his mouth.
So that Kirk doesn't understand. All right, we've unlocked the code, boys. Team Spirit passes out the Kaleo from Brusco. I think there could be a possibility that we'll see Brusco still end up in one of his old comforts in the Cho. Not the favored rush like before, but still does very well against very specific lineups.
Okay, something's throwing me off a little bit with the Lancelot ban. Real quick, Basha does come in. Okay, now it makes a little bit of sense. But ONIC PH, I feel like if you're not going to ban the Basha, maybe could have left the 1-1 open for yourselves at least. On their side, they get the CC this time. But there's my answer, right? They ban out the Lancelot. I wanted to see them maybe pick up utility here and get prio utility, whether that's Fredrin or Basha, and they do secure that.
I think they also need to pick up Kimmy. Kimmy can't be picked up with Baxi on the opposite end. Maybe Farsa, I suppose. Unless they also want to... No, but they can't even flex picks now that they already had the CC in the first place. So I think it's really down to like, hey, let's just get winning lanes and just, you know, smash the early game.
Orza could be clean here up front. They go for the Granger though. Another long range. You have burst. You have your bases covered. Instead, you leave Super Prince with the ability to flex into, you know, any kind of mage he wants later.
Yeah, I appreciate this Granger rush also, because now you don't have to worry about a Granger Farsa potentially end up with Team Spirit, and then if ever you do end up with a Farsa, you have a great combo already locked in for yourself.
Yeah. For TS, I don't know if they're going to utilize the Baxi as a flex pick. It doesn't seem likely because there's no reason into just yet. I think it's fine if they are thinking about synergies like, you know, the Angela Baxia, but I do think that Kimmy is kind of a must here.
Okay, so Kimmy, but then I think Irithel might also do well for Team Spirit.
Both will do well, but I think it depends on who. Actually, they can show both. Kimmy is alongside the Irithel.
Yeah, then go early, and then later on, surprise ONIC, if they do want to lean towards that Angela, it's a little bit greedy, but Angela Baxia, Angela Irithel, you have a lot of avenues there. What do you think, Jerks?
I've been seeing the Granger pop up, and the Irithel has popped to my mind too, like for a couple games that we've seen. But I don't know, I'm still, it's such a weird hero. Like, it either performs really well or it just bombs out, and sometimes it even bombs out against a hero it's supposed to do well against, i.e. The Granger. So for me, it's kind of scary, especially against a quick farming team like ONIC that wants to get aggressive early on. The Irithel takes a little bit of time. So I kind of like the Moskov still on, possibly still on Hiko. Give him something comfortable. Beatrix maybe. I think Hiko has plenty of space to play. I don't think they have to rush him up front.
Beatrix without the combination. This is assuming that Sawa still has access to things like Kaja.
Well, that's why I think they could push him. I think they could push Hiko to the end of the draft, is what I'm saying. I don't think they need to rush him. They could prio Sawa, they could prio other players before locking in a gold lane.
I can get behind that, right? Especially if they're locking in like Kimmy. I mean, if they go Kimmy and then they have to figure something else out, what would be the other flex pick in this case? And I think that Cho, it's not the greatest, but it does kind of disincentivize ONIC to look to play an assassin.
For flex, they could lock in a Badang early on.
Oh, that's also good.
Like, lock in the Badang here, maybe their mage, and then they have nice movement, they have nice pivot position for their last two picks.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the draft return in just a bit. We're just sorting out some things on the stage right now to ensure that our players have the best and most even playing field. So thank you for this patience, for your patience, and we will continue discussing the draft here. If you have any picks that you'd want to throw up into the air, don't forget, wherever you're watching, feel free to comment, join us, and sound off online, as the online community have been very vocal, and we do play off a lot with what the community has been feeling with picks.
Can we get more shots of Cold Star? Because God, he's so handsome. They keep getting his perfect side profile, and I'm just like, geez, dude, he's got jeans.
Jeans.
Yeah. Great retort. I love it. Oh, Kelra's just vibing out into the meantime. I'm thinking whether or not ONIC is still going to lean into the Edith pick. And I think more and more now that they've already conditioned 2 times that it has gone into not only the EXP lane, sorry, 3 times at this point, that it's not only gone into the EXP lane, but it's possible for people like Brusco to pick it up later down the line. I think it's a great flex pick, and I think that is something that they might want to even consider throwing into the roam position again if they're not looking to have like that hard disengage.
I agree. I think at this point I'm still so thrown with the drafts right now.
They're gonna be like Arlen.
It's just, well, even just meta in general right now. It's not easy being an analysis trying to guess drafts, right? Because there's just so much room to move. They do finally lock things in. Moskov, so they take gold lane. They get comfortable. I mentioned the Moskov earlier. It is a possibility. Do we see the Badang or something like that pop up to still leave themselves open?
We do.
There it is.
Yeah, great prediction there. They do have multiple flex options, surprisingly enough. As we've seen Baxia not only go jungle, but also into the roam. We've seen Badang go roam, EXP usually roam, but the possibility is there. So ONIC Philippines will have to take that into consideration. They might want to... Do they go Super Prince or King Kong here? Considering there's already a chance Team Spirit are showing their jungler, and it might just be the Baxia.
It's tough.
So hard.
Yeah, I think no matter what, it's a bit of a pinch. The Baxia really locks down like a majority of the heroes. You go for Kimmy, you basically have the counter pick. You go for Frederick, immediate counter pick as well. They're gonna go for Joy. All right. Okay, so at least ONIC isn't afraid to say, hey, I'm expecting you to invade me, but once I get 2 items, maybe I can look for Hiko and play towards Kelra's side of the map.
I think this makes Brusco's pick all the more important, and hopefully Team Spirit check and actually acknowledge the potential of a Cho on the hands of Brusco, because that plays into the ONIC PH comforts that allows them to read the rotations of where the Badang and the Baxia is, if it is going to be going to the jungle, most importantly. So hopefully they do consider ban that out. If not, I think ONIC Philippines might have a very easy time at the center of the map with Brusco on the choke.
Yeah, Team Spirit's also been doing a great job at picking heroes and leaving, you know, something that was a lot of problem in last year's the Farza open, but knowing like it's okay if you pick it. We have lots of answers for it. Gatot taken out. I mean, right now it's feeling very similar to Game 1 where Team Spirit's kind of putting ONIC PH in this weird spot where what are they going to do with their mid lane here? You're running out of options.
The man does have a wide pool. I am not going to take it away from Super Friends to consider locking in the Valir or even a Kagura yet again.
Yeah, both of which would actually do pretty decent into TS, right? Because it's about peel, it's less about damage. There we go, the Angela. See, that's why. The Phoveus was such a weird ban. They could have let it through because they already had the counter pick on their side. Yes, it does a bunch of damages, but like, sure, you're not going to win the lane, which is kind of the important thing coming in. Sorry, the important theme. So pairing it up with also banning the Angela makes a lot more sense.
Okay, what's the last
ban from Team Spirit? Do they just continue into Rome here? Gatot's gone. Take out Dig, Tigreal.
The Tigreal might suddenly be a surprise option as well for Team Spirit later on, especially in the hands of Sawo. They are going up against a Joy. Then that means it's a Badang CC matchup in EXP and Jungle Baksha, if ever that is the route we're going to end up with. They take out the Kadita. I think the two bans of Spirit are a little bit too obvious that they're leaning towards Farsa for the center of the map.
Yeah, ONIC PH, they can go for Kimi, they can go for Farsa, both of which are pretty good. I think the Farsa might just be a lot better this time around because they don't need the inevitable engage, they need the big chunks.
Could be Brusco pick now, then just save Super Friends pick for 5 so that you go in with a little bit of element of surprise, because so far ONIC PH, I feel like a lot of their drafts, or the drafts that they lean into towards MSC, has that one element of surprise. And I think for this one, it could be the Super Friends pick at 5, if ever.
It's definitely a tough spot, and I think both teams really taking their time with this draft. I think this game right here is going to kind of be the tilter on how the rest of this goes. They go for the Cho. Solid. I mean, overall, it's, I mean, it's a decent pick, no matter what. It's nothing like, it's not like, oh, this is the answer, but it's not, you know, it's not out of this realm.
Yeah, no, I think that this is better. That way they can really utilize Super Friends' like deep hero pool. It might end up just being like Valir Cho, really depending on what this pick from the side of TS, whether it's the Farsa or it's the Kimi. Either or, pretty decent at this point. You've got some pretty clear direction with the comp.
Could be Farsa, Kimi, and then maybe even a Lapu Lapu for Kid Bomba. I feel like they need something a little bit more explosive as well in the EXP. They already have the Baksha, the Badang. I feel like the Glue would be a little bit too overload in terms of thinking about crowd control and utility. The Lapu Lapu could provide them that explosiveness, but they go for the Arlot instead, paired up with the Farsa. So they're looking to make a few of the maybe potential mispositionings that could come out from ONIC Philippines a little bit more punishable.
I'm for it because you have 3 enablers, and I think Badang is already a pretty strong enabler for the Arlot to kind of go crazy throughout the match. The issue now is that you can play on both sides. You have two laners that potentially, I think that Higo should be okay, which means that, unfortunately for Kid Bomba, he needs to be the one that stays alive, assuming that this Arlot goes into the EXP, which I don't think it's going to be the case.
Yeah, we think what Arlot Rome, Badang EXP. I like Team Spirit's draft. Last mage pick is the Lu Yi. It's the pick I wanted to see earlier.
Yep.
ONIC PH, again, just kind of drafting with comfort, I feel like. Not being binded to anything.
Yeah, comfort plus that additional element of the Super Friends surprise pick.
Yeah, I think that TS right now, if anything, just don't suck at the laning phase, right? That's if they can survive that, then we're going to see a real match against them versus ONIC PH.
Super Friends got a Selena in game number 2. Now he gets another signature pickup in the Lo Yi, a pick that has somewhat dipped out in terms of priorities, but when shown up, actually has served some surprises in previous tournaments, and especially here in MSC. Can ONIC push the envelope and go 2-1, or will Team Spirit shock him and take this game number 3? Bring it in, Naisu. What do you two think?
Well, this is another pick over to Super Friends. One of the few players that I would say would be brave enough even to bring out the Lu Yi right now in the meta that we're finding ourselves in. We'll see if it's all enough to bring it to a match point for ONIC Philippines if they get this one, or if we see it TS bring it together with this. Again, I have to agree with Gideon here. they got to win the lanes, bring it up.
Yep, getting past the laning phase to at least be on equal footing, regardless of the disadvantages of the lineup, is going to be very vital for Team Spirit, considering that it has been one of the most noticeable things in the previous game, in the way that they just completely let go of the momentum, just allowed ONIC PH to take over the entirety of the game. But I feel like with the lineup that they have right now, they have a lot more tools to be able to keep up. And right now, they're showing us how they just want to keep playing just as aggressively up against ONIC PH. That was an early flicker forced out of Brusco, and that definitely already means something.
Yeah, I guess that was, better than nothing. They do get the battle spell out, and we've seen it before where even a, AHO early on can do enough damage. This is the same story right here. We saw this in the previous game where Kelra is just winning the lane, and you might need to do something for Hiko here if you're Team Spirit to be able to provide him a better laning phase, but it really does just come down to these gold laner mechanics here, and Sao taking some damage.
Oh, he might actually be the first to fall then. Fortunately, he has the flicker. One shot will try to chase after. Oh,
Kelra
catches Kelra, stops him in his tracks, and now it is clearly a better situation for Hiko in the early game.
That's tough. Loses the flicker too. Kelra being a little aggressive, I guess also mistiming that flicker because one shot comes through, finds that connection, and as we've seen before, Concussive Blast, especially early on, does considerable amounts of damage too. That's usually where we see like mid lane first bloods under the 1 minute mark. So with that happening, nothing too crazy, still evens across the board, but this Turtle's for the taking, the first one of the game. TS gets control of it. Brusco's not level 4, and King Kong's still working on the buff.
Yep.
They want to fight for this.
Oh, Fist Crack already used to King Kong. Will try to go for the stun, but it's still his retribution. That's going to be able to secure the objective for ONIC PH. And now the curtain call, stopping Sunset Lover and Kid Bomba from walking to wherever they want to go. But Kirk actually gets caught. That will be the way of the dragon denied, but the duality coming in from Super Prince, just dealing so much damage to clumped up members of Team Spirit.
That could have gone way different if ONIC Philippines had a little more firepower in it. Maybe even if Brusco had the flicker available, because he could have gone in and gotten multiple members with the G Kundo. But it didn't happen, so that's better for Team Spirit. But again, the objective went to ONIC Philippines. So they're able to go ahead and get that. It's a small win for them for now. Nothing too crazy. Team Spirit still under control. I think, again, going back to it, the biggest thing is, taking care of Hiko, letting him have a better laning experience.
Yeah.
He did get the kill earlier on, so that is, at least a little bit of a benefit for him to build up. But I don't know. This is one of the things where it's like you really have to see how Team Spirit plays around the options that they have here. King Kong, just taking that.
Gets stunned there briefly by Sunset Lover, though. Oh, but Sao off-cam kill by ONIC PH as well. It seems like they're able to somehow deal with whatever intentions that they have, and despite them trying to actually pay a bit more attention to Hiko, ONIC PH, they still make all that pressure felt. Like Hiko still we can't say that he still has the best time right now in the laning phase, but Super Prince gets to escape that attempt from one shot. Won't break out into a fight just yet, though.
Great job from Brusco there. King Kong might go to the turret, has the damage, will pick up the kill, and sidestep in the final slash as well. So a good response there from ONIC Philippines. I was going to say earlier on, Brusco did the right thing. He was able to put pressure where he needed to on Sunset Lover earlier on. So now second Turtle's coming up here, and ONIC Philippines is in a good position. This is now a little bit of a spike that they have here. Genius Wand picked up 2 for King Kong. That's going to work really well with Super Friends on the Luyi. That is going to help even do a little more damage that we're seeing from the reactions or the interactions of Super Friends. So the fight, though, for the space for this Turtle is going to be crucial. Gold Laner still duking out 1v1, though.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot since that kill we saw onto Kelra, but that's a way of a dragon. Committed onto Kid Bomba. Fist Crack will be used as well. And one shot gets to steal the objective. Now Sunset Lover right in the face. Takes down Kirk. And they will start to disengage after that. A surprising turn of events, but there's a diversion.
Oh, they're going for Hiko. They're going to go on the hunt, but I don't think they spot him out, and there's no kick from Brusco. So good job for Team Spirit. I mean, at least they're able to go ahead and secure themselves that, but Sunset Lover again. And this is what King Kong does, and he gets his hands on the joy. He will go and make these plays across the map. sometimes if he gets the objective or not, it doesn't really matter in certain situations because he's able to get the right targets on this Joy and put enough pressure where it's like, hey, I'm in your side of the jungle. Either you respond to me or you lose resources, or you lose these 1v1s. And that's the tricky part of a Joy, is keeping up with her and then like trying to catch her.
Yeah, things have been very uncomfortable for Sunset Lover, or more so for Team Spirit in terms of however they wanted to make use of their lineup and coordinate their skills. But they actually find a setup here onto Super Prince. There goes YetSOD, and Hiko will have to take him out on his own, but he will not have enough resources and gets threatened by the burst as well. So you see, once ONIC PH gets to split up the entire intention from Team Spirit, or just denies them of being as coordinated as they should be, Team Spirit can't just get the job done.
Okay. At this point, Team Spirit might have to transition here. They're going to stay, for the most part, building up Hiko, letting him do his thing, but you know, this macro level of play is going to be, I feel like, the difference in this game. And anytime you have the Louis on in play, that's one of the main things. We've seen it from the diversion, but you're playing a constant catch-up game because of this. Like I said, oh, hold on, diversion used. One shot's tanking up. You don't want to kick him, so he'll go ahead and pop the ultimate, though. But this turtle's coming up, so he's going to go grab the purple buff. And then, I don't know, do they contest this? Because it's 1-for-1 for the Turtles right now. ONIC has control of this. Brusco will jump in.
Maybe not anymore. Because they find a kill onto Sawo, making it 2 because they also find Sunset Lover. There's the setup coming in from Kid Bomba. SOD doesn't land, and there is the potential duality. Catching 2 members of Team Spirit who were just trying to walk away. And that's a clear win for ONIC BH.
Really tough fight to take. Again, as we just saw, the damage that comes from a Joy to Louis, what a kick to set things up. And then they force a fight even further in the mid. So they already lose 2 members for Team Spirit, but then the fight's still breaking out. And even if you're trying to run to your turret, you're not safe against this lineup here. So again, a really decisive play from Brusco. And you know, that's the thing with a Cho. You always have this option to set things up. Yeah, you know, you can feel the heat there.
Yeah,
you can see the heat.
It's getting pretty intense. King Kong also picks up the Holy Crystal. So that's going to be a lot more damage that you could expect from him. A lot more tricky for Sunset Lover to position himself, I guess, if there is that much damage already coming in. And like you mentioned, it's going to be so tough for Team Spirit to pull off whatever the intentions they have, because like whenever they try to group up, there's that duality that's just going to deal so much damage. But this time around, it might be a better situation for them. They find the kill on Kirk. Brusco gets away of the Dragon, but not in the angle he wanted. But the damage from Kelra and Super Prince is just too much. Brusco trying to close in. Kid Bomba tries to protect the other members, and that was a diversion that was no longer committed. But Team Spirit, they're just so low. They might not actually get to defend that mid lane turret, and they won't.
They lose the tier 1. And that last fight, so good from Brusco. Again, these kicks have been on point. Even if it doesn't convert to a kill, he kicked Hiko. So Hiko wasn't actually able to go ahead and fight in that fight, do the damage he needs to do on this Mozkov. So when they lose a lot of that, and then they just have, you know, the feathered airstrike that they're relying on in these fights, you lose a bunch of your damage profile to be able to use.
Yeah.
Really tough.
It's going to be super tough right now, considering that Team Spirit, if you look at the gold, majority of their members definitely are behind. Their XP laners, which we've put a lot of focus on, their XP laner is 1,000 gold behind as well. And now Brusco might just go for another setup, decides to use it onto Kid Bomba. He could barely do anything to make it out alive. And that's 1 member down right before the objective.
Okay, objective is up. They've fought for this at this point. This is going to be an easy Lord to take for ONIC Philippines. Really no contestation. You can see the space on the diversion too. They're going to go send it up top. So there was some pressure up here on the tier 1, but Team Spirit still looking for, you know, these turrets to grab. And now we really have to look at this, Brigand, in the sense that, you know, what can Team Spirit do on this defense? You know, I would say they have relatively good firepower to fight a fight. The problem is a lot of that damage is being kicked away, or it's being zoned out from the fights, and it's being juggled around that they're not able to actually utilize it. Brusco's been a menace on this Cho. He's doing a phenomenal job at finding the right targets. But you can see it. I mean, there is still respectable damage being done from Sunset Lover himself alone. So I still think they handle this First Lord pretty well. Like, they're going to keep their base turrets intact unless there's a forced fight here.
Yep. It does feel like majority of the times, or whenever Team Spirit does want to go for the counter engage though, ONIC PH just have enough damage to either take that one member down and just consecutively look for other targets too and just win the fight overall. That's the Holy Shield already popped as well for their base turret up top. So how Team Spirit decides to approach their counter engages is gonna be very crucial, but it seems like now what they're after isn't just any counter engage. They use the conceal, try to threaten ONIC PH just a bit, and work on defending their waves for now. But Brusco's just seemingly waiting for that flicker to come in, and then that's when he might potentially go or look for an angle. So Team Spirit shouldn't be that complacent about whatever situation is happening. But wait, Sawo, he actually decides to go in, and now he misses the final slash and gets bursted down.
The struggle that we're seeing with the Arlots right now, and that's the case. Sawo goes down, try to force something, but ultimately you're so far behind, you just get outmaneuvered, outgunned. Feathered Airstrike to be used here to try to clear this out and hold on to this tier 2 turret in the mid lane, or bottom lane, but again, I think you're putting a lot of that weight now on Hiko.
Yeah.
He picks up the Malefic gun. He should be able to fight, I think the biggest problem is just, again, he doesn't have much space to work with just because there's such a threat. I mean, look at Brusco. He's been doing this all game.
Oh, and now he finds the kick onto Hiko, taking down the most important member right now, and the kill goes over to Kelra. King Kong gets traded out too, however, but Sunset Lover doesn't land the skills. And there's the vengeance still from Kirk, and the side steps. Oh my goodness.
The bob, the weave, the skip. It's they're really just kind of going with the fact that they have this kind of lead. They can get away with a lot, and that's what we're seeing. Even if it doesn't seem like there's an angle here for them to push in the base, ONIC Philippines takes it anyway, whether they haven't concealed or Brusco is available to go for the kick. So they knew that was worth, going for.
Yeah.
The Lord is going to be up now, and King Kong's back up. You're in a great position. Kelra, too, just having a great experience on the Granger here, picks up the BOD. So they're in, again, fighting form. And for Team Spirit, they have to make the decision. Do we actually contest this? Do we show ourselves for this fight? And it seems like they want to do that. And this has been the constant pressure that a lot of the roams in MSC have been feeling, especially when they pick up these, these heroes like the Arlot. You're kind of reliant on setting things up like that, or the Badang, for example, for Kid Bone, but there's the conceal.
Oh, Brusco finds Sawo. They decide to burst him down first, and King Kong finds the Lord. There's the final slap onto the middle of the Super Prince, but they don't have enough damage just yet. XOD will land, however, but does Hiko still want to fight this? He goes in, he looks for Super Prince, but there's the flicker, and now they use the diversion to just bring him back closer to the target, but the duality won't land, but still, they still proceed with the fight. Window nature used by Kelra, and one shot trying to look for another kill, but they just walk away.
What a play! He knew that the Feathered Airstrike was going to be set up, so he might as well go for it. Flickers forward, gets the kill. Kelra makes it happen in the 1v2 in the mid.
How?
That's Kelra.
That's okay.
I guess that's all we can say. I mean, he knew that there was eventually either he was going to go down or get Feathered Airstriked or something, so having that flicker available gave him that option. Little setup down here on the bottom. Lord's going to be cleared out, so this is at least good for TS. Can they withstand this fight, though? That might be forced down on them.
And that's the tankiest member. One shot already using the Tortoise Passans.
That's your tanky dude, and he doesn't look that tanky. It's, again, when you have this kind of build-up in the items for ONIC Philippines, especially for Kelra, it's really hard to go through that. Look at the stacks here. Just absolutely stacked up. He's fully item locked, too. Locked in. He had to pop the Window of Nature earlier on, but he's fine. And even though the Lord was taken care of, again, this is something that Team Spirit can play around. They always, when you consider yourself down this much, it's like, all right, what does this team do? And it's literally buying time. They clear out the Lord. That's great. Hiko is still in a fighting position. We've already seen it. He was in a good position to go and fight against Kelra. like the damage is there, but they've been having a hard time with Brusco here.
Honestly, for Team Spirit, I feel like they just really have to be mindful that no one at this point is definitely going to be safe. So wherever they decide to position themselves, it should be in a way that they could just immediately or easily find a way to regroup if things don't go too well for them. Because even targets like Sao or Kid Bomba seem like they're okay targets for Brusco to go for in terms of using the Way of the Dragon, and now Sao might just be able to find an angle. We'll be using the final slash on Kirk though, but the follow-up, it won't be there just yet. There's the Fettered Airstrike, as well as the back to shield Unity already committed onto Super Prince, but Brusco coming again from the sides will just have to disrupt the formation all over again. And not to mention, King Kong wasn't even part of that fight just yet.
Yeah, he wasn't a part of the fight, but I don't know. Team Spirit is looking like they're confident enough to take the fights, knowing the fact that they have enough damage.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even the question. The damage is not the question anymore. You've got a little more defensiveness now, though, for Hiko, which is really important. But you can see this. Oh, Sao goes in. Whoa, but the diversion brings him to safety anyway.
They casted that even before seeing Sao, so it was just really a way to keep the discipline there, make sure that they'll be all complete before this upcoming Lord, which is looking to be one of the most important objectives yet in this game. Kirk will be trying to deal a bit of damage onto one shot, but where does Team Spirit look for an angle? That's the curtain call already committed by Kirk. But one shot, will he decide to go in? Brusco's just holding this brush.
Brusco's holding on. He's got an immortality. Spear's going to be thrown out. So this is the moment for them to strike. Sao looking for his own angle, but he takes a lot of damage here.
Oh, there goes the final slash. But then again, the team fight's kind of split up, but Super Prince will be the first target here for Team Spirit. Hiko's making things happen. Gets to look for Kirk, but then Brusco, he blocks one shot. There goes the fist crack, already committed as well. But all of them, Kirk and Brusco just get to survive, and Kelra just fighting the Sky Piercer stacks. Currently legendary on the Granger, still keeping his teammates safe. It's Kelra who actually protected his team.
He was there for them, and he's staying together. They're going to be able to find Brusco, but can Kelra do it? Hiko finds him, and they finally shut Kelra down. It's a turn of events for Team Spirit, and now Kirk on the run. But this is a clear sign for Team Spirit to take the Lord.
They probably stayed there a bit too long. And it was Team Spirit who was able to actually keep themselves in the game, but Hiko gets knocked out by the Lord and bursted down by ONIC PH. Sunset Lover trying to look for another trade, but Kirk is trying to work on it as well, and that's going to be a shutdown by ONIC PH.
Man, the tables have turned, the tables. It's all back and forth just when it looks so good for Team Spirit. A diversion comes in clutch for ONIC Philippines. Talk about timing.
That was the most clutch diversion. Well, maybe second to that escape diversion we saw down bottom. There are too many diversions happening in this map, you know? Like, I'm not sure how to rank them anymore, but now it's another diversion used to pressure the bottom lane, and they take down the base turret even before the Lord arrives.
We need a diversion tier list at some point for people to throw out there, but right now it's this Lord making its way down bottom. Team Spirit trying to do their best to hold on.
They find Kid Bomba, but Kid Bomba still has the flicker. Now Kirk goes in, uses the Vengeance as well, just tries to keep the pressure going for Team Spirit. And now they get to defend, to a certain extent, the incoming waves that are approaching their base. But now they have to let go of all their base turrets.
The work on the Lord here, base turrets all gone. ONIC Philippines might just decide that's all we can take. Again, they're respecting what this lineup from Team Spirit can do and the amount of damage that it does have. Sao is always going to be a problem at this point, because if they do get caught in a bad situation like we saw previously where it was a forced fight, then ONIC Philippines, even with this, again, are in a position where they could make a mistake position-wise, Kelra gets caught out, or something happens. You know, and that's the thing. Both teams are actually doing a relatively good job at protecting the gold laners, but Hiko has to be a little more aggressive because of the fact that he's on a Moskov instead of a, you know, Kelra can shoot off a little bit from a distance from with the Granger. Now, that's the hard part for them. Spirit destruction going to be thrown. Kirk will go ahead and give him a high five for that. And look at the positioning here. They want to force it in the mid.
Oh, maybe regroup for now because King Kong might come in at any given moment. But they spotted him out, so they decide to play it safe. That could have been a close call for Team Spirit, though. Quick look on the in-game equipment, but maybe we talk about that later because the Fury Bite was already used by Sunset Lover here. Windsor Crown briefly tries to keep him safe. Might get the burst down. King Kong pops the immortality, and now it's his turn to use the Windsor Crown.
Oh, the setup's still going. Kelra has the space. Sao is 1 HP away, but he goes unleashing on Kirk. He jumps on over the wall, picks up an immortality, and tries to buy a little bit more time, but he has trouble with that. And again, the Lord is up. 2 fall for ONIC Philippines.
Okay, I can see how everyone is feeling about this situation right now. People are standing up. And you understand why. This has been such a close fight. We're already approaching the 21-minute mark, and Team Spirit have somehow just kept themselves in the game despite how ONIC PH seem to have dominated so much already.
They have pretty much handled a 7, almost 8,000 gold lead that ONIC Philippines has had. And now I feel like Team Spirit, they got the spirit. They're gonna start up this Lord. There's a diversion used. Does ONIC Philippines decide to try to take this? Super Friends up front.
Oh, duality used onto one shot. Sunset Lover gets affected as well, but will Bruce will get to use the way of the dragon? It seems like he just is forced to walk for now.
King Kong's not gonna get there in time.
Very low though. King Kong, will he make it in time? No! And somehow, to ONIC PH, the call is just to chase after the members of Team Spirit. There's another duality affecting one
King
shot.
Kong, go for Hiko.
From behind, goes for Hiko, but somehow gets to reposition and keep himself alive.
And ONIC Philippines is full force healthy as Team Spirit lost 2, but they managed to get the objective. King Kong not there in time. Can the 3 hold out? With ONIC Philippines now approaching the base. Can they end it here?
They have minions, but the Lord is going to spawn in a few moments as well from Team Spirit, so they will have a bit more tools to manage this attempt. Oh, Kirk gets bursted down. There's the better airstrike. He gets to dodge it, but he doesn't dodge the Spear of Destruction.
And the feathered airstrikes, so good as well. They'll deal with the Lord here, but now Team Spirit, Kid Bulma up in the front. He's got an immortality. I don't think he wants to force it. He does have the flicker available. And they know that Kirk is down for another 40 seconds. What can they convert off of this? That Lord nearly worked on here, but ONIC Philippines, for the first time for the majority of this game, will find themselves on the back foot. They're definitely going to lose some space here. And right now, Team Spirit focusing on the top side.
Okay. So Team Spirit are able to hold on this Lord still and might just get this tier 2 up top. There's a conceal, so they might try to go for something. Force out the flicker from Kelra. That's going to be massive for Team Spirit here if ever they do want to look for an angle later on. But ONIC PH, they get to hold on their base turret.
They hold on as much as they can. Nearly down there. But for Team Spirit, they have fought tooth and nail to get back into this game. What a game 3 it's been. They'll find the tier 1, possibly the tier 2, forcing ONIC Philippines in their base. And this is where we see this kind of lineup, which is a much better sieging lineup if they can pull it off.
Okay, the duality catches up too many members, but Brusco gets caught as well. Curtain call committed onto just Sao, and he answers right back with a final slash. But Team Spirit, they're running away. They're low on HP. They have to escape. Sao barely makes it out alive, and that's gonna be the disengage. What a fight by both of these teams.
What a game already. Again, neither team able to capitalize on a kill from there, but ONIC Philippines stays in it. So many immortalities, so many items being juggled at this point. Almost 25 minutes in, and this Lord is so crucial here for either team as both get ready for positioning here. Now, this is where we typically see an advantage with having a Louis Yi. That might be the play, it might not. You can already see the positioning here. But for Team Spirit, they're fully immortality it up. They've got everything they need. They'll start this Lord, but they have to be crucial about it because it does a lot of damage, just like Sunset Lover. Keeps Kelra and Super Friends in check here.
Yeah, that diversion was used in a position that revealed where ONIC PH were. So Team Spirit have full information and have an idea of where all of these members are. I don't think Zico's gonna go for that, but yeah, they have to manage the waves first though. Team Spirit, given that their base is exposed, clearly are at a disadvantage when it comes to the waves.
This is the new dance that we have right now with the Lord. Diversion can be used. They won't follow through with it. This is about as rare it is now in the meta. We don't see this too often, 25 minutes in the battle for this kind of Lord. Trying to manage your base, because for Team Spirit, that's the biggest disadvantage. All base turrets are down, and we've seen it before, where ONIC Philippines, especially Louis, will just run it down on the opposite side of the map. That can't happen here. So they've been keeping this Lord around half health, just waiting for that window of opportunity. This is a crucial point for Team Spirit to answer. We'll go for a reset, but the Feathered Airstrike dropped down too. Sao quite low, but do they commit?
Oh, they will actually commit, but Brusco finds Hiko! Kirk is the
still
first
alive.
to fall though, but he's somehow still alive, and he actually finds King Kong! Now Sao blocking the path off the other members, but this is clearly Team Spirit at an advantage. They're
Hiko.
the ones with the better
Lord
numbers.
hurts, Hiko. Yeah, that Lord hurts. I don't think he wants to tank that up. He's got to go back to the base. Yes, same sentiments. Bring it up for everyone in the audience. Hiko was so close to that Lord, and we've seen it before, where a Lord at this point can take down some people and be an MVP.
Yeah.
So we're back to it. ONIC Philippines loses a member, but they still hold it together. Again, that's the advantage I was talking about. Here's a concealed play. They're going to go for Super Prince. They get the flicker. And now Kelra and Brusco on the run.
Super Prince gets to use the diversion out. Oh my gosh, that's going to be top 1 on my ranking now.
The diversion tier list continues to build, as Game 3 has been absolute cinema already. Still the fight for the Lord to ensue. Brusco could be in trouble here. He does have an immortality. Can he buy enough time? What's the play here? They're going to go and focus on him.
They're going to work on Brusco. Is he going to buy enough time, though? Actually still survives that.
Kid Bomba's not going to fall for it. He was down in the base, so Kid Bomba, he's seen it time and time again, and it's not happening this time for Team Spirit.
Yep.
Welcome back to the dance.
Welcome back. We're still here. 27 minutes in the game. We're still here. Dancing for the Lord. Immortality already popped though for Brusco. That's one thing you could probably take note of if you are Team Spirit. So Brusco will have to be a little more particular when he decides to go in and look for angles to set up using the Way of the Dragon. But still, this doesn't change the fact that ONIC PH can still have other ways to work around. There are diversion plays that can still come in, even if it doesn't start with Brusco. You just have to be very careful about it.
There's only so many immortalities, winter crowns, rose gold dogs that you can bring to the table. And eventually, those will run out. You'll have to switch things up. Diversion going for Hiko. Oh, Brusco not close enough. Just about able to spot out Hiko. So now they're on this bottom side of the map, but still, neither team can really commit to this Lord just because of how beefy it is, how much it hurts. You can't really hold it there, even if you're one shot, which is crazy to think. You know, back with our utility junglers before, they could just hold it all day. Well, right now, you can't.
Yeah, my heart can handle this. All alone! Will he be able to save the game for his team, though? He does deal enough damage. King Kong from behind. Might just look for an angle, but there's the final slash. And King Kong gets blocked by the fist break, fist crack.
King Kong's in trouble, buys time with the winter crown, but it's not going to be enough as they are falling.
And you could see the fans rejoicing after that, 28-minute game? Full of back and forth, full of moments. Full of moments where you thought
turn the tide. And I mean, Kelra, people have been looking for that Kelra, the Savage himself. Like, look at that last defense that they had to do.
Yeah.
I mean, the timing on the Destinatas, the Rhapsodies, the positioning. My God, you could see this, you know, like the sigh of relief even for the players as they went through this game. Again, just absolutely insane. Like, this is one of the, I feel like, just highlight games so far of MSC. Both teams super locked in here.
Super locked in, yeah. You could see it. You could see it. Right now, you could look at Kid Bomba and see how locked in he is. Every single one of them And that's why it feels so devastating to be in Team Spirit's position right now, because that was such a long game.
Yeah.
It definitely has been draining for them, and this was when we thought that Team Spirit nearly had it in the bag, because they were just becoming so aggressive. They were chasing after ONIC PH, pouring in all of their resources just to clear every single member out, but
And look at Kelra.
they forgot about Kelra, yes.
Look at this. Again, the fact that he's able to do that, keep him in the game and make it work. And then he knows, okay, Brusco's with me. This guy has a conceal. We can get this little speed boost and make it happen. And great time. Brusco knew it as well. Goes in with a kick. Has enough range for Kelra to work. So just absolutely amazing. You can, everybody was hyped for it. Kip Boma as well. Very close. Let's throw it over to the desk. Oh, I can't wait to see what they have to say.
Oh boy, it is just... I hope you guys are enjoying the time of day. It is crazy how much cinema we are seeing here in this match. I take it back. El Clasico, turn it into Team Spirit versus ONIC PH.
That was too much cinema.
And it's only game 3.
It is only game 3. How you doing?
Only game 3.
That was only game 3. We can have 2 more, maybe?
Maybe.
Oh, God.
If you're lucky.
Di ko na kaya. I mean, I can't take it. My heart can't take it. Brigitte couldn't take it. What are the graphics
wow,
gonna
wow,
show?
wow, me wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Oh, my goodness. What a game. Showing time and time again why consistently 2 EWCs in a row, we get the highest viewerships, we break records. And never doubt the Savage, never doubt Kelra to show up when his team needs him the most. Team Spirit, they got me scared. They got me terrified. They got me bubbling in a whole lot of ways I usually don't like. But ONIC,
What?
I don't know what I'm saying anymore. You guys are my analysts here, so please take over.
It was an amazing series. It was definitely an amazing series. I don't think we would have asked for anything less. Down to, what was final game count? 30 minutes? Did we break 30 on that one?
Oh yeah, we broke 30 minutes.
They broke me too, yeah.
They broke us all, and I think no matter who lost that game, we were all going to be sad at some point, happy, excited. It was a roller coaster of emotions.
That was insane. Truly an insane game. I would say that there was a lot more weight on TS because, again, they were the ones with no inhibitors, the terrible early to mid, the constant lead for the side of ONIC PH, and that final sequence alone was crazy. For all the moments where we saw Sawo not be so good with that final slash, finally gets an amazing one while still Kid Bomba saving the play against King Kong. Kelra pulls through. Max Stacks, Sky Piercer, the difference maker.
Kelra pulled through. Brusco eventually supplemented him, but yeah, at some point, what did you say about Kelra? How he was performing? He was like John who?
It's John Wick. There was I don't even remember what minute it was because the game was so long. I thought that was last game actually. That flicker.
Yeah, to pick Sawa, to pick Sunset Lover.
Pick off Sunset Lover in flicker sidestep into the feathered airstrike, and then just bing bop, boom bop, bing bop, bam.
Oh, and the crowd goes wild.
It was, honestly, it was a great game to watch. That was a beautiful game. Oh, I thought it was 30 minutes. It was 29-37. We were so close to it.
It didn't hit 30 minutes, but I think it took 30 years out of my expected lifespan with the roller coaster of emotions that we saw there. Like, at some point, it's like, oh, of course, I was going crazy for ONIC Philippines here, but then I was also starting to feel for TS. It's like, yo, if you guys get this win, y'all deserve the love from the Filipino on the panel, but what a crazy back and forth. And then who pointed it out? At some point, Hiko switched to a Guardian helmet even.
Yeah, he needed, because there was just nothing to hit. And to be fair, it was Brusco who switched to it. He needed to make sure that not only did he have the tankiness, but more so to heal up from his lowered state to chase Hiko down at the very end.
Just in case Hiko tried to turn things around, Brusco was at about like 50% health, 60% health. It's like, let me pick this up real fast. It's going to be a long run from my base to your base. I need a couple more health points in my pocket. You know, Gideon, you said that. I think Team Spirit definitely felt that a little bit harder because you're right. The game was not in their hands for a while. I mean, they hung tooth and nail, and then finally were in control for the past 5 minutes. I feel like for the last 5 or so minutes of that game, it was theirs. It felt like they were winning all the team fights. They were coming out on top. all I could think in that last one was just go for the Lord. For the love of God, just go for the Lord. And they overstepped their boundaries.
They didn't want to spend another minute longer against this team. And honestly, I respect it. But the one thing that they forgot was the fact that Kelra had a majority of his Skypiercer stacks maxed out throughout the entire game. And I'm pretty sure if it wasn't maxed out in that last sequence, it definitely was after taking out the majority, the core members, Sunset Lover. Again, we saw his build earlier, right? He was not looking for anti-heal. He trusted that one anti-heal was going to be enough, which costed them the early to mid, especially when you have a Boxia on your side. I get it. But the real profit is when you get to that late game. Maxed out items. One shot against Kelra, he's put down to 50% of his HP. That's when Team Spirit felt, yes, we have a fighting chance in this battle.
I was actually talking about this with Chantel before the day started. Chantel, one of the Filipino casters, you see her in the crowd cams alongside Igan and the others from time to time, is that ONIC, one of their best qualities as to why they were able to end up becoming world champions is that their fearlessness, because they know they have so much coverage. King Kong falls, you have Kelra. Those two fall, you have Super Friends. And all the while, you get Kirk, Brusco being able to do little things that actually have big impacts in the long runs in the games. This time, that was a huge highlight reel of that, especially there near the end, with the fact that with majority of the team down, since Kelra stayed alive and was getting stack after stack and he could not be found by Team Spirit, he was the difference maker in that game.
I'm sorry, I'm locked into the emotions on all the crowd's faces right now. I mean, I don't even... It's hard to even analyze a game like that when it's like when a game goes 10 minutes, it's hard to decide what the winning factor was. When a game goes that long, it's, items, so many things are just kind of out the window and it just goes down to who makes the final mistake there. And I do feel like Team Spirit made the final mistake there.
They did. If we're talking about potential adjustments for early to mid in terms of the draft, I hope they get Sawo off of this Arlet. It is costing them games. And right now, with the mechanics and how sharp we see ONIC PHB, they've got the Emperor Eye. Everybody's John Wick. They apparently can see everything that is going on within the battlefield, and they pivot so fast on the balls of their feet, like actual fighters. So at this point, if we are going to see Team Spirit try to bring it back like they did here in game number 3, they're going to need something that they are not only comfortable on, but are consistently able to execute.
Yeah, I think that has to be the main linchpin now, because we've seen for all across the board for Team Spirit, you don't need to worry so much about the hero pool. They have heroes locked in, they're ready. It's just what does Sao end up with now at the center of the map. Because now we have two crucial games where Brusco, on what used to be, but way back then, a very comfortable Edith pickup for himself, so good in game number 2. Now in this game number 3, this Cho for him, I feel like, was a huge unsung hero, but multiple times. Whether it was for initiating or stopping Hiko from being able to follow up to what eventually Kid Baba and Sao got to do, that was a big problem that Team Spirit had to deal with. So you need to look at the Brusco-Sao matchup and make that your focal point now for these drafts.
They were in the zone. They really were in the zone, which is why we are seeing a lot of the tricks being thrown out of the book. Well, not thrown out of the book, but really implemented in this game. The fact that we saw Brusco go for the horizontal, vertical, the back flicker G Kundo onto Kid Bomba because he knew his exact position with the help of Super Friends, process of elimination. The only thing that I have to say, the resilience of Team Spirit, the adjustments from Kid Bomba as well to make sure that they weren't getting consistently outplayed in the late game. It was all him.
I think resilience is honestly going to be the key in either this maybe last game or one more game. We've seen Team Spirit go the distance, even with a pick that maybe Sawo's not doing good on. And we heard Brigida said earlier, how do you go 30 minutes, you take a loss, can you keep yourselves collected? But honestly, even the winning faces of ONIC PH, they seemed worn out after that game. Yeah. Super Friends was just sitting in his chair, blank stare at holy crap, like that was a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
We're at a point now where we could still have 2 more games. It's still very possible after seeing that last one, unless of course Team Spirit taps out here, unless of course ONIC PH is tapped out here.
just like for the first 3 games, this crucial game number 4 is really going to be determined by the early game. Which of these 2 teams are going to pick the more aggressive lineup, and which of these 2 teams have the sharper execution in the first, I won't even say 3 minutes, 2 minutes of the game now. It's all on that, because if any of these 2 take momentum very quickly and get very quick double kills early on, that might spell doom for the one that didn't.
The adjustments are here, boys.
The adjustments are here, but it's actually from ONIC PH, banning out the Basha this time. Team Spirit is going to pick up the 1-1 up front, blue side now. That's the same pick we saw last game. What I want to... They keep banning out this Lancelot. I'm wondering, Team Spirit won their first game with damage on 1 shot. Should they pick up some damage for 1 shot here? The Bosch is gone. You might as well at this point.
Oof. Brusco gets his Kalea, and it's ONIC PH saying, no, we are going for the throat. Those first 2 picks from ONIC usually signal that they're going to be going for a fast tempo, high scaling, or quickly scaling lineup that can end the game sub 14 minutes. It's up to Team Spirit now to adjust and respond to that. Here's a fun fact about Keller. He's the first player in MSC history to surpass 300 total kills. He now has 312 after scoring 14 kills as Granger last game. Again, to remind you, Keller is a former MSC champion, won it in 2021, and he did so at the age of 15 or 16, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's only been to 3 MSCs, right? This is his 3rd?
Yes, this is his 3rd.
So he's averaging a little over 100 kills per MSC.
That's nuts.
Just to put that into perspective for everybody.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. However, based on what I'm seeing in the draft here, they're not taking immediate counter picks against ONIC PH. Again, they're foreshadowing what Super Friends is going to do, because again, Super Friends as well as Brusco were huge problems. Not to mention the fact that King Kong was kind of eating up both Sawo alongside with Sunset Lover for the first 13 minutes of the game.
I like this draft from Team Spirit here so far. Even though I said damage 1 shot, I think the Fredrin is solid, and it does preemptively stop the possible Joy, but Hayabusa is going to get picked up by King Kong. Remar, I see your face.
Yeah, ONIC PH are clearly going for aggro, we end this quick. Team Spirit are taking a more defensive route. But now, since it's a Hayabusa Fredrin, you're actually looking at Team Spirit's lineup to have that exact same potential as you have it also paired up with the Lapu-Lapu. So yes, they're going to play around the 1-1, but there's a chance if ONIC slip up with the execution in the early game, it's Team Spirit taking the momentum early.
Yeah, that too. I think at this point, right, ONIC PH are kind of read into the situation. They see that TS, hey, if you want to play that Fredrin, and more importantly, the fact that you picked Lapu into the Phoveus matchup means that you don't really care about that laning phase for the side of Kid Bomba, right? We saw him play the Badang into the CC. He did a good job. He was down a couple of levels, but his impact was always felt during the team fights. So now, being someone who is not as resource heavy kind of alleviates a lot of the pressure from the side lanes. We now have to worry about this 1-1. With Hayabusa locked in so early for the side of ONIC PH, they're probably going to repeat their strategy for game number 3. Consistent pressure on Hiko.
And if they want to pressure Hiko, ooh, they ban out the Arlot. Okay, still don't want to give that combo, even though the Arlot at the previous 2 games for Sao hasn't been the cleanest. Team Spirit, I think, ban out the Farsa, but they don't lead. They ban out the Claude.
Take out gold laners, limit down.
Why didn't they ban Farsa? Why didn't they ban Farsa here? Why are they worried about this Claude?
Especially when there's still a Granger open, still plenty of options for Kelra here.
Yeah, and Kelra can honestly also even just go like carrier Matrix.
He can do whatever he wants. He's Kelra.
Yeah.
I guess they want to limit it just enough. They want to see that Granger one more time for the side of ONIC, and then look to pick up maybe Farsa for themselves, maybe something that scales in that mid lane, and they're trying to initiate this trade. The question is whether Coach Why Not is going to allow it. Because worst comes to worst, right? We get the Beatrix on the side of ONIC PH, and they can pick Farsa now.
They do not go for the Farsa. They go for the Granger instead. So I think on Team Spirit you pick up the Farsa, but again, I think a lot of teams overestimate the counters of Farsa, like the Lapu. Maybe that's why ONIC PH doesn't pick it up. The Hayabusa, things like that. But either way, Sunset Lover did a great job on her last game. They decide not to just yet. They're still taking their time with that mage pick.
Should just be a quick Farsa pick, right?
Because if they pick Farsa, Hayabusa can definitely punish them.
Yeah.
And I think that it's better not to give it over to ONIC PH more than picking it up for yourself. Because, again, your composition still lacks the innate burst other than the Lapu Lapu. And let's not forget that they don't scale as well.
Huh. I mean, the most obvious pick now is gone. Do they lean towards his more niche picks like the Kagura, the Valir?
Yi again?
Low Yi actually still would be a great choice.
Brought us here.
Yep. Oh, is that a Novaria?
Yep.
There she is.
Novaria makes a lot more sense, right? Because then it kind of alleviates the pressure from Brusco to try and open up the map. You are playing Kalia. There are some pretty long cooldown timers, especially for the tidal waves.
I think this is a hero that we all look at as utility just because of the ultimate. But honestly, mid to late game, those meteors hit hard, and it can outrange the Farza. It can poke down. It never has to get involved in the fight and have to worry about getting, getting stunned up by the Fredrin or anything like that. It's always safely in the back. This is why I mentioned this last series, I think. But I think this could be a solid pick.
After an epic game number 3, game 4 could be the final one here, or will Team Spirit push the series to 5? Brigida and Naisu, how are you two doing?
Hey, we've gotten our feet back on the ground here, I'd say, for this one after the amazing game 3. But I'll tell you guys what, if you know any lore here, Brigida is on desk. I'm expecting a game 5. I'm expecting Team Spirit to take game 4 because that's the Brigida Bless. That's the Brigida Bless here.
Well, I think we should also be mentioning that the Mother of All series is in the stadium and the arena.
So you're both here.
Maybe that could be another way to look at it, but yeah, it has been a very close game number 3. And it seems like Team Spirit this time around could be the one setting up that same tempo. They got the Cho for themselves, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out, because this is the typical Cho Farsa combination. You could expect a very aggressive early game, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, pressuring Super Friends constantly. Brusco even had to recall in as early as less than a minute into this game.
Yeah, this is interesting because as you guys saw it from the draft, this Novaria has not been picked much. It's been picked once, other than now from Super Friends. And it's one of those heroes that, yeah, was pretty strong before. Kind of fell off a little bit, but it just seems to be the case for Super Friends. He's one of those players that likes to bring some of these more non-meta heroes to the table. Now, will it play its part? Will it be able to provide ONIC Philippines with what they need? Maybe. Again, it gives you a lot of vision, extends some of the hitboxes that you can have, and they can play around that. Now, that is actually a pretty beneficial thing, especially when you have a Granger on your side here. So, again, I would like to see Team Spirit take this game, even if it was down to the lanes here, as I was just going to say with Hiko and Kalra. If Hiko can get a advantage in the early game just by himself, and that's what all gold laners have to go through. They have to go and have this, point of the game where it's like, it's 1v1.
Yeah.
They have to do that. And if he can get an advantage against Kalra, that would be great for Hiko and overall for Team Spirit as the game goes through those early to mid-game phases here. So they start up this first turtle. They are in position for Team Spirit. They're going to fight for it, though.
They got to poke one shot down, but the first one to go in is actually going to be Kid Bomba. Does a great job in zoning out the other members. Energy Eruption also committed onto Kurt, but he still has the Infernal Pursuits, and that just allows him to reposition and get away. So it has been a better start so far for Team Spirit. And you can see it in their fans. They're really rejoicing right now, but again, it is still somewhat the early game.
Yeah, Hiko holding his own. He's doing all right. He is taking a couple shots, though, of course, from Kalra, but objective over to Team Spirit. Great for them to go ahead and set up to. And now, at this point, when you have these level 4s available, you really have to go ahead and look at how the compositions are going to be utilizing the ultimates that they have. And just like we saw in the previous game, a big part of that is for Sao. He has to go ahead, get these kicks off that he's looking for on the Cho, and that is always a difficult task. But aside from that, you also are going to be relying on Kid Bomba on this Lapu Lapu to be able to go and, have these fights, these skirmishes in your favor, because he's able to put pressure where it needs to be. That's what Lapu Lapu is so good at, not only being able to just kind of tank up quite a bit of damage himself, but even dish out respectable damage.
And
so that's one of the big things.
That's how they got the better of ONIC PH in that first team fight too, but then the Tsunami Slam is going to be committed onto Sawo. Look at the damage! in as early as 3 minutes in the game, but the crossbow of Tang is going to be committed by Hiko as well. Brusco will just have enough time to get away though, but now Kirk is forced to flicker out. After one shot, even uses the retribution. Clearly tried to go for a trade there, but were somehow lacking in the damage to get that. They still go on though, use the feathered airstrike as well for Sunset Lover.
Yeah, this is one of the things, you know, it's at King Kong, because he's on the Hayabusa against one-shots Fredrin, he has to, in some cases and some points of the game, rely on the team to help him secure parts of the jungle. You can see right now, he's actually getting pressured out from his orange buff. And so King Kong, whoa, not just pressured out, he died.
Wait, that was just Sunset Lover in one shot.
Yeah, but I guess he got feathered airstriked because Sunset Lover doesn't have it, so as I was saying, he has to rely on the team a lot of times to secure this because that's not where you want to be. But so he gets down and now the turtle.
That's pretty interesting. If we could like find a way to revisit how that happened, because Brusco was also nearby, but it felt like he didn't have enough time to catch up and provide the necessary assistance for their jungler, and that's going to be 2 turtles that'll go into the hands of Team Spirit. And they barely struggled to get it for 2 times in a row.
Yeah, seems like it was a little too easy for them. You know, and again, when you are able to put pressure on an assassin-type jungler, you can usually continue to play into that advantage that you have. One shot also just picks up the empty Karas, so he's got a little bit of that extra defense now to deal with King Kong and even Kelra in a sense. So in a good position to continue to just kind of not let up on the gas, continue to put pressure there. You can see this. Pressure from Kid Bomba. I'm not sure if Kirk and the rest of the squad wants to make the play.
He sensed that there were other members coming in for him, and now he uses the flicker to get away. Star Shutter lands, but Kid Bomba is still alive. And he got to clear the wave too, so ONIC PH, they probably will get to make something out of it, but it's just going to be mirrored here by Team Spirit. Hiko works on the bottom lane as well.
See this Sao just waiting patiently there. If it was one auto attack, then yeah, that would have been Kid Bulma going down, but it's great that he survived. Team Spirit gets that push in. Hiko's having a much better time this game 4. He's got the tier 1 down. He's going to get some pressure here, of course, but the rest of the team's just around the corner here. So far, if you think about the majority of the series, this is the best position that Hiko's been early game.
Yep. Even more than that one time in the previous game, or in the game before that, I'm not sure anymore, where he got the early rotation coming in from Team Spirit. This definitely looks like the much better game, especially as it was mostly just on Hiko alone. Like, there wasn't much reactions from Team Spirit, because again, even in other parts of the map, they were the ones clearly winning it out. And look at Kid Bomba also being able to take down that tier 1 up top as well. This has been the most, I don't know,
like early game?
The most easiest situation for Team Spirit in the early game. It feels like everything is just handed over to them for free.
It's like this, Brigida. You know, they know everybody experienced the last game. They're like, all right, we'll tone it down a little bit for the early game. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case when we get to that mid to late game transition either, because this is a lineup for ONIC Philippines that really needs time to go ahead and come online. Part of that, like I said, is the Hayabusa. You can't do too much if you're King Kong against this kind of lineup, unless maybe Brusco gets the Tsunami Stems, like we've been seeing. That's usually been the case. But you're almost forced in this situation where you just have to farm up. Here it is.
And there goes the Tsunami Slam into the Tidal Strike. They finally get to find a pickoff, and that's going to be onto Sao. So maybe that's the biggest difference, because I feel like for a huge majority of the past few minutes, Team Spirit were aware of the resources that ONIC PH decided to pour into that potential pickoff against Kid Bomba in the top lane. But ever since they failed that, Team Spirit were just being very decisive and trying to look for other things to do across the map. And now they've been very efficient. As you can see, 7 minutes into this game, they've already cleared out so many turrets away from ONIC PH.
Wow, Team Spirit gets a tier 2 under the 8-minute mark already. It just seems like there's not really much that ONIC Philippines can do, except for play around the Tsunami Slam. Like, that's their only option right now. The fight for the purple buff, though, might force them.
Brusco's isolated because Kid Bomba, he just zoned Super Prince away, and now he will be the first to fall. Star Shutter doesn't latch onto anyone. And all tier 1 turrets are already taken down, even the mid lane. So this makes things so much more easier for Team Spirit and so much harder for King Kong.
it's kind of crazy because in essence, Team Spirit isn't doing anything fancy.
Yeah.
Like they're literally just playing around. If they catch Brusco or Brusco Tsunami slams, they follow on through. They have enough damage already too. Like Sunset Lever picked up the Divine Glaive earlier on. So a lot of times it's not even Sao that has to start with a kick. Now if he decides to, then they're in a great position to win these fights. And that's why we're really just seeing ONIC Philippines watch the turrets go down. There isn't a whole lot of space to work with. There's not even enough really firepower just yet. It's in one of those situations where we gotta wait for Kelwer to farm up. We might even have to give up this first Lord. That looks to be the case, as Team Spirit is just gonna go ahead and start this up and take this. You know, King Kong's like, I want my orange buff. Like, I need this.
This could be the only time I'm gonna get it without any other member from Team Spirit disrupting me. And so he finally gets his hands on the orange buff, but as you've mentioned, just looking at the lineups here for both Team Spirit and ONIC PH, it does feel like Team Spirit, just by having Kid Bomba use the Bravest Fighter, just by having Sao stand there with the threat of the Way of the Dragon, it does feel like ONIC PH are getting a taste of their own medicine, because this seems too familiar to how they were able to actually present themselves in the previous game through Brusco and the Cho. But now it's Sao applying all that pressure, and yes, this is a 0-2-0 standing and a KDA for him, but you know that all those instances where ONIC PH were able to get the kill onto Sao were greatly I'd say Team Spirit were able to make the most out of it. Like, they didn't allow Sao to go down without trading anything massive, and now 10 minutes, it's been so fast. Now they gain access to the base turrets and take down the holy shields.
Lord is still up here, so ONIC will clear it out, but I don't know, Sao might want to force something, I guess. Conceal is going to be used. They still have the holy defense, though. That's going to go ahead and pop now on the top side. The most, you know, clean game so far that we've seen, just 2-2 across the board. It's, again, Team Spirit doesn't have to do anything, but they are going to jump into this one.
Kid Bomba times the Bravest Fighter alongside the minion wave, and they actually find 2 kills even before anything happens. Clutch crossbow of Tang as well, coming in from Hiko, keeping him alive, and Kid Bomba, he's still standing in front of ONIC PH. He doesn't care.
Kid Bomba is just flexing right now on the Lapu Lapu, staying in the base. He'll be fine. They gotta wait for those waves to push in, but man, they took out 3 from ONIC Philippines and they have to scramble for the defense.
How is he still able to regroup with Team Spirit? He was sitting right behind that tier 3 turret, and he got the reset on his Bravest Fighter too. So that was a very long time that was bought here by
Look at how much damage he's done.
35,000.
Talk about a performance from Lapu Lapu. This is why we've been talking about XP laners for so long throughout MSC, because of the impact that they can have. And I know all the XP laners out there can rejoice, because XP lane for a while was pretty, you know, it was pretty stale. But now you get to be in a good position where it's like you can literally carry games as an XP laner. Now, again, Team Spirit, they haven't done anything fancy. And even in the sense, because Hiko has had a much better game in terms of just winning the lane and putting himself in that position, he even survived Kirk earlier on. So, you know, this is one of those cases where it's like, ONIC Philippines is really far behind. They're in this position where they've even lost a base turret already. They're not going to be in a place to actually get the next Lord for a while. So it's all just a waiting game. Are they able to do it? Because every single time we've seen Brusco try to set something up, who's he going to Tsunami Slam? Most of the time, even if he Tsunami Slams Sunset Lover still has to Purify. You still have to get through that. So, you know, it's really just kind of trying to make something happen for ONIC Philippines. And the only place that's going to happen right now is in their base. That's the best place for them to possibly turn this almost 9,000 gold deficit around.
And I mean, Trex and the panel did mention it earlier too, that if you look at ONIC PH's lineup, especially the Novaria, they will have a bit more damage to rely on come the mid to late portions of the game. But the thing is, could they defend this part of the game? Oh, there seems to be decent damage already, though. He will already have HP, but now it's another Bravest Fighter. He gets to receive the Tsunami Slap as well. It seems like Kid Bomba right now might just get punished. He is the first to fall in this team fight, and the Inferno Pursuits coming in from Kirk are just too much. They find another kill onto Sao as well, and that definitely keeps ONIC PH in this game.
Wow, that was a great defense, and it was actually a shot from Super Friends that even checked Hiko. Hiko couldn't go forward because of the fact that he was like, all right, that actually that got me pretty low. I shouldn't push this any further.
Yeah, and that jump from Kid Bomba was something ONIC PH seemed to have calculated already, because yes, the Lapu Lapu, once he does use the Bravest Fighter and his enhanced skills when he is actually in the different form, you get to immune crowd control. But there is a brief moment that you can't. And that's what ONIC PH were able to capitalize on, clearly taking down the frontliners first, and that's where things started to fall for Team Spirit. But more importantly was, yes, the amount of poke that came in from Super Friends towards Hiko before that fight.
Yeah, and you can see that, like, in terms of gold lane, Kelro's where he needs to be. He's farmed up, he has the items that he needs. King Kong should be able to get away. He's going to get stunned, though, but the Quad Shadow, he goes back.
He goes back in, and now Sunset Lover gains easier access to him. There's another Tsunami Slam committed onto Sawo, but now Hiko, he needs to reposition himself. There's just too much damage coming in from ONIC PH, but will he find the stack, though? Not for now. But that's still another kill that goes into the hands of Team Spirit.
Well, Super Friends, he's going to keep them at bay for now. Wave is still pushing in bottom, but as long as Kelra is alive, they should be fine to clear these out. Unless Team Spirit decides to force a fight, they might want to get this mid turret down. Sawa's going to go ahead and jump on in. Can they defend?
Oh, they want to make things happen now. They set up, they go for Brusco. There's the Winter Crown. It's going to buy him some time, but it won't save him from the energy eruption and from the kill. That will be handed over to Hiko, but the Appraiser's Wrath, though, it's just too much to handle as well. But nonetheless, ONIC PH, still another successful defense.
That's what they have to do. More time bought for them, the better. Earlier on, we saw the difference. Gold lane is fine. They are in fighting form, but the big thing is, again, their front guys, Kirk, even King Kong, Brusco, for example, need plenty of time to build some of that defense. So Shadow Kill?
Oh no, it's Sunset Lover who gets picked off for Team Spirit.
Oof.
And even though Kid Bomba and Sawo might just make it to the fight, they don't have Sunset Lover, and that's such an important piece in the equation.
That's a lot of damage gone. This is still a risk for ONIC Philippines to go ahead and start this up and take it. Their base is fully exposed, but they know they have at least one advantage, and that's Sunset Lever being gone.
Wow.
But look at the pressure from TS, still keep them at bay. They might force the fight.
Oh, they find the stacks. The crossbow of town might just be committed anytime now. And there he goes. But the Winter Crown is going to keep Kirk safe. But Brusco might not be able to escape this. There's the Bravest Fighter as well from Kid Bomba, but gets struck down. The Appraiser's Wrath won't be even used at all. Eagle's the only one left, and Kelra finds the shutdown and a triple.
How did they do it? Again. But now Sunset Lover trying to just clear the wave out. He's forced down, and Kelra will pick up the kill. And they'll work on the tier 2, even with a base fully exposed. They'll win a huge fight, dissipating any gold lead that Team Spirit had.
It was just so unfortunate there. Hiko found the stacks as well. Also got to land the heavy crossbow. Kid Bomba also got to use the Bravest Fighter. All the resources were used just in time, but they weren't enough anymore because no one had their eyes on the damage that came in from Kelra. No one was able to deal with this guy yet again, and he's the least guy that you want to be left after a team fight, after all resources have already been burned. How many times has Kelra turned things around for his team already?
I don't know. I mean, I know we talked about the gold lane here leading into this game, but you know, it doesn't seem like there's any hesitation at all for Kelra. He is sitting at 7-0-4. He's very aggressive, but very calculated this time. And this gives them a little bit of an advantage to push towards the base. They still have a lot of grounds to cover. But can TS defend against this push-in?
Oh, Dark Wave, one shot, already half HP. Hiko as well. It's not just the Star Shatter, it's also those Death Sonatas coming in from Kelra that really deals a huge amount of damage towards the gold laner of Team Spirit. So he definitely has to constantly reset every now and then because of all these skill shots that are coming in from ONIC. And that's going to be a problem. Like, there has to be someone blocking all these damage, or Hiko has to do his part in dodging it, but these are also members you want to hide. because they need to come in from unexpected angles so they could take ONIC PH by surprise. But now, Higo gets surprised! He just gets blasted like that, and Sunset Lover is next. And this might just be an opening for ONIC PH as they get to have the only shadow kill. It's another maniac for Kelra, and a wipeout for the Super Fam as they gradually make their way towards the base. The reigning world champions prove themselves once again. And after a well-fought fight, they take out the Dragons of EECA.
What a turnaround. What a victory for ONIC Philippines, and a heartbreak for Team Spirit. When they had the lead, it was so close to getting to a Game 5. But defense after defense from ONIC Philippines kept them in the game. They stayed calm and collected. And again, it's this guy, Kelra. Kelra seems to be just something always in the way of Team Spirit here. Again, big respect to them for putting on one of the best series so far that we've had here at MSC 2025 at EWC. Simply amazing.
Yeah, that was indeed absolute cinema all series long, brought to us by these two teams. And I must say, it's impressive to see the way the first round of the knockouts turned out.
Yeah.
Because it's only Team Liquid as the sole 2-0 team who picked their opponent, who actually got to win against their choice. So time and time again, these teams have just been constantly improving, proving themselves, even despite and against all odds. It was such a good fight by Team Spirit, but
hey, how many times have we seen this, Brigitte? I mean, if you've been watching MSC up to this point, you know that even if you have a 7, 8, 10,000 gold lead, a game can still turn around. And that's the way we are in the current meta right now. And, you know, like I'm saying, XP laners are great. Gold laners are still fantastic because if you don't control them, if you overstep a little bit, if you get caught out in certain situations, sometimes that's the game. You know, and Kelra, again, it's his positioning. It's his game IQ. The fact that he's also just protected really well from the Superman. I mean, you were saying this earlier. If Hiko gets caught, if he takes a couple shots, you know, by being too forward, that's the game. It's going to fall apart. And it ended with a maniac there from Kelra. So, again, you can see the frustration because it was so close. Like, that was Team Spirit's game. Very calm early game. We didn't see too much action. And they control it like it was nothing crazy. So, again, it's me, Nice, and Brigitte. We're going to throw it over to the stage with Milosh and, of course, our winners.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, I'm here with Brusco from ONIC PH, who just had an incredible matchup against their opponents at Team Spirit. I'm not going to beat around the bush. That game 3 was absolutely incredible. I think we can definitely qualify it as the best game of MSC so far. What happened? Because at almost 30 minutes, somehow it was a ping pong back and forth the whole time. Can you walk me through it?
Game 3, right? Game 3. Oh, so we cannot end the game because they have a Moskov and their heroes are folk heroes, so we cannot push the turret because there are Badang and Ardot also, so we cannot go straight because we might end up wipe out later. So we just patience and only patience. Yeah.
I mean, patience paid off. You got the win and the end of it. And were you surprised when Spirit picked you to play in the quarterfinals?
No, I think we already expected it because they're gonna their choices are ONIC ID and ONIC PH. So I think they see us they see ONIC ID as a stronger component than us.
Fair enough. And next up, you play against SRG. You beat them at M6. Do you think you can do it again?
We will try, I think.
What do you have to say to them?
Good luck, because they have a Filipino player also. Good luck, Innocent and Graham. Galing natin bukas.
There you go. There you go. This is it. You wanted absolute cinema. We absolutely got it in this matchup. Team Spirit out of the tournament, but it's ONIC PH to take it to the semifinals. Briscoe, thank you very much again. Congratulations. I'll let you go over to your teammates to crush your opponent's key. And my God, what a game. Those are our quarterfinals done and dusted. It's semis for tomorrow, but let's break down our whole day. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Milosh, and of course, great to hear from Brusco, the roamer of the winning team for this matchup. ONIC Philippines, I may have lost 30 years of my expected lifespan because of what happened in that game number 3, and with how ONIC PH had to crawl back to win game number 4. Behind the scenes, we were talking about it. When they pick a lineup against what Team Spirit showed, that is the expected win condition for ONIC PH.
Look, there's a lot I could say about this game. There's a lot of potential mistakes that really shaped the way that ONIC PH were able to come back. But I think if our previous matchup of RRQ SRG was the El Clasico, I think that ONIC PH versus Team Spirit, game number 3, so far has to be the best game. And I think even for all the team members of ONIC PH, they're going to miss TS.
Yeah, I think this is the most painful Key Crush I've had to watch thus far in MSC. Team Spirit put up such a fight in that match. It is tough, man. It is tough to watch. And I know, no matter what, it's the nature of the beast. But man, they were so close.
Yeah, incredibly heartbreaking loss for sure for Team Spirit. And I think we got to see there are moments in this game that Sunset Lover is going to be stuck in his head on replay for I don't know how long. He's a veteran. He's a pro. He's been at this since the very first World Championship and even before that since then. But that really has to hurt for Team Spirit because ONIC, again, worked for it. And they had to do so through King Kong and Kelra yet again. Even some errors for King Kong. But then they showed up when their super fam needed them the most.
They played well. I think both teams, they had their moments here. I don't want to criticize them any further because the defeat is already so... It stings. It really stings this time. An emotional bout between both of these great teams. And I mean, I think, EECA, we said from a long time ago, 2 years in the making, that this is a region that already has not only a representative, but has developed their next generation. And considering the lengths of which Virtus Pro continued to grow during this international, EECA, just one of those regions that I hope that is going to produce star players.
And we have seen some star performances all throughout this day. But our Sony MVP of the series, I think you know who it is, on the back of 2 epic performances after, well, dare I say, disappointing game number 1 performance. It was Kelra on this Granger, back-to-back, that delivered for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, Kelra was a monster. It's hard to pick an MVP when everybody played so well. But I mean, you could rewind through the games. You can watch the highlights. Even here, even when he didn't have the Granger, he was a monster on the Wanwana as well. I mean, from positioning to spacing with the Granger, making sure in those final moments, even in that last game that we were watching, able to defend the base from the push of Team Spirit time after time. I mean, it's just nonstop for this kid.
I think he's the most consistent, right? That's why the MVP has to go to him every single time. You can tell by just his stats alone that he is going above and beyond to kind of salvage whatever the team hands him, whether it be a missing gauge coming in from Brusco, a weak early game coming in from King Kong, or sometimes the fact that you don't even feel Kirk's impact until that mid game. You know for a fact that Kelra, again, as a lone pedestal, is worth so much for ONIC PH.
Yeah, that Granger pick confidently into the first 2 picks for the red side for ONIC PH, that felt like a Kelra call. That felt like ONIC PH or Kelra just going, you know what, I got this. We could have benefited potentially maybe from a Beatrix pick that would have meant better early to mid, but no, Kelra took it on his shoulders and he looked at the crowd to say thank you.
I love what you said there, because there's a lot of players that can say, hey, I got this, and you might second guess engaging behind them. But if Kelra tells you, let's do this, I can win this, they're going to follow, and that's the super fam for you, right? And I think any one of them could make that call, and they will go for it. And that is why I think there's, for ONIC PH, there's always those moments like that, where even when they're losing, they can win a fight and put a game into their hands in a matter of seconds.
From highlighting one vocal player confident to say, I got this to his team, we now have to have a conversation with a similar man. It's Kid Bomba from Team Spirit with Eterna.
We're backstage now, boys and girls, with Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba, talk us through that. Are you okay? Is everything okay?
It's very sad to lose like that, especially in the last game where we have a 10K goal lead, and then, I mean, I don't know. If I say something, it's like pointing fingers, you know, and it's just, I would say it's just the team bad, you know. So we played bad, and that's it.
I mean, you said to deliver absolute cinema. I think everyone really enjoyed that despite, you know, the results coming in, right?
I guess so. It was a nice series, but still sad we lost.
Are there any key issues that maybe you want to talk about right now? What happened in that match?
I'm not sure. The only thing that I noticed is that Kara played almost perfectly. And shout out to him.
Shout outs to Kelra for playing that match perfectly. You came into this?
Almost every match.
Every match. You came into this choosing ONIC PH, saying that they were the team that was less whole. Do you still stand with that statement?
Yes, because for me, Kelra did the difference. And if one player is making the difference, then that means the team has a problem.
Okay. Is there any regrets choosing ONIC PH now?
No, because our choice was between ONIC Philippines and ONIC Indonesia. And I think that I can freely talk about it now. We were able to beat ONIC Philippines on scrims often. And against Indonesia, we never had like a winning scrim result. So for us, the choice was really simple. And I think it was also visible from today's games that it's very winnable. So for me, it was Kelra that made the difference. And then also Super Prince on Luo Yi. His TPs were very annoying, especially because he didn't have any tier 3 towers anymore. And also his Selena completely won the whole early game. If that wouldn't have happened, we maybe would have had some chances. And yeah, in my opinion, it's just sad.
Keep your hopes up, Kid Bomba. That was still an amazing performance. Do you have a message to all your fans out there? Because I know they're waiting.